You're watching the Citizen Science Podcast, the one and only twin solar system podcast featuring Samuel Hoffman, along with his team of experts as they discuss the very latest information about our binary twin solar system. Welcome to the show.
Okay, everybody, we are here and we are live, and welcome back to the Citizen Science Podcast. And as always, I'm always happy you guys are already here. And I'm Rebecca Bedingfield, as most of you already know. And let me go ahead and pull up our guest, our host today for today's show. And let's go ahead and start with Samuel Hoffman. Hi, Sam.
Hello, everybody. How are you today?
Good to see you, as always. And let's go ahead and get Leandra in here.
And happy full moon.
Joining us on Saturdays now, Leandra Gordley. Happy you are here. Hi. And
it's so nice to have you here, Leandra.
It is. This is something new for us to have Leandra with us on Saturdays. So I was hoping that would work out one day for us, and it has. So
yeah, we made it work.
Let's go ahead and get Jesus in here so we can enjoy his presence, and he gets to be outside. So
hi guys, I'm enjoying this beautiful spring day, early spring.
Early in February.
Tweet.
Right.
Yeah. I'm enjoying it, but I'm a little worried about the implications of this beautiful weather. So
exactly.
It's 50 degrees here in Montana, and this time of year we were supposed to be anywhere from 20 to 40 below. And we have absolutely no snow on the ground except for the patches behind buildings and things that are in shadowed area. And that's just little ice piles that, are an inch tall. This is not normal. And I'm terribly sorry, the rest of the United States, but Montana will not be sending you any water this year.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Jillian.
Hi, how are you?
Jillian Watson with us. Hi, Jillian from Scotland. Hi. And let's go ahead and get Christopher Couture.
Hi, everybody.
And our Vegas correspondent. And last but not least, you know who, Rocket Man, Samuel Navarro.
Rocket Man.
How's it going?
Pamela might be joining us a little later. I'm not sure. But for now, this is who we have with us. Let's go ahead and look at the comments real quick and see who is all here. We have already a big show.
Honestly, big long pile of comments already.
Throughout the week, I've been sharing, reminders about the show and, trying to put more out there. And each time I did that, 25, 30 people would share that. It's just
right.
I shared it like 20 times in 20 different groups.
But let's see. First in line, it was Experimental, and she was here first thing this morning on my end. I think she's in the UK. I think I'm right. And hello. I don't know about Dave Dobbs. I saw that, and that has never been in the works, but I'm not against it.
Dave is always welcome. We always want Dave to come on anytime he wants to talk.
That's actually a good idea, Experimental. So good to see you. And Raw. Hi, Raw. Good to see you here.
Rob.
Freezy is here already. Good.
Freezy Peach.
Nice to see Freezy Peach. And look who's here. It's Carol Ann, you guys.
Hi, Carol Ann.
Hello, Carol Ann.
She's the Citizen Science cheerleader. So.
Whoa! Hey, got my whole roof just moved.
She's our number one cheerleader. Yeah.
I know, Katie Jo. And Katie Jo is in New Jersey, and she informed me this week that she is interested in starting a group for the Northeast portion of the U.S.
Do it.
She's still
good. Yeah, change your life.
Yeah, I know.
We always want sister sites. We want sister site scientific.
I'll help.
Folks who, this is what we are. We, a citizen Nibiru, citizen science project. We're all, everybody gets together, and then we match our information together, and then that way we stick with the facts rather than the suppositions. My roof just about blew off the house here a second ago.
What?
Wow.
Wow. Well, we got something going on up here. It is 50 degrees, which is way too warm. It's absolutely overly 50 degrees too warm. Plus, it's like 70 degrees too warm for February per norm.
Same here.
And we're having this weather event. I did see literally, I watched a planet start this process going over the top of us today. So anybody
Oh yeah,
to the
huge.
east of me, you're going to experience a very interesting oncoming scenario. And I do need to look at, and I apologize for interrupting your train of
Yeah,
thought.
That's okay. We're just going down the list, but I don't want your roof to
I
blow.
was really surprised. I mean, I heard my entire roof on the northwest corner of my house just crunch and wave past me. So I figured I'd mention it.
Better say something. Right.
Holy cow, the jet stream is freaky.
Well,
huge.
if you start to blow away, grab your mic as you go.
Okay, yeah, right, yeah. Well, no, hey, it's clamped down to a very, very heavy desktop that won't go anywhere. So I'll grab the mic.
Yeah, that way you can at least stay on the show.
Yeah, I'm still here with you live from Montana. Oh my God, you should see it. Yeah.
You're just, I know, you're always devoted.
Just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Something seems to be happening. Yeah. And that Rocket Man, did you find that excerpt on the day the Earth stood still?
No, not yet.
Okay, sir, your homework assignment for this week is to watch the original 1950s version of The Day the Earth Stood Still.
Oh, gotcha. I will. I'll do that. I'll even put that out on our website.
Right. I mentioned that
yesterday. That's one of my all-time favorites, and this is where Klaatu, and there's also a band named Klaatu. Many years later, and that's a Canadian band, and they were actually assumed to be the Beatles in disguise, but no, they were Canadian. Anyway, and there's a whole story for people who want to be fact checkers and find out that information. Klaatu, Klaatu, Klaatu is the band name. Go to YouTube and look that up. And Hope album is really awesome. And this is where the original writers calling occupants of interplanetary craft. Sorry, I completely went left field into the band. But anyway, go back to what you were doing, Rebecca. I apologize, and I'm going to go get my first Coke.
I saw something, Samuel. Look.
The Day the Earth Stood Still. The new version?
Yeah.
Yeah, the new
That's
version.
one with Keanu Reeves. That was a good one too.
Yeah, it's a good version. It doesn't have the same message as the first movie. I think the first movie and the message from Klaatu is very strong and powerful that was not portrayed in the second movie. It was laid out a little bit more macabre. We can't do anything about it. But the first movie was more, if you, with voluntary compliance and a good level of humanity, we can all get along and lose our prejudice. Whereas the second movie that you just held up, Jillian, talks more on a premise of it's hopeless and we have no control.
Anyway, that's clever, isn't it? It's a subtle difference in the message.
There's a difference in meaning.
Yeah, we don't like hopelessness.
I encourage everyone to go back and watch the original movie from the 1950s. Anyway, I found it. Coke. I have no throat left already.
I found
2 minutes in.
So Rebecca, I found Sam's.
Oh.
I found Sam's video. So I'll get it later.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I was going to let you explain that here in just a minute, the new additions that you have brought to the table. So let's go say hi to Andrea. Andrea, if I remember right, I know she's in the, New Zealand. So that's always nice to have. I mean, we have people all around the world. So I love it.
We have a few New Zealanders, though.
Yeah, we do. So hi, Andrea, and we have Let There Be Light. Hello. Tony is here. Good to see you, Tony.
And I see Nancy as well from Idaho.
Oh, good. Okay.
Hello, Nancy.
This is Audrey in South Africa. She's always here for every show. So I was telling my family the other day.
Audrey, how you doing?
So many people that are here from start to finish. A lot of them. I mean, I'm impressed. So
some people are real podsters.
They really are. Alfonso, hi y'all. Good to see you.
Hello, Alfonso.
I don't think I've seen you here before, so welcome.
How you doing?
And let's see, Thomas in Germany, my friend in Germany. He's hoping we can get translation available to where he could come on and guest host one day. So I'm all for that. So if we can make it happen, we will. And here's Nancy. Hi, Nancy in Idaho. Let's see.
Hi, Nancy.
Hi, Leah. Good to see you here.
Oh, you mean Nancy? That's from
Nancy.
another
Yeah, our friend Nancy. And
oh,
Dennis.
you mean Nancy?
Nancy. Yeah. Dennis is here.
And that reference comes from an early album series from the 70s called Far Sign Theater. And that's something you may want to type that in. It's Far Sign or Far Side. I think it's Far Sign Theater.
Okay.
And they were a comedy in the UK. And they were great movies. Great movies.
I just got a DV playing little television, so I can actually watch movies.
If you want to look at just a second ago, Nick Danger, Far Sign Theater, and you'll get that. Oh, you mean Nancy reference?
Okay, all right.
Sorry, I just went there into. I told the guys that I was a little wound up this morning prior to the show. So yeah, I'm a little out there. This wind has got me.
I'd be a bit wound up too if my roof nearly flew off.
Yeah, well, it is full moon. It is full moon, and us Cancers on the full moon, we get a little interestingly atypical. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, we got a stunning photograph just coming up the hill coming home, and the moon rose right out of these purpley clouds, and it was golden, big moon. So I had to stop the bike, and I was on the highest speed of the bike. I broke the sound barrier getting home tonight, that's for sure.
The Right Stuff is a movie suggestion from YouTube. It's out now.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's with all the those Clint Eastwood. Those guys?
No, not Clint Eastwood, but a bunch of well-known actors. That it's an early movie from the 90s. And the reason that I mentioned the movie The Right Stuff, because in the video, in the film that they made this movie in the 90s, they're actually filming desert sunset scenes. And if you look at and this is part of the topic that I have down on my list of notes from way early this morning. The top thing is size of the sun. Now, people go back and look at old movies made in the 80s and 90s, and when you see like a desert scene, and the reason I'm bringing the desert scene up is because in the desert, when you go down, like I live up here in Montana, and if I was to go to Utah down to visit Jesus, the sun would be bigger. And then if I would go and visit Christopher in Nevada, the sun would be even bigger. And where I go to drive all the way down to Pamela, down in Colombia, the sun would be much bigger. But the point is, and this is why I mentioned in the movie, they're down in the southern hemisphere of California. And anyone that knows what the size of the sun up in Montana compared to driving down to even California, you notice the difference immediately. And if you go back to that movie, The Right Stuff, you will notice that at that time in the 90s, the sun, our star, was much smaller, even in the desert, which shows you that in the last decade, we've become oblivious to the reality of what the size of our sun used to be.
Right.
We don't even, and all of the sightings that we're seeing now everybody's missing it. Our sun is freaking huge right now, even not including the cutoff refraction, bell flaring, or hourglass flaring, or shaft light flaring, or nominate flaring, or angled access cutoff haloing, and all of that's going on. People have forgotten, and I ask anyone who is even on the edge of this topic, go back and watch a movie from the 70s, 80s, or 90s in a desert scene. This is why I always mention Westerns, because they're always filming the sky in Westerns. Go back and look at the sky. Go look at the size of what the size of the sun used to be. And all of this changed as of 2011. And I cannot stress that enough. And we go all the way back. That's, 12 years ago, 13 years ago, 14 years ago, everything started to change. And people have already forgotten that. And that was the first thing that and I wrote it in big, huge letters on top of my notes this morning. going the size of the sun, because I even have to be reminded.
Yeah.
'Cause, you know, we've grown so used to how large the sun is, and that's not our star.
How does something so constant in our lives become something so forgotten? It's something I think about all the time.
Distraction.
Something that is the same for most of your life
Mind.
changes one day. How do you not notice, or how does something not kind of ring a bell? Or
An example is, you ask your average person who's 20 years old, do you know what the meaning of high noon is?
no, I ask that question often, and nobody really knows what they mean. What I mean by that.
And say cowboys to me. They say
John Wayne,
cowboys to
Clint
me when I
Eastwood,
ask.
the movie. Yeah, and I, you know, I watched The Sun this week, and I know it's changing again, and it was really oddly placed the other day, and then we've got this full moon thing going on right now again. This is about the fourth time I've mentioned it. It's prominent.
Crazy moon halo last
An
night.
example. Here's an example of a sunlight picture, and I also want to include who else has showed up in the last few minutes real quick. We have, like I said, Dennis is here, and he's in the UK.
And Maria
in Alaska. Hello, Maria.
Hi, Maria.
Hi, Maria.
And
Hi, Maria.
Facebook
Great talk the
user,
other day.
Facebook
And Maria
user.
calls
Hi.
Amanda.
And hey, Brian, good to see you here. He's a
Hello,
long
Brian.
member of our group on Facebook.
Oh.
Anonymous. Yeah, so nice to have you here.
It was Alexander that had said hello.
Oh, Amanda. Okay. I didn't.
Alexander Walls.
This is Alexander. Okay. Hi, Alexander. I always enjoy his contributions, his pictures and videos. And
His pictures and videos are gorgeous.
I know it. I know it. He gets some really good footage.
does.
So
does.
I'm happy you're here, Alexander. And let's see if I got everybody up to date. I don't want to miss anybody.
Got a good bunch of wonderful.
Gray Guy. Our Gray Guy is here. Good deal. I'm waiting.
Hi, Gray Guy.
I know he's always going to send me a good picture to look at. So, and first time podster for me ever, Facebook user. Well, cool. If you want to, identify yourself, if you want your name to show up, you have to go to StreamYard/Facebook, and it prompts you to a one-time approval to, disclose your identity if you want to show who you are or not. So,
or type it in.
And then it saves it.
Type in your name, and it saves it. It's
The
a
easy way.
one-time
The easy
thing.
way is you just type your first name in, and you tell us your general where you live,
Yeah,
or
you can do that too.
you can have levels of
Andrea,
anonymity because this is,
deal.
after all, anonymous up to a point.
Yeah, here's Andrea, and she's in Colorado. She was with our show last Saturday, and she's already scheduled for another show. I believe we discussed on March 9th, if I saw it correctly. So, yeah, she'll be coming back in a couple of 2 or 3 weeks. So
That's Nicole, right?
She'll be a regular.
Yeah, Nicole, Andrea, Nicole.
And
I'd like to bring up something that happened last week at 6 hours. Believe it or not, not last week. Actually, it was the previous show on Tuesday night show. We had a gentleman that piped in, and he connected through doing some good internet work named Daniel.
Yes.
And I went back and watched that, and thank you, Daniel, for showing up and adding.
He was great.
He was great. Oh wow.
Very knowledgeable.
Yeah, he was on track. Everything he said was accurate. I was in awe.
It was fun.
I was shocked. I am actually I'm heartened. I'm euphoric. I watching what he had to say was a connective positive for me in a way that I hadn't had in recent time, where someone completely fresh up, Christopher was like that and is like that on a regular basis. But I mean, here it is, completely, absolutely unsolicited guy, man on the street comes out of the woodwork and says, I'm talking to you guys. Oh, wonderful. And he was like genuine and honest. And
yeah,
nice.
like we were movie stars or something.
Hey, we are movie stars. Didn't you know that?
I'll get that clip and we'll watch it in a
Come
moment.
on, we need to get it.
Hey, once you get a public poop hat or a public tinfoil hat,
Oh,
where the
yeah.
opposition Peanut Gallery is posting worldwide for you, then you're famous. I mean, we've earned our tinfoil hats.
Made it. You've made it.
Yeah, I have.
I'm
mine.
going to
You
get
have
a
yours.
tinfoil crown, man. I'm going to wear one. I'm going to have to find one.
Yeah,
So Amanda is here. And sorry, I just want to get to Carol Ann because she has been gracious enough to give us a nice donation. So
Oh, wow.
thank you
So
very
far
much.
out of our
Carol
immediate
Ann.
group, Jesus is the only one that has not ended up with a poop hat yet that I've seen, and not that I'm hinting at someone do that, but, which would only
Hi,
prove
Paul.
that would only
It's a matter of
I
time.
never had one either.
well, that would
It's
only
a matter.
prove
It's
that
a
they're
matter of
listening to
time.
our shows. If they're listening to our shows, great. I hope that the Peanut Gallery is enjoying themselves and searching desperately for the non-facts that they can twist into something melodramatic. Because remember, sociopaths are always bored. Anyway, back to what you were talking about, Rebecca.
They're not important, Sam.
And
They're
thank you
really
again, Daniel.
not. I mean, they're really irrelevant. If people understood how small.
Well, yeah,
the
I
clip
agree. I just,
is-
I got to cover both sides of the story here.
No, well,
They don't have sides, and they don't even have a story. So next,
I'm sorry. I
Any-
digressed into tinfoil and poop hats. I apologize.
Yeah, you did again.
Okay.
So
Look, here's what I think. Recently, I had that issue with what I thought was a friend, and she was clueless, so it didn't really offend me what she said to me because she really was completely clueless about everything in the sky. So I didn't even take it personal. I'm like, I don't think you know enough to really offend me. So no, it's like the student maybe trying to correct the teacher, and they're completely wrong. So why get offended? So that's my piece.
Yeah, you just smile and then you try to teach some more.
Yeah.
And then if they're not particularly friendly or a good student, and a hint to somebody that, anyway, I went through recently. If they don't want to study the material, I guess it's their shortcoming. Anyway.
Tracy, hi there.
Anyways, yeah, moving on.
Moving on. Planet Sky.
Well, we know we're right. I mean, we've seen enough, and we do know that this is not a normal, like this,
Yeah, we've been proving it for 14 years now, and
this is really happening. Period. Doesn't matter how it upsets anybody or what anybody has to say. It's happening.
Right.
Period.
And it boils down to exactly that. It is really, really, really real.
Right. I mean, we have 14 years of photographic documentation. We're not talking about a handful of pictures. We got thousands and thousands.
And every week, every day, more is added to that file.
Yeah, every day. I can't even keep up with all of them.
And these are citizen science amateur pro-am that we have achieved pro-am. And, our 10-year doctrine literally on this topic of very strictly gathered information that we're not just grabbing crap off the internet that I saw this and this is what we see today. No, this is culminated information, time proven information. And I argue with this every single day with myself, and then I go outside and see it again, or I look out the window and there it is, and I'm watching a planet go by. And we just had this weather event that went through with the freak wind and everything, and now it's calmed down. And so
I saw really cool pictures this morning. So can I send them to you, Rebecca?
Of course. I'll get to
I just don't know where to send them to. Where you sent me StreamYard. I've just sent them to your name. Your name.
Okay. I will get. Yeah, I got him.
You got them.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it was awesome this morning. But you could actually see a striped thing, like a peach-colored thing inside the dark-colored, obvious planet shape as well. And it was really wow.
It's been a very stripy couple of days.
Every single day has gotten better and better.
If you want to incredible. Send your pictures in for us to show on the show and for us all to dissect them and for Sam to identify things, then you can send pictures to our email address, skypix4sam@gmail.com. Or you can send them to me on Messenger if we're connected on Messenger. So that's always an option also. So send your pictures in. And let's see if I caught up on everybody still. I think so. Here's a Facebook user too. Hi there, heart. I like that. And okay, trying to keep up with everybody. I told a couple of people I'm going to need help soon with moderators. It's getting to be a lot to keep up with. So if you're interested in that sort of thing, get in touch with me.
That was
especially once we get moved over to the new show. And let's talk about that for a minute, our new platform. And here is Rocket Man. He's coming back, but he is our guy. Hi, Rocket Man. And
I had to get my cat.
And he's making us, he is, helping us create a brand new platform, our very own platform, not just a website, but it's ours where we can do and say whatever we want. No one can come around and put us in Facebook jail or take our, comments down and things like that. So it's actually very exciting, and it's going to be coming along, I don't know, soon. How about you tell us about the time frame and what all it's going to include?
Yeah, so as of right now, I've got Pamela from Medellin, Colombia, working on all the artwork and the banners, the logos, everything out there looks great. The color scheme looks great.
Yes.
So a bit of what I'm doing right now is just to give us a little bit of practice. I'm actually working on uploading some of the some pretty nice movie titles out there. So some of the ones that I have out there right now, these are for your leisurely entertainment, and they will be free content right now until the time that we go live. And when we go live, then they will be for paid paid members only. So what I'm doing, I'll have The Bricklayer. That's a new movie out there right now. That's going to be coming out to our website later today. But it's a process for every movie that I put out there. It takes about 2 to 3 hours. And so right now we'll have Superman 4. I was looking for some good Superman movies. I found Superman 4, the Quest for Peace. It looks like a good one. It's an oldie but goodie. I've got Battlestar Galactica Blood and Chrome. The uncut extended version. So it's a PG-13 plus or maybe 16, just to warn you. There's one little scene in there. Dune is already out there. No, this is the old Dune. It's already out there.
Movie.
The Sixth Day with Arnold Schwarzenegger. That's out there.
I haven't seen that in a long time.
Yeah, League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. That's out there right now. The Black Panther, Wakanda Forever. I like that. That was an
excellent one. That was a really good movie.
That's out there for you. Alien Covenant, and the prequel to that, Prometheus, is out there too. And so you will have, like I said, you'll have The Bricklayer out there later today. You'll have Superman 4 out there later today. Battlestar Galactica out there later today. And I did put a request that Sam wanted out there, the best of Mozart. So if you guys like good classical music, Mozart is out there for you to listen to.
I saw that one coming.
Yeah. We've got probably about another month and a half or two worth of development and customizations, because the product that we're using, they have a team of developers and engineers in India that are working hard to provide the customizations that we need for posting. So we're going to have a Facebook type of posting page where all members can go in and upload images and shorts and comments and provide and comment on each other's comments. So we're going to have that, but that's later to come. That's in development. We're also working on, since this platform is more designed for like a Netflix type of movie thing, but it's not really completely social media, but we're kind of making it to turn it into social media slash Netflix slash Hulu type of platform. So we will have some social media stuff added to it where we can comment on the videos. We can't do that right now. We'll be able to, just like YouTube, we'll be able to comment on the videos just like YouTube. And where Pamela is working on customizing Streamlabs to match the color scheme of the website. So it's all going to match the color scheme, and it's all going to be really cool. You're going to love it.
This artwork is from
Hold on
Pamela.
for a second. Rebecca, would you pin up Raw's comment, please?
Okay. Let's see. Got it.
Okay, continue.
Why have these planets never been studied? Oh, come on. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, no, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm not going to answer that question.
I'm sure the reason for this new telescope up there was these planets.
Yeah, who's to say they didn't do that, 14 years ago? 15,
I don't even think the Hubble's
17
real.
years ago.
Yeah,
and them knowing, because they know, they know they were coming. And so, remember, information does not go down, it goes up. And they only explain certain things to continue their funding to make the public know that they're working and keep enticing them to keep the funding coming in so they can do the shit that they have to do. Now, they've known about this for 50 years.
They've known about it for a long time, and they're just hiding it from us.
Why do you think all the DUMBs were built?
We're not hiding it from us.
Well, from
it's us. It's the average Joe,
exactly.
Average Joe, public internet, YouTube, Facebook, whatever, TikTok. It's average Joe public that does not know this information because none of us were taught to look into the and not only that, for the longest time, information wasn't completely freely available as much as it is. Not saying it's correct right now.
Right.
But the truth is getting out there as well as tons of disinformation, and all of us here today have waded through a quagmire, a cosmic Kuiper belt of garbage to get where we are today, because we all went through all of the rabbit holes and everything, and that's why the Citizen Science podcast people who are really on board have learned all of these things to say absolutely we see this and this is real and it's true, like our surprise guest last Tuesday, and with Daniel and all these other people around the world that work hard to send us their stuff, and I want to thank all of you again.
And by the way, we don't need telescopes to see these planets. So there's a little misconception there. You can just go outside and look up in the sky and you can see the planet. So you don't need a telescope.
Yeah,
what do you need a telescope for? To look for a dot somewhere? No, you don't need telescopes.
Narratives are showing us here, and
you don't need a telescope.
Does. And
well, think
with
about
the
Hubble.
With the help of Rocket Man, we're gonna take this.
See as far away as you possibly can. They don't use Hubble for close proximity.
Yeah, right.
The Hubble doesn't even exist. The Hubble doesn't.
Well,
exist.
I'd also remind people that way back in 2008, 9,
does not exist.
I can't remember exactly the dates, but there was a period of time that Google Space had a very large blackout going on on the Absolute program, and you could not. They had this big square area blacked out. And prior to that is when I got my photographs of the Texas Cube in deep space on arrival. It's coming towards us from way out there, and then that Google Space blackout occurred, and it lasted, I think, about 2 years. And then right after that, they were talking about the Elenin thing, and they were distracting everybody by announcing Elenin and it's all this, it's all that. Meanwhile, at the same time, on the opposite direction of the planet, looking south of us and below from Antarctica and Australia and South America and everything, the Nibiru system and its star is coming in and up, and they're divulging this information to have us looking up over into the eastern sky and the north and all of this, watching the regular planets, and then they're information dumping us with our regular planets are doing this and this. Meanwhile, it's a major, it's an information sharing of semi-mostly fact, but yet at the same time, it's complete distraction from what else is going on. And
Yeah, you don't need a telescope for this.
no,
I
not
think
now anymore. No.
maybe Raw is just and not understanding how big and close.
Yeah,
they actually,
the last time you needed a telescope to view any major part of the oncoming Nibiru system was, oh God, 2010, 11, and at most 12. And after that, everything was so big and so close. All you'd be doing is staring at weather patterns and seeing blurry land masses together, which are hard to discern because people don't take into account generically what the planets look like because they have their own atmospheres, and everybody thinks it's like Hollywood, like, oh, I'm going to see this perfect circle of this colored planet with land masses and 15 clouds around it. That's not the way it works. They're completely encased in their own atmospheres, and then you have to be able to learn to discern those. Now, we had the opportunity going from 2011, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, et cetera, watching the larger and the smaller planets come in. We got to learn their base clouds. We got to learn their atmosphere views. Each planet has its own significant base pattern.
I have a perfect video coming up here soon. I sent to Rebecca, Sam.
I'll get it.
A perfect example of the encased in their own atmosphere and stuff.
Yeah.
But something we'll
Let's get that.
discuss later. Real quick to Andrea, I just want to say sometimes we get a little passionate, but it's not attitude we're trying to give anybody. Sorry if it comes through that way. We'll work on that.
Especially in the group too. Because we're typing to you guys, and some people like see how we talk, and they just make up their own mind as to how our personality is and how we're actually talking to you. Just don't take too many things too personally.
And well, I did read back a second ago. Thank you for Nova's birthday card. Yes, we did get it, and I had not had the opportunity to send you that information back, and we really appreciate it, and thank you.
So let's discuss this video here, guys. The 180-day cycle is about to begin. Not that it ever really ended, but things are going to get interesting coming March. Come March, mid of March to the end of March, things get extra interesting. So just to teach anybody who's new here, what's going on and what to look for, here's a perfect example. And it's just very easy and very subtle, very easy to miss if you didn't really know what to look for.
And that has to do with the axis of the Earth, whether we're in winter orbit or whether we're in summer orbit. And once we go into summer orbit, our facial axis tip of how the light angles off the face of planet Earth has something to do with it, A. And then you take into what our jet stream is doing, and it's absolutely insane right now. But then at B, the planets at that summer axis orbit, gets closer to the bottoms of the gas giants, and because they've been so predominantly close to us for the last so many X years, 6-7 years, doing their little dance over the top of us, and the object cluster group, which are asteroids. It's the asteroid belt between Uri and Attu, which are both connected gas giants. Now, that field of asteroids, which is what we've been seeing in rainbow hewing for many years, and we've documented it, and we've compared pictures, and we've been pulling all this information in from around the world, so we know exactly what we're looking at. We've seen the shapes of them, we've seen the color, we've seen facial markings, we've got close-ups, thousands of close-ups of the closer, larger asteroids. We've documented all of that information. This is why we talk about the object cluster group, or OCG, or the asteroids: lead asteroid, red asteroid, blue asteroid, green asteroid, the big three, the spiral asteroid, the skull asteroid. We have documented all of these asteroids in this culminating group. Now, when we go into the 180-day cycle, those planets are much closer to us in our summer orbit. And then that means that objects below and between Earth and the gas giants are much closer, which cause more drastic, dire effects, which we have also documented. So I had to fill that in. Go ahead.
That's okay. I was going to say hi to Shelly real quick. Shelly's
Hi,
my friend.
Shelly.
We met on TikTok. I gotta step away for just a moment. Something
Will you
is
play?
coming
Will you play that
up.
video while you step away?
Yeah.
Just had a few things to add
Here.
to that.
Okay.
But I just want to say, look at the middle of the video, guys. Here, look at the dark blue compared to the bottom light blue. You could tell clearly it's round, and clearly there's a depth to it. But look at the atmosphere that it's wrapped up in. You know.
See the texture, Cube?
So, Sam, my guess is Yellow Moon. This is about 3 weeks old. This video.
No, I'm not. Okay, yeah, you're right.
Play it again. I was thinking Atsu's moon.
No, it is. It's,
well, it's to the right of the sun. It is to the right of the sun.
And in the upper right corner is the long box cube.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's something up there in the right hand corner.
And then you have the faceplate thing right there
in the straight line, right, and in the middle left upper is the in-crossing green asteroid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I also want to point out, do you see how the atmosphere goes around both sides, which is very similar, which is exactly like your drawing, but also the folklore we hear about the winged planet, Saturn and its moon with the wings on the side of it. And this is basically a representation of that, which we've heard throughout history about the winged planet.
And the documentation from Skywatcher and Nibiru Followers Anonymous and all of that have documented that since 16, 17, 18, 19. And then when she started swinging back around toward us again, have been documented. And then, of course, it's all in our monthly site drawings to prove the transitory patterns.
So it has this effect because it's the moon that's so close to its planet. So you have that ion tail that goes around both sides of Saturn. Hence the winged planet folklore that we hear through history. And, the misinformation that we get about Nibiru being the winged red planet, which is not Nibiru. Nibiru is
early sightings in the 80s and 90s that may have been captured from telescopes that weren't, squashed or crushed by the government. And they saw the red planet and they went, oh, look, it's Nibiru. And so that probably added to the mislore, the misnomer of the winged planet Nibiru. And, and we still hear to this day, we hear a lot of people say Nemesis or they slap in Hercubus, or then some people cross tag Wormwood, and all of these are misrepresentations of stuff that we've documented as well, going back through from crop circles all the way through hieroglyphic information texts, and from the green tablets to the Chinese tablets to you name it, and I could go on the Mahabharata and all of that.
So there's a connection between what we are seeing now, guys, in our history. The ancients have told us and have tried to warn us, but it has been played off as folklore, as something that's not real. Just what's the word?
At some point in time, some archetypes were mixed into our normal planets.
Yeah,
and then everybody goes, "Oh, they're talking about planet Saturn." And unfortunately, David Talbot and the Symbols of the Alien Sky also touch on that same subject, and I recommend everyone should watch that. And Rocket Man, if you're listening, that one for sure should be on the movies.
Absolutely,
if we can
that
get away with
that whole series.
Yeah.
Why the solar system? 10 reasons the solar system is electric.
Well, electric universe. We live in an electric universe by multiverse.
If you want to understand, guys, because I think the biggest confusion with people is that they take into consideration the current model that mainstream pushes of gravitational thing. But if you really want to understand things, you have to get with the electric universe theory. I don't think it's a theory, but it hasn't been widely accepted yet. But
it's a
go look up the Thunderbolts project on YouTube, and all this will make perfect sense. As long as you have in your head the gravitational thing, you're never going to be able to accept this or think.
Yeah, Earth, we're running around a dinner plate year after year after year around our star, going inward, yet something outside is pulling us out away that keeps us in this place. That's not how it works.
Yeah, and we
That's
don't move
not
through
how it works.
space. As if we didn't move,
You follow our star, you have to visualize it sideways as if we're following a bullet. And with static balls, it's like when you pull one sock out of the dryer, you get three. That static connection.
So we're always behind our star. We're always behind playing catch up.
Yeah, and we're
I love that
electrically
heliocentric model you always put out for us. That's a really
it's
cool
traveling,
video.
but we're connected.
That's another one that should be included in the videos.
Definitely, it really helps. It really, really helps.
We don't break our connection. We we warble, we offset, we jog, but we don't break our electrical connection. And we're attached to a even larger solar system around a even larger electron cluster holding the two stars as a compound. It's an electrical atomic structure. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Yeah, I was getting the volume down on that, but there's an example.
It's so gorgeous. How can you not imagine that it's living and breathing and moving, It's beautiful.
And now you have to add a second star that's much larger system that has a tighter spiral, where ours are elongated farther apart. And then every 3,000, 4,000 years, we trade sides.
Okay.
Because we are a binary, and therefore the smaller is like, okay, and a really good example is the spiral asteroid. We watch the spiral asteroid go by directly over Earth all the time. And in some of the captures, you can actually see the smaller little sister behind the spiral asteroid, which is why there's that spiral lope to its progressive nature. And this is exactly what we have in a larger scenario. Is our solar system is the offset backside spiral to the larger secondary solar system, binary solar system. And there's the two of us in every 3,000, 4,000, 3,650 to 4,000 years. We're still working off of man's science. So, I have to stress that. And it does cross my mind to the years that this cycle is. And I'm only working off the information we have here on Earth, and I don't have that direct number coming from off-world. So sometimes I'm a little skeptical, even just to even say 3,654 years, even though that's the base number we've been working back up. We think that you need to look somewhere between 1650 to 1700 BCE.
Wow.
And that is the transition of the last cycle. And there's evidence of that going back to the Egyptian dynasty breakups and stuff like this. And then the Hittites came in and took over, all during this climate change process. And then immediately 100 years before that, there was an early climate change issue that was going on, etc. So, you go back through history. So I'm attempting to attach credibility to the common knowledge date, and I'm still tiptoeing around that. But anyway, I digress.
If I shoot off all the time, it's because Lindsay said the aurora's going to come tonight. So I've been trying to catch the aurora.
Yeah, there's been several X-class flares that went off the last 3 days. There was a really big one, secondary flare. Now that coronal, God, I had the number. It's 31 something. I had the number in my head and I've forgotten it. But it's coming around Earth facing right now as we speak. So if that baby burps the X-class flare at us, we could have an event here. But that's why everybody's internet and TV and phone service and everything.
That's what I was thinking.
Last 3-4 days.
But he's like, it's an attack. Blah, blah. I'm like, there's all these flares popping off on the sun right now. This is why nothing's working. I don't know why people aren't putting that together.
Go look up the government magnetosphere reports right now. I guarantee you it's insane because we are getting blasted by coronal mass ejection. Most of it now went behind Earth, so that means that that stellar mass is going to spin past us in a wing. It's like spinning with your arms out. It's like you smack somebody behind you as you spin in dance. And that's what's going to happen. We're going to get the wake wave here within today or tomorrow, and of that X-class flare. And there was a couple of them. So, and then they're watching it right now again, and I have not looked into the sun within the last 12 hours, although I've been keeping up with it. We may be due for another big X-class flare because the last one was huge, and it went behind Earth, so, and that was on stereo A. Okay. Yeah, everybody, these planets are real, and we've documented this, and you don't get these reoccurring patterns, and we get this information from around the world every day. And
so Shelly on Facebook asked she said, I've noticed when we have a solar flash, I see the asteroids the following day. Are the asteroids some of the cause of those? ?
Point of view. No, sun flashing. There are asteroids crossing the sun, and you will see sun effects and solar effects. There's planetary cutoffs. There's changing the bell lighting, the hourglass lighting, the shaft lighting of the sun constantly, depending on where you are, on what part of the planet. So that's kind of hard to answer. The asteroids do discharge. They create light scenarios and really freaky ass storms all on their own. But I wouldn't say that you're attributing it properly. I don't mean to pick at you, but think a little bit bigger.
Not directly.
I'm not trying to down you, but think a little bit. Yeah, not directly, but think bigger.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Lindsay. That was Lindsay who said hi. Hi, guys.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Lindsay.
Lindsay Arbuckle.
I was trying to pull up. I saw that JD was in the comments.
Hey, how you doing?
I wanted to say hi to JD. I don't know where his original comment was from, but I saw that he was here. So JD is one of our friends. He's our moderator for Nibiru Followers Anonymous. I was looking earlier. He had been in my group since 2019.
Right.
And that's about a year before I ever even started seeing the planets. I was like, somewhere else at that time. But
that's
anyway,
when I joined too. That's funny.
Yeah. So
he said ion superhighways are a common capture during the 180-day cycle. I've had my fair share of capturing these during severe electrical discharge.
Wow.
These is a fact.
Yeah, because there's and when you have accelerated ionization link between a larger body and a smaller body, you have a bleed off that goes up one direction, and then you get the discharging on the other direction because they're statically different, and then they don't crash into each other, they physically repel each other, and we've seen hundreds of thousands of examples of that, which is why we learned it did this. And I mean, I was thinking, around 2013, oh my God, we're going to get pasted, and we're in such deep trouble. Look at all of those asteroids coming in. Oh, Jesus, dig a hole, save rice, warn your friends, man, it's coming. And then we watched it happen. And I'm going, oh shit, we're still here. So,
right.
I had a huge, and I wasn't, trying to, be Henny Penny screaming, the sky is falling. But I am telling you that these asteroids underneath, this is, we're attributing Wormwood to it. We're attributing to Apophis is this asteroid group, and many other references, the dragon, and throughout history and lore, and many civilizations that have all watched this, and they've all documented. However, they attributed it to different lore in their understanding of the times at the time, as a general rule, which is why they carved, a lot of this shit out on rock, things that took them years to do to warn us that we're all looking at now, going, "What's that mean?" And so we've cross-referenced all of this information for well over a decade.
And it all agrees. It all agrees with history and everything that we have shown. It all correlates. Just wanted to add to that. Go ahead, Rebecca.
No, you're stay on track. I was just going to bounce back to something I was going to say about JD. So I didn't mean to interrupt you. So we're on two different places, but no, you're right. There is so much historical evidence that people before us saw the same things that we're seeing right now. There's no question. They left behind their signs and symbols and
right.
Rocks
and they talk
and
about the same thing all over the world. different
Right.
civilizations all around the world. They all have some kind of the same stories.
And they all do it in a unique way. I mean, some people
Right.
did cave drawings, some did carving. And I found something kind of intriguing a couple of years ago when I first came here. They're called the Towie balls, and they find them up in Orkney. And they look like those dodecahedron things that they also found in other countries. And they're all different. So I thought, wonder what they saw. They must have been seeing things. And then they gave these things, maybe like 3D things, to the kids so that they would remember or something. I just sit there because I work with kids. Like that was primarily what I did before I came here and ended up, peeling potatoes and washing dishes and tending people. But the children, those toys, they were like toys that they found out in Orkney and other places all up here. In the Northern Hemisphere, we don't know really where the continents and things all moved to, because like, where was Atlantis? Like they said that we are the remnants of Atlantis. So they must have been on your continent and on my continent. And if you look at the way the continents blend together, we were all together at one stage.
The current scientific location of Atlantis is in northwestern Africa, in the eye of the desert there, in the
the Eye of the Sahara or something.
I think everybody saw that on the news feed this week. That Eye of the Sahara.
And you have to reiterate that only a few thousand years ago, the Sahara, northern Africa, was not a desert, and it's got like 200 feet of sand on it now that's been deposited. Now there's a couple of scientific groups. That one group thinks about 6,000 or 7,000 years ago, and then there's another one group that say 3,000 to 4,000 years ago. And so I'm tempted to say that the Sahara came in literally after the last cycle, but it may have already started, but I think that maybe it magnified across the rest of the continent of the northern hemisphere of Africa. So I believe the onset, and there's a lot of information that's buried under the Sahara, because the Egyptians fed a lot of people, and they had to have that whole area producing wheat, and it was irrigated and all of that, because the Nile is not even in the same place that it originally was. And the Nile most times was to the west, and then it moved farther east over time as well, which different cutoffs and movements of the major rivers and some of the tributaries, etc., and how all of that river water has been flowing. That too, and the fact that the Madagascar region on the middle southeastern section of Africa is absolutely splitting apart down there, and yet while Africa is actually heading into the Mediterranean and making it smaller on one end.
They said that continent seriously moved,
and widening it on the other, and actually the shores of the Mediterranean between Italy and Africa have drastically changed, and there's multiple different reports on that. Some saying it's moved one way, and some saying it's moved another. Now that is currently one of the most volatile underground magma chambers on the planet that should bear watching, is everything around Italy right now, because it is, and they're actually documenting the rise in ocean level, which is actually the land raising because of pressurization of the Italian volcanoes. Because everything else around the world, and I was watching the Mexico City volcano this morning, and of course I've continued to watch the stuff that's going on in Iceland, and then there's a new there's a new one that went off somewhere, and I can't remember exactly where it was, and it was a major, nice, brand new volcano going burp. So there's continual. Oh yeah, it was in Japan, and one in Japan went off big. And so there's a lot of activity going on, and of course it's not making media either, which is also filling our skies with crap. And I love this comparative drawing. There it is, guys.
Especially on the left side, you can really see.
My drawings match all the time. They match.
I was going to say that we don't talk enough about that. I think I really do. I mean, we talk about planets, and there's people that are skeptical, which is understandable. This is a big big, information. But your drawings, I mean, who else is creating drawings in advance of what the sky is going to look like, down to the smallest of details, and it actually show
You
up,
mean like the sun
day
being
after day worldwide.
slightly cut off underneath the yellow moon right now?
And hi,
In the
Thunder.
drawing and in
I'll
the
say
picture?
hi.
Yeah.
That
Like,
part of all
right
that
now.
part of all this is so cool, guys.
This
I
is a
just
huge,
can't-
huge
I
part
can't-
of it.
I
The
can't tell
journey.
you how fun it is to see Sam's drawing and then
Right.
take pictures later, a couple of days later, or even that same day,
Right.
and then comparing it, and it helps you all understand as well what it is that you're
What we're
seeing. So
Right.
it
Some
makes
days-
you it makes you it
not-
makes you pretty good at this once you start doing the comparisons.
What I found really helped in the beginning was every Wednesday I would go to the internet cafe where I stayed, because I didn't have this capacity on the phone that I had to be on the internet. And maybe there's a lot of people like me that are really curious and they dabble about and go, oh, click on the Nibiru sites, but they don't get the full magnitude of what Sam was trying to show us with the star-seeing talent, which is what he used to put into his little videos. And then I loved it when he had the little paper cutouts and would show us and then go, oh, it was like the scientist going, oh, no,
Yeah.
this one, and then putting them all together. And then you could actually see what he was talking about, like relative sizes and things like that. So it actually built better in my mind. But I think that's what we need to do again to show people,
Well, these
something
were
like
from
that.
last
Sam.
night. Are
Yeah,
these
these are
mine?
from Christopher. These are yours. Yeah. I was
Last
gonna
night
say,
was
these are
incredible.
Yeah.
I was
Wow!
out
When did
for an
you
hour and
take
a half.
these?
It was incredible.
When did
Yeah.
you take these, Chris?
Last night,
Wow!
about 4:20 to about 5 o'clock, I was out there, and it was incredible. This was about 15 minutes after I started, so you could see Nibiru, and I saw them Yellow Moon, and they were solid. It wasn't like this. All right, it started off dark, and then the sky underneath, you could totally see our blue sky, and then the cutoff line, it was incredible. I sat out there, I videotaped it. I tried sending the video to Facebook, but I gotta cut it down. It's too large. And then I stayed out there for a while. This is what you got to do, guys. You got to, allow yourself some time and just watch it. Don't just, take a picture and then, oh, I don't see it, and then just stop. You got to let this play out.
You gotta watch.
Take a
You gotta
picture
watch
of the
and
whole
hang
sky.
out for
Right.
long enough to really see things. Things move rather slowly.
Yeah.
You have to sit out there for a little bit.
And it was incredible. What I saw last night, the illumination Sam talks about, you think it's a sun. That is not the sun shining. It is sunlight illuminating on the front ends of these asteroids and planets. And it was one of the most incredible things I've ever seen. And then, just like Rebecca said, down to the smallest detail of Sam's pictures, the lead asteroid came right in underneath the sun, and about 2 hours later it was moving southeast, right? And it started off like the size of a pea, and by about an hour and a half, 2 hours later, it was over the south, right over our heads, and it was huge. All right, it was like the size of a football stadium at that point. So it went from the size of like small dime to it's just over your head. It's huge.
Yeah, and
last night was incredible.
I've noticed that there's a weird angle to the light even from a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of pondering like, oh boy.
Oh boy.
What are we going to see now? I mean, what's coming in? Because at that angle, exactly as you're describing, that we're seeing the facial rotation of Uri over the top of us.
Oh, you can
literally in the northeast, where it used to be at dawn it would be in the deep northeast and
Nice.
stay there. It was so large, and it was just so large, and it was there, it was there, it was there. But now we're watching them. They've actually lifted up and higher above us and are passing into the light more. And so we're seeing different angles and different facial expressions of them in ways we've never seen, which is why this is really. I got a really good picture of Tony. I believe he's in Sweden or Norway today, and I hope you'd seen those already today, Rebecca. But I could send you.
Just saw them.
I
And
did.
yeah, they're
I
great.
did save one of them.
From Tony.
Yeah, I downloaded a video of his, but that was all. I
Yeah,
barely
okay.
even
That's
saw
probably
it.
the
I just
one.
saw it.
Yeah, all I kept was
Forget it, though.
all I kept was the still capture. I can pull off of Facebook
Okay,
again because it was
let me
cool
get
to
it
see.
moved over so we can watch it because I could tell it was gorgeous. I really didn't even take the time to watch it. I just wanted to get a copy. So, so we'll watch it together. Let's see.
Look at
It's
that.
36 seconds. And I want to say something about JD real quick while he's still here. But I just want everybody to know that he's going to be our guest this coming Tuesday night.
All right.
Yeah,
Yay.
so
I'm
I
really
know he
looking
finally
forward
made
to
it.
that.
He confirmed
Right.
that with me. Yes. So he's, like I said, we go back a long ways. He was
Cool.
in Sam's group since 2017, Jesus, which is about the time me and you got
Yep.
involved. So we're all, graduates of the same time frame, basically. So
JD is very knowledgeable, and
yes.
I
Right.
love his
Absolutely.
way of looking at the world. I think he's a very wise. Having to him coming on the show.
Right. Yeah, I'm excited too. Says we'll finally get to see each other face to face and visit, and that's always
that's
exciting.
always nice.
So especially as long as we go back together. So it's going to be a big treat.
Yeah, and he posted on Facebook the other night some pictures that his daughters took, And
Yeah,
they were
they're
great.
seeing it
I
too.
think that was awesome. So get
Yep.
your family involved too, guys, It's kind of hard sometimes,
Yep.
but
I wanted to say something
keep at it.
too,
They'll warm up to it.
as far as JD, just to go with what Jesus said, the way that he views the world and conveys it it's beautiful. And he taught me a lot when I first started, especially about not jumping the gun when you think you recognize something and actually
Right.
going back and having lots of comparisons and being like,
Mhm.
oh, okay, this is actually that. So I'm very excited that he's going to be on
I
Tuesday.
know.
Oh,
I'm disappointed. I won't be there, but it's gonna be a good show. He
Well, you
knows
can
it.
always watch it on YouTube afterwards.
Yeah, he
Or
knows his
maybe
stuff.
you're welcome to hop in a few minutes if you
No,
want. So
I
just
maybe
say,
I'll try to do that. Yeah, even just for a little bit. Just to say hi.
right.
Yeah, it's like saying how do
Yeah.
you do to everybody that we've been ticky-tack typing to for years.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's usually what I do on Saturdays. Saturdays is one of my busiest days, but I'll
Be a little
stop
time.
by for an hour or two, and then I go back to work.
That's
So
great.
Yeah. That's
right.
cool.
I'm happy you do that. 'cause
Yeah, that's what I was
Wow.
talking about. Was
You're
this
off to
shot.
that.
That is the side of Uri, that entire
Wow.
orange area.
Yeah,
That's his
everybody's been
backyard.
seeing that today.
You will
and
never
look at
get
that
over
thing.
that, right,
Can you
Rebecca?
believe that?
And there
What?
in front of us
We'll
is
never get over
Nepenthe in
that.
the background.
No, I know this guy gets to live there, you guys. That's his daily view.
Where is
I'm
this?
like
This is
Yeah, that's
Switzerland.
Uri right there.
Switzerland.
I
Yeah,
can't
it's kind
tell
of
you
unique.
how jealous I am every time I
I
see his
know.
view. Jeez.
Look at that.
Look at the lower
That's
area,
right.
how
Where-
light blue
where
it
in the
is,
world
and of
did you
everything
say
above
this
Look
it
at the
is?
different
is black.
colors.
He's in
Okay, so-
Switzerland, Chris.
Oh, okay.
And look at the turquoise blue at the horizon.
Oh my God! Look
Right.
at that.
That's the real sky. The
Yeah.
rest of that is planets over the top of us.
Leo.
And then on the right of the red line, that's Nepicity above our sky.
Yeah, in the purpley.
Probably.
Yeah,
To
the right.
Bethany is
Yeah,
behind
yeah.
'Cause that's
in a way, and Atu and Atu's moon are directly above us in this view.
Oh,
And then you've got some of
wow.
the asteroids coming in at an angle from the upper left corner down toward the horizon.
Look at that look at that separation there with
Right.
unbelievable. That is incredible.
And then the green blue at the horizon is the side of Nibiru.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Wow.
That green is coming from Nipicity. That's your,
Right.
A clue
Yeah.
that Nipicity
So
is.
Nipicity is
above.
just that little sliver right there in the dead center.
It's back
Yeah.
behind. Yeah.
Okay. And then Nibiru's
Right.
on the right.
Nibiru's on the right, and then
Wow.
the Saturn's yellow moon is coming in up at the middle of right there.
My God, that is incredible.
See the ion tail going away from the red
Yeah.
blob at the mountain
Right.
crotch. That's where the Saturn's yellow moon is in front of the Saturn, and then the green-blue area is the side illumination of the planet of Nibiru. And the rest is purple coming off of the direct illumination of Atu, which is directly
Right.
above us, which is giving us our earthly purple hue.
And you can tell just from the way Uri is illuminated that
That's
those
the
are not
side
our
facing-
clouds.
You see that niche in the
would be
orange line?
in the sky.
That's that
Yeah.
inset of Uri's outer atmosphere that goes in slightly.
Okay. Wow.
And we see that niche all the time. And then, of course, right below it is where the Tan asteroid and the Salamander asteroid group is burping out of.
Oh,
See those little line niches in the atmospheric face? They look like little mouths, little Pac-Man mouths.
Wow.
Those little white straight lines are insets in the side stripes of Uri as it planes out horizontally here. You see the little stripes of Uri?
Yeah.
In the orange yellow area.
Wow, look at that.
And that's Uri, the background shadowing of Uri. And you see at the horizon line, it's light blue. But up above, it's purple, dark.
Wow.
That's the shadow area of back end of planet Uri, which is a gas giant, which is massive. And right next to Earth. And how they're not catching this in the live cams, I don't know. And yet they have in the past. Rebecca's got videos going back years on it, as well as I do.
Well, the thing, the thing is, people see blue and people see white clouds, and they just attribute that to our sky.
Yeah.
And I can't stress this enough, guys. Blue and clouds are very common. They're not specific to Earth. The planets in the middle of the day that are gonna look blue, they also have an atmosphere of clouds that look just like white clouds. Of course, they have, the Mammatus cloud. Every planet has a different kind of cloud, but
us and
we
the
have
sun,
atmosphere.
so we're seeing their dark side.
Yes,
That was me.
it'll be
We're
slightly
seeing the dark
darker
side of
blue. It'll be a slightly darker blue, as we were seeing in that video we played a while ago.
And that's what you do when you
but
walk
it'll
out the
still
door.
be
If
blue.
you got your gray black. But if you got your gray black sunglasses and you walk out your front door and you look straight up, I would, a lot of people just look at the horizon and go, okay, I see clouds. But if you look straight
look
up and
at
then you do
that.
the parking lot 360 and you with gray black sunglasses, you will see a dark blue area here or there. And then you look down at the horizon afterwards. That's why I always say, look at the dark areas first. You'll notice the rounding below that Jesus has learned and Rebecca has learned and Deandra and Christopher has learned, is you'll learn to see these patterns of repeated placement, and you'll see activity, and then you'll see the facials, and then you'll see the drawings, and all of this information stacks up, and before you know it, they're recognizing it automatically because they've seen the patterns over and over again, and this is how you do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's just incredible. I'm still shocked every day. And last night, I just I keep losing my words every time I want to say something. I'm just
tell people because
excited and shocked by all this.
You're a new expert, and explain to people what you've been watching just the Texas Cube alone.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so the first time I saw it in my own pictures, Rebecca had to show it to me. I didn't even know it was in the photo, right?
Right.
And when she showed it to me, I was like, I see it now. I didn't see it at all. And I couldn't believe I actually took a picture with that and just didn't see it. So
Right.
it showed up in maybe two two different shots, two different pictures. I was in two different spots around my neighborhood, so different angles of it, right? You're seeing this square object. Sometimes it's a lot smaller, sometimes it's massive. And after that, I maybe saw it one more time. I got a picture of it like at almost right 30 minutes before dawn with Atu's moon. So yeah, we're seeing it with Atu's moon all the time, the Texas cube, right? And
correct.
That's another photo. I didn't see it. I thought it was Nipicity, right? Because I was still learning, and I had this picture of Atu's moon. It had kind of like these finger projections, but I still couldn't, I couldn't see it. So it was Atu's moon and not Nipicity. And that's what Sam's trying to say. There's repetitive, every planet has its own base cloud, its own type of clouds, and it's all repetitive. And you just got to pay attention and just let your mind absorb this stuff. Like, you're not going to be able to say, oh, this one is that. Don't try to pay attention to that.
Is it the side of Uri?
Allow yourself to absorb what you're seeing and go to that later, trying to say, oh, that's Atu, or that's Nipicity, or that's Nibiru. Try to learn throughout the day when you can. I know everybody's got lives and stuff like that, but try to take the time out of your day to go outside at least once a week for at least an hour and just watch what's happening. And with the Texas cube, so after Rebecca showed it to me in the photos, I hadn't seen it for I started seeing it in December of last year. Then I didn't see it all the way up until the 1st of this month. And after that, I've seen it almost every day. And again, I didn't see it in my pictures. Okay. The first time I saw it, I knew it was there. I could see it with my own eyes finally. And it hides in the clouds. When Daniel was on the show the other night, he was talking about how, the Texas cube, it's going in and out of the sunlight and it's experiencing all these, huge degree changes. It's in the hundreds of negatives in the cold, and then it's, super hot. And when it hits our atmosphere, it creates these huge condensation clouds. You can see it. It's like steam coming off the surface of this thing, and it leaves
the pathway of its travel.
It's incredible. I got a picture of it yesterday, and I haven't seen it look like that yet either. It just had these drag clouds. You could see it forever. It just went on and on and on. You can tell where these clouds are coming from. This thing is huge. There's a square in the sky. I can talk about this thing for hours. I can't believe that every time I take it, sometimes I don't see it. And when I take a picture right to the left of the sun, you will get a capture of this cube. Just go back and look at your pictures. Look at the pictures you have that you've taken on the immediate left. I'm sorry, did I say right before? The Texas cube is on the left.
It is on the Texas cube is on the left, and the
right with Atu's moon, right? And it's so weird when you go back to your photos and all of a sudden you see it, and it's just so cool.
I would say gentle correction on something that you said. You said that you didn't see it, but you did see it because you just hadn't learned to identify
exactly
how you do it. So you saw it.
Yeah, I saw it. You know, but and that was a problem I was having, and maybe I wasn't trying to look for it. It's freaky.
Yeah.
Okay, it is a freaky thing, especially when I saw it on the 1st. We were shopping at Walmart, and I swear, like walking outside, before I got outside, I just felt something was going on. And sure enough, you could see Atu's moon coming in. And by the time I got home, that's when I saw the cube right over the neighborhood. It's just so weird. Hanging out in this like cloud band that came right out of Atu's moon, right? It's like, you see Atu's moon, and then this cloud. It makes this drag line, and it's hiding in the clouds.
And it's usually behind a few of the OCG asteroids that are behind Lead Asteroid and Red and Spiral and Little Sister. It's parked underneath Attu's moon, but in between us and them is the crossing asteroid onset of Uri, as well as the onset of the base cloud of Attu.
Yeah.
That's what
Which
I say
is
hi to
also
Irene.
part of the formation of the Attu snailfoot, etc., that does form when Attu does a close Earth pass.
Hello, Irene.
And it kind of freaked me out too. Like I said at the beginning of February, I was getting a lot of pictures of it, and just 1,000 questions and ideas are going through my head. So I just made a little video of the pictures that I got. I posted it on the Nibiru Followers Anonymous group page, and you guys can go look at that.
Which one is that, Chris?
The one with the Texas Cube one that I made.
Oh,
yeah, I'm not saying to put it up now. I just, I'm talking to the people in the chat. If they want to go on Facebook, they can watch it there.
Got it. We'll get it here in a minute, though.
Okay.
We can watch it.
I want to say hi to Irene. She's she's been a fellow Skywatcher for some time. It's the first time I see her here. So
how
I
you
just
doing?
want to say hi.
Yeah, here she is. Here's Irene. Irene's in Florida.
Yeah.
So, yes.
Okay, that
Long
sounds
time
Happy
member.
you're here.
Long time
Yes, she
valued
is.
member.
I think before me. I'm pretty sure she was there
Been around
before I was. So.
Quite a while.
For me,
Very
for
devoted,
sure.
wonderful person.
Yeah. And I have pictures. Let's go ahead and pull up pictures that Tracy from YouTube has sent me. We have a couple of
Is this
Tracys.
Chicago though?
Oh, this?
It looks like Chicago, maybe.
No.
Is that the Trump Tower that's getting hit?
Right?
I think that's
Look
the
at that,
Sears
though.
Tower on
I
the
mean,
right, and then the Hancock Tower is on the left.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
I think that's the Trump Tower, maybe.
The purple area is the planet Attu.
It's
I love
incredible.
Chicago's highway tunnel
Right.
system.
I mean,
around
that's
the
pretty
city.
close.
Chicago's
Pretty
incredible.
close.
Yeah.
So the blue area is
driving around Chicago City proper. Is wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, Amanda agrees.
I ended up on my way to
Chicago.
Milwaukee when I was trying to head to Montana. It was confusing,
Yeah. My whole family's from Chicago. I went there when I was like in my early 20s to visit my cousin, and he was showing me around downtown, and they have this building called the Merchandise Mart. This building is so huge, it's got its own zip code.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
It's just
Chicago is very
buildings there.
Sounds like Dubai's airport.
Canals, bridges, and all kinds of stuff.
I don't understand the buildings from the previous century are so incredible. What happened? Why do we have the ugliest
this conversation?
And it's just, I don't know. It's just weird to me.
I think they know time is short and they're not going to bother with architecture. You know what I mean?
Almighty dollar.
They know in the last few decades, there's not too much time left to, build these masterpieces. You know what I mean? So why at the last minute would you start to do great things? You know?
Let's call it modern, contemporary buildings.
We'll go political and we'll say the destruction of the unions in the United States, when we used to make everything and then we sold off to let China make everything for us and send us a bunch of crap that doesn't
prefab buildings.
Okay.
The almighty dollar.
Modular building.
When the United States stopped making cars, when the United States stopped making hammers, when the United States stopped making railroad ties and electric engines and big machinery and this and tractors and you name it, was the day that we signed our own downfall. And that was, the 80s. And everybody found out how cheap it was to outsource our labor force, which was stupid. Granted, pay $1 more. It used to be where craftsmen, you go buy a craftsman lawnmower and that damn thing would last you for your life. And if it didn't, you took it back on the craftsman name. And then literally come the 90s, You couldn't even take a broken Craftsman hammer back, and they wouldn't take it again. And when you go, excuse me, when I bought this hammer, you told me it was guaranteed for life.
Right.
And then you couldn't turn it back in to get a new hammer if it broke. And they did that. And I got, that's when I stopped buying Craftsman. But then all of this shit was farmed out. And so we have to come back to making things again, which is part of what the CHIP Act that Biden got going here, is where we're actually taking and purchasing some of those equipment factories to actually manufacture our own microchips in case the loss of Taiwan, so we won't see a complete breakdown in the world market. If Taiwan was to fall in that technology, because they're currently making the number one top alliance microchip processors, the highest functioning ones. The lower functioning ones are made by some other countries, but the ones that we need from all of our major technology currently are made in one location. And that's why the CHIP Act and everything has also added to our own personal economy as well, because we're bringing back new modern technology to the United States. And we have to do that. We all have to make and start building again and appreciating our value here, and stop focusing on the outer world. On one hand, and we still are big brother, and we still have responsibilities. We could retract some of the funds we hand out freely, but not break the whole world. Because, there's mediation got to be, you got to fly the middle road, and anyone who's talking fear mongering is not flying the middle road. And then being overly conservative is not flying the middle road. And anyone who's being overly liberal is not flying the middle of the road. So we have to remember what politics and reality and good science, including good science, you have to remain, like Leandra was saying, she learned from JD how to look at things in a different point of view. You have to slowly learn. You have to stay in the middle. We have to do citizen science. We can't freak out. And yet, frickin' ET's here. Oh my God.
Right.
We've been telling that to people since we first saw the Empire arrive out of the Norway Spiral in 2009. And I suggest people look that shit up, and pardon my French, but I swear for magnitude of intent in my words. And, and it amazes me to this day, every Saturday and every Tuesday, we still bring up the fact that, there's a massive fleet of ships over the top of Earth, and it is somehow not making mainstream media. And I'm in awe.
Yeah, it's mind-blowing, because
it's mind-blowing.
It's so much going on out there, and it's like nothing. No, nothing. No,
yeah, you're flipping through the 5 o'clock news, you're thinking it's gonna come on. No, not today.
Disappointed every day, right? Like, dang, not today was the day.
Right. I mean, start calling your local news.
Something.
Maybe tell them, what's happening.
RAW. How close is planet Nibiru actually?
Right.
He wrote Nibiru. Nibiru actually to our Earth.
That's a comment.
Approximately, 600, 800,000 miles away. I'm guessing. I could be completely wrong, but Nibiru is so big you wouldn't believe. All you got to do is go out midday when the sun's oddly in the southern sky instead of over your head like it's supposed to be. That's called high
And
noon.
you guys have to understand, everybody watching the show, that we're not funded by the government like NASA. We just don't have the tools that they do, right? Okay.
Worldwide sightings.
Right. That's how we know how we're talking about this. We have the evidence, the repetitive evidence to show all of this. So, it's hard for us to say with any certainty how far these planets are from.
We don't have any laser guided measuring sticks.
I'm working with an iPhone here, so
we never saw things
I've had
this.
people, can you give me coordinates where I'll see Nibiru in the sky? And I go, well, what you do is you walk out your front door midday. You're staring, hopefully not directly at the sun, because you'll be blinded.
No offense.
What were you saying, Leandra?
No offense to the person that asked that and thousands of people that asked that, but what would knowing the exact mileage from Earth to some of these other binary solar system planets, what would it do for you?
Level of comfort.
I think what's important to understand is how close these planets are in their system to each other versus ours, right?
Yeah,
Hi,
it still
Greg
blows
and
me away
Dick.
how in outview. Now we have no way to judge the distance between each other, but in the outview of it, which is what the site drawings are all about,
Right.
Yeah.
it is constantly blowing all of our minds. Everybody who knows this and sees this, it blows our minds how large they are now.
Yeah.
And they didn't used
I
to
would
be.
love to know how far they are, but it's
Yeah,
just
there's no way to tell.
Yeah, I
No,
know.
it's
It never did anything for me to like
Right.
think or even know that. So I'm
Uh,
just
well,
They're
The
close
thing
enough to
is,
see by
that kind of speed.
It could be a couple million miles away, but the damn
Right.
thing's so huge. And as I was saying, you look out the southern sky, and everything at midday, everything to the right-hand side of the sun, at the horizon going up, probably even 20 degrees off the horizon, everything you're looking at will be dark, shadowy, shaded in blue. And all of that, if you're staring south and you turn all the way to the northwest view, doing a parking lot, 180 or whatever, everything you see is planet Nibiru.
Wow.
From one part of the sky, and this is
Everything.
midday,
Incredible.
every
Right
day.
there.
And then as the
Every
evening
day.
onsets, it goes beyond us into the western sky, and then it goes into the
Right.
northwestern sky, and then it goes into the north sky, and then over our shoulders as nightfall, and then we spin the same thing. Come sunrise. It's on the right hand side of the sunrise, and then the sun moves from the east to the south, when it should go from the east to west. It doesn't anymore, and that's what high noon. It used to be over the top of our heads at noon.
But it's also
it doesn't do that.
distorted, isn't it? The size. It's kind of distorted by the atmospheres. It's kind of
Yeah, well, and the pinching
like
of the
those
planetary
mirrors that
shadowing and
appear.
all of that. Yeah, there's so much going on in front of us, including oodles and goodles of asteroids crossing all the time, especially when Uri onset. And then, everything underneath, and that we can't even catalog underneath Nibiru. And we're not even talking about Nana and Amel Saru. Nibiru has 2 moons, and they're small compared to Nibiru.
Yeah.
They're concentric.
Massive.
Nana circles Amel Saru. Amel Saru is larger than Nana. I've watched that by eye in 2012. No one was listening back then, or there were people listening. They were just very short number of people, very small group.
Rebecca, can you go back 2 pictures?
I was gonna ask that.
Yes.
I just have a
Okay.
question.
The last 2.
Wait.
One more.
Yeah,
One more.
let's see.
There you go.
So the bottom one, was that taken by Chris Flanders too?
No,
Okay.
that was last year. I don't even have all the details on it, but it was last year.
2023.
And then the top one was last night
I saw
Wow.
that. one.
Wow.
Okay, yeah.
Where was
It's-
that at?
in Texas.
In Texas. So
Big
yeah, I saw
Texas.
basically the same thing that they saw
Yeah.
in Texas. This is being seen in the same way all over the world. How are people seeing
Keep this picture up.
the same
Sure.
images in our sky all over the world? And I just wanted to chime in on this comparison too. So we can tell it's in 2 different places, right?
Right.
But I just want to talk
Right.
about what it looks like in the sky. So this is how I saw it last night. So the first thing I saw was Nibiru. See how it's solid like that? And then over time, within maybe 45 minutes, it starts to change. You're gonna see a change. That's why I'm telling everybody you got to give yourself some time outside and just watch the whole thing happen. It's
Okay,
just
on the
incredible.
top picture. On the top picture, do you see that central light dot directly above the sun and the straight lines? The long box cube. You're looking at the
Okay.
illuminated flat face of the long box cube, and if you
Wow,
look to the
look at
right, there's
that.
the rest of the body.
Oh yeah.
And then the line above it is the base cloud of Nibiru.
Wow.
It just feels
And
so.
the Saturn's yellow moon is directly
Oh.
behind the long box cube, with the illuminated clouds going upward to the right-hand corner. And that's why that illumination is there, is the under shining of the setting sun, which is shining on a couple of planets from underneath, even though the neighborhood is dark, getting dark. This is sunset. And if you look right where it says our sky and you look straight down between the chimney and the light pole, there's the spiral asteroid.
Okay. Oh, cool.
And red asteroid is above the tree on the left. And that cloud face illumination is the cloud face of illuminated Nibiru, which is now going over the top of the right of the sun at sunset. And again, like this month's drawing, and again, like this month's drawing, you're seeing the illumination. If you look at the horizon line where the sun actually is, hopefully that, yeah, then you'll see that yellow moon is actually cutting off just past middle, the bottom half of the sun, exactly as drawn in for this month's sight drawing. Now, last month's sight drawing did not have this.
Right.
Right.
Yep. And you did a much better explanation about the sun's being affected than I was going to do. But
right.
It just felt so important because those two pictures, it's the same planet, but the sun's positioning and how the planet is.
We've never seen a Saturn's yellow moon cross from the right-hand side. It was coming in, creeping in on the far right for the longest time, and it came forward bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger over 219, 220, 221, 222, 223. Then we started seeing the major ion tail bleed off in 23 strongly, and then the sight drawings, of course, depicted this. And I got the angles because it changes, because we had some changed views as the planets were rising up and getting higher in our out view that I couldn't actually account for it in both possibilities in one drawing. But anyway, and so now we're seeing a transition that these things are so close and so large now, they're actually cutting over the top of us at the transition of the middle of the day, where they're going into the left area, and we've never seen the Saturn's yellow moon do that before. It's the closest, largest pass of a Saturn and a Saturn's yellow moon that we've ever seen, because before in 2013, 14, 15, we saw her off in the distance lower left-hand side as Saru and Uri and Nibiru were visible. And then all of that changed in the early years, and then everything went away from us and then spiraled toward us again. And we watched all these cycles come right back time after time. Okay. And so we've never seen the behavior that we're seeing now, because we are actually underneath them, and they're passing beyond Earth in ways that they didn't do before, in greater magnitudes, longer runs past us. And this is why, if you look at the size of Nibiru now, is way bigger than we've ever seen it before as well, which is also Nibiru, or excuse me, Saturn's yellow moon is also way bigger than we've ever seen it. Now, Rebecca, do you have that crop circle orbit model with the tag?
I might. Let me look and see real quick. I know I have a folder about crop circles. So let's see if it's the one you're talking about.
That I put the tag on names on that one crop circle. I've used it for years. If you'd like,
I know which one.
A copy of it fast, whichever you think is quicker.
I know, right? Let's see. Hang on a second.
Well, whichever you want. I mean, I find it in a heartbeat, and I can hand it to you on Facebook.
Okay, I can tell you I don't have it if I don't.
Okay, I know right where it is.
Got it.
So. Oh, you got it?
I got it. I see it. Okay. Let me just refresh it so it will pop right up.
I'll come back to StreamYard.
Hey, we got Dave's Waffle House in the house.
Whoa!
Oh, nice.
Wonderful.
With a very nice donation thing. Glad to have you here. Always glad to have you here, man. Planet X Hunter. That's that's it's an honor.
For years, trying to get hold of you, Dave, for years. I'd love to have a chat some evening. Please come on our show. We'd love to have you as a guest.
Huge fans, all of us.
Right. And I don't know if we've crossed correspondence or not. I've left my email address. But if you haven't seen my message, yeah, I agree with Sam. We definitely would like to have you come on here. So I'll reach out to you and leave you my email address again.
Yeah, all of us are big fans. We love your work. I wish I saw more of it. People do send it to me. I unfortunately can't subscribe because I can't even get into YouTube. I can watch it, but I can't get into it. I can't even comment on things, which sucks. But what I gotta do is I gotta fly Rocket Man up here and let him play with my computer.
Yeah. What do you need done, Sam? What do you need done?
Sam needs an education for one.
Okay.
I started on teletype, so I'm
it's
grudgingly
changed a lot.
my own century. I was chuckling about that too because I was watching The Right Stuff, and they were showing the people back in the 70s, which is the year, the 60s, and the first early rocket launches. And I was a kid back then, and so I was just amazed by the difference of how we lived back then and societal conformation and all of this, and how we live today, and this cross reference. Phew, holy cow! The world that we live in now today compared to what I grew up in. Holy cow! Yeah. Well, Dave, we want to hear your opinion. We want to know what you're seeing. We want to know how you learned what you learned. We want to know what you're seeing now. Have you seen the Texas Cube? Have you seen the Long Box Cube? Have you seen the Star Destroyers? Have you seen the Empire Orb? Have you seen the Skull Asteroid recently? Oh my God! I saw some pictures this week that just I'm still looking at them, going, oh my God, look at that! Oh my God, look at that! Oh shit! Jesus doesn't even want to know what's behind it. Oh my God, look at that! I'm bringing you back to stop looking at your phone and start listening. I'm kidding. Yeah, Dave, we'd love to have you.
Actually, I just lost my signal. I lost you guys for a few seconds.
Okay.
So I don't know. I didn't hear the last.
We are having a magnetosphere effect from these coronal mass ejections from the star, and it's active as hell. And this is also
the signal here has been just horrible. I'm running Wi-Fi off of my hotspot on my phone on my laptop, but it's doing better than I thought it was.
Oh, I've been corrupted for mornings for weeks now. Every morning, my internet is horrible, and it ran all the way to about 11 o'clock this morning. So, and I'm probably clicking out now, and I don't even know it.
Okay, this right here, this picture, I saw it all morning coming in this way. Not as dramatic as this picture, but you could tell these little ridge, what I would call almost like an eye on tail kind of thing. But this is a thing to look for, guys. I saw it today, and it was very subtle. But as the day went on, it got a little more pronounced and more pronounced, and then full blown planet passing.
Sir, this is the dragon.
Look for these little subtle things, Joe. Pay attention to them and start watching them throughout the day. Throughout the day, you will see that it gets. I'm sorry, Sam.
I'm sorry.
Throughout the day, you can watch that, and it'll come in closer. But look for these kind of patterns in the sky, and watch them throughout the day, and then you'll see them eventually get closer, more pronounced, and before you know it, you'll have a full planet passing.
We talk about the 180-day cycle, and what you're looking at right there, guys, that whole area, that gray middle cloud thing that sort of kind of looks in the bottom half is like a winged thing, and in the top out, sort of like a jester's mask from Carnival or from the movie theater, poking at space out there. That is Wormwood, that is Apophis, that is the Tan asteroid, that is the Salamander asteroid group, that is the bottom half of Uri, and this is going to get a lot closer as of the onset at the beginning of March, and here she comes. And I'm not trying to scare people, but people, we need to pay attention to this, because that, and it's much bigger, and he's only got a portion of this picture, or he's got way more than this picture in his last shot. So you could go back, and there's more to it. You got more of Uri than just the Tan asteroid group. You've got literally the dragon, the top head of the dragon. This is what that winged thing that wraps around. It's also the bottom half of the salamander. In the blue area, from the middle of the picture where it goes blue, you can see the legs and the back legs and tail of the salamander. And then the upper body is that middle area at the middle right of the picture, and that is the Tan asteroid.
was gonna say, here's it when it was facing the other direction too.
Correct.
That similar shape.
And this picture comes from 2018, 2019, when Yuri was on
this
the other side, on the right-hand side.
It's one of those ones.
Yeah.
This is where it gets
really
its name.
is.
It looks like a salamander with two arms, 2 legs, and a tail and a head, holding onto the side of a ball. And this is the same thing from the other side. But we're only looking at the lower half of the body.
Right. You can't, and unless you got a super camera, it's impossible to get the whole image of what you're saying.
Yeah, it's so huge right now. It's you can't. You have to take several pictures and join them literally.
Yeah. So don't get upset with your camera and start freaking out.
Yeah, proximity. These planets are so huge. They're also blending into each other, and it's hard to discern one from the other because they're all literally. You go out your front door, no matter what direction you look, we're swimming under planets. And yes, they're that damn big.
Like how many times the size of Earth would you say each of them are? Like, approximately.
Well, we're looking at two gas giants, first of all, and those are the smaller ones. And then Saru and Nibiru are vastly large. Those are water-type planets. You have to actually go into YouTube and look that stuff up for yourself.
Right.
The comparison between a rock-type planet and a water-type planet. Earth is a rock-type size. Nibiru and Saru are water-type planets. Go look it up. Go do a comparative. Now, Yuri and Atu are gas giants, and gas giants are figuratively large. Give example, Jupiter and Saturn. Yuri is approximately standard gas giant size. Atu is a gas giant connected to Yuri, and we know it's a gas giant because of the angled clouds. They're straight lines, but they go at an axis tip. And I think that's directly being that it is connected to larger Yuri. And then, of course, we know that Atu has a moon and the asteroid group and all these things that orbit. The larger shit orbits outside the bottom base of the two of these. And Atu is actually lower in horizontal height away from the center line of the equatorial region of Yuri. It's below it, but still always attached. And there's a base cloud that runs between the two of them as well. A drag-off cloud between the two. And then in between is where the Skull asteroid hides in the back. And there's just all of the shit that we've watched over the years that we've, done all these comparisons. And we watched them come in when they were really small and compared, you have a basketball and you have a softball, and here they come, there's Atu, and, the softball, and then basketball-sized Yuri, and then they got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and we're now to the point where these things are sky pillars. And only because we learned the base clouds and the colors and the orbitation patterns, and we've done the documentation year after year, including the site drawings, do we know the level of science that we carry today.
Wow. Just look at the color in this picture of Atu. It is, look at that. That is insane.
And I can tell you pretty much that this is an older picture. And of course, Nibiru is in the right-hand corner of the horizon.
Wow.
And the yellow moon is why that yellow and orange area is on the right-hand side and not on the left at the horizon. Yeah, and Atu is the gas giant, and it was been parked over the top of us for a couple of years now. And it's been huge. I mean, anybody who's ever seen Atu's moon up close, which was the greatest show of all time from 2018 going on.
It's crazy.
And Atu and Atu's moon are the most overly captured compared to all the planets combined.
That makes sense to me.
And then second, of course, is Nepacity because of its individual tipped axis and unique snorkel and open core illumination, and the fact that it's green. And of course, Atu is purple, and that makes them a whole lot easier to identify on approach. And then, of course, when the planets come in closer to us, they turn more blue. But in the earlier years, we were getting nonstop visualizations of these color illumination changes in the sky, and everybody was taking a picture, and everybody goes, "Oh, that's just normal sky color."
No. Like with regards to the color, last night, I could see, I'm looking directly down at the sun. It wasn't the sun; it was the planets that were illuminated on their front. But when I looked towards Atu's moon, the whole sky turned purple. All right. And then when I turned my head and looked towards, I saw him gelling him. The purple went away.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see it in the video that I took. It is, it's so weird.
I was going to say, Chris, you sent me a video on YouTube, or no, I mean on Gmail. You emailed it to me.
Yeah.
And I'm having trouble saving it. I was going to see if you could send that to me on Messenger.
Okay, I'll try to. If I can't, it's going to be too long. I'll just have to cut it up.
Oh, how long is it?
I don't know.
That should be okay.
When you fall in love with the sky, time doesn't matter, does it?
I
You
know.
just go,
On
until your
example of
arm
that.
gets sore.
An example of that is our show last week. You know.
I'll send it to you in a minute.
That's fine. That's fine.
When your arm gets sore and you're like, oh.
Our Tuesday show last week, we didn't get off the live podcast for like 7 hours. You know,
I was late. That was the longest I was on.
Yeah, you were. Man,
you stayed awake, Julian?
Yeah. All the way, Leandra, all the way. But then that was because when Daniel showed up, that was so interesting. Because I was starting to go like that. And then this guy shows up and he's so full of life. Wow.
Well, he came in at the right time. I think we were kind of dragging along, and then he came around and kind of pepped us back up.
Yeah. I'm going to get that clip too, because Christopher cut it down and I can actually save it easily. So I'll get that.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, experimental. Yeah, I think I did do it that night, but I could because I was on a 4-day off cycle. Tonight and tomorrow, I'm going to be so dragging my butt, but it's because I'm in 2 double big long kitchen shifts. I mean, today was the long day, and we had to do the full cooked breakfast for 18 people who are really poorly. And then you've got all the fussy stuff at lunchtime that you've got to do as well. And then I was actually complimented, and they said that the toasted cheese wasn't so bad tonight. I got 10 out of 10, I think.
Cheese?
Yeah, well, toasted cheese, but it wasn't me that put all the stuff together.
Hey, Jillian, did you write down my cheese sandwich, grilled cheese sandwich recipe?
Oh.
Was it good?
Well, that's why I'm asking you if you wrote it down.
Clearly not.
Everybody's got their own special things that they put in.
Well, I gave out my secret grilled cheese sandwich recipe here.
He said, "Do not offend me."
Hey, look at that! I'm psychic now.
I mean, I'll take it.
It's easy.
I can't
The trick
cook myself
is
anything, so.
Well, you cook it in butter,
good.
and you coat your both slices of bread with mustard, and then you put your cheese on. And then you sprinkle your cheese with deeply, heavily wood smoked paprika.
Deeply, heavily wood smoked.
Yeah, I say that because you want fresh paprika.
Yeah.
Sometimes you buy paprika, you have it for 4 years, and by the time you get to use the bottom of it, it's kind of like it's red, but I don't taste it.
We need fresh seasoning. Fresh paprika.
I use my paprika when I weirdly put it on my chickens.
Well, but the UK people do a lot more curry and all of that, so they would be using it more than we do in America. So you want fresh paprika for it, but mustard on both sides, heavy on the paprika, and then you slowly fry it in butter. That way you don't burn your butter. But that's the greatest cheese sandwich, grilled cheese sandwich that ever was, and I used to actually serve them in the restaurant.
Oh, yummy!
French's.
Right, yeah, French's mustard, yellow mustard.
Yep.
Correct. Both sides of the bread.
Both sides of the bread.
It's the tangiest, it's the yummiest grilled cheese sandwich. And if you're using sliced cheese out of the little pole package, which I recommend a good cheddar. There's different variants of what you want to do, but that's the same thing with paprika. But even if you're using American sliced cheese, I recommend 2 slices of cheese.
Was your cheese really thin?
Yeah.
We Americans, we buy it in a bundle that comes in all these little plastic, that we.
Well, yeah, you get that here too, and you got it in South Africa. You open up the little bit of plastic, and your rubbery cheese pops out.
And if you buy the cheap brand, you can't open the plastic package because you have to get a knife to be able to find the edge. and you fight the damn thing, and by the time you get the cheese out of there, it's destroyed, smashed, and squished.
Isn't about
Anyway,
13
well, I
bucks.
always buy the national brand Kraft, of course, but anyway. Because
Anyway,
I
yeah.
got teenagers and we do sandwiches.
Did that give you time to download while we were having our magic food moment?
It's
Love it.
almost
Hungry.
downloaded. The video that Christopher put together showing, our friend Daniel Davis cracking into our show.
Awesome.
So,
love it. Love it.
I was so shocked, guys. I could not believe that. I kept looking
Somebody
at
who's
this
on my
person.
friend list send me a copy of it on my wall.
I'm like,
I don't know what to
IRS?
say. It's like somebody's at the door and I don't want to answer it, but I had to.
Yeah. It was interesting to watch you guys get a little bit paranoid, and I was going,
I know, I
okay,
really
bring it
was.
on. Of course, I've suffered every variety of person you can imagine, from name callers to you name it. So I wasn't hesitant. I was going, yeah, bring it on, let's go.
Yep,
Oh, this
I
is
know, I
new.
know.
Yeah, I'd love to hear it.
It was
even,
new. So
even
for
if it's
those
somebody
who
that wants-
weren't here on the last show, we were several hours. And Thomas, I'm not going to forget about you.
it was
I will. We will come back to your
6
question.
hours and 1 minute.
But yeah, we were 6 hours into the show.
Yeah,
And,
6 hours and something, yeah.
I looked down, and in the box, I could see that somebody had arrived into the show where they were waiting to be pulled up, on camera. But I had not
Backstage.
sent the link out to anybody else, and I'd never seen this person before. So I kept looking at it. I'm like, who is this person? And finally, I told people, I was like, guys, there's somebody, here. So let
Somebody
me
snuck in the backstage door. How'd they get
he
here?
cracked his way into the show. Literally, he was watching on TikTok, and he said he took a screenshot, and he was able to determine our IP or something, and he didn't know if it would work or not, but he found his way.
So
into-
desperate.
I know, he was so excited.
Oh,
though.
he was so
I'm
excited
actually
when he
talking
popped
to you
on. He went,
guys.
"Oh, I'm on with you guys," and we felt like movie
Yes.
stars.
Never in my
There we
life.
go. This is
Yeah,
great.
I never had either until my car blew up. So
Well, I can't
What?
even get a
What's the
cab out here.
difference between Uber and a taxi?
about
Um,
100 ride,
Well, yeah.
and
Yeah,
4
what?
hours. It takes them about
Yeah,
4 hours.
Hey
It's
guys,
$50 for me to even get to town from here.
I'm in shock.
I have to drop 50 bucks.
So there is a person that is in the queue to be on the show, and I don't know who it is. Like somebody, I don't know who it is. I see him there.
Where? Oh, I don't even
I
have
don't know what to do.
them on my
Help
thing
me.
here.
No, there's somebody
Okay,
here.
what-
I guess I'll bring him on because
Yeah,
I don't know
yeah.
who this person
yeah.
is, so I don't know how they got the lead.
You always have an off switch.
Are they
you always
cracking
have the
into
off
the
switch.
system?
Yes,
I
we
know.
have. No, we can get, or no, we have.
I
Yes, we
know,
can get,
I'm like-
whichever we
Well,
wanna
you
look at it.
didn't
like,
send
no.
down an email. Oh wow.
No, and I don't recognize this person.
Okay, that's
So,
a little.
it's-
That's a little.
Hello,
Little weird.
mystery guest. Hello,
Mystery guest?
Welcome.
Okay, well, here we go. All right.
Okay, this is new.
Oh,
Hello.
hey, I'm actually talking to you guys? No
Yeah, you
freaking
are.
way!
How did you get on, man?
Holy hell, I have followed you guys for freaking years. Okay, on Facebook, it's Daniel Davis. I post
Daniel.
Rebecca on
Oh,
Nibbling
wow,
Flowers
are you
Anonymous
Daniel?
all
Are
the
you
time.
Daniel? You're
Yeah,
Daniel.
I post all the damn time on there, and I'm the one that sits there and is a huge stickler on, guys, make sure you put the location, make sure you put which direction you're facing, what time it is, because that is exactly how somebody from on the other side of the nation is going to be able to say, hey, you know what? That position is actually correct because this person, based off of, the distance of 3 or 4 or 5, 6 different states. Hey, so you're actually seeing this face. You're actually seeing this face of the base cloud. You're seeing this illumination from this type of an angle because, it just, yeah. Anyways, yeah, it's actually awesome to be able to talk to you guys.
I
That's
love
crazy.
you already.
Right?
I love this
How did
guy.
you get in?
I'm
Yeah.
digging the energy, man. I'm digging the energy.
I know.
Oh yeah, it's
your
actually
show.
awesome. I have tried in so many different ways to try and talk to you guys, actually physically talk to you guys. And
Please,
well, okay,
talk.
the reason why I was able to get in is I follow Rebecca on multiple platforms, but I follow her through TikTok. In the TikTok queue, I zoomed in on the exact IP address that's displayed in the bar up top, and I copied that into my Google browser, which took me directly to your guys' chat.
Wow.
That's determination. So you get 100 points.
Hey, like I said, I finally figured out a loophole. And I'm like, holy crap! And I'm like, you know what? Let me see if this works. I wasn't even sure if it was going to work or not.
Okay, what's your first name again, please?
Daniel.
Daniel
Davis.
I'm Samuel. Very, very nice to meet you. We have been waiting for you to come to our show to share your experience, how you've learned this and studied, and what you see now. Please tell us.
Well, basically, I stumbled across it at random. It just, as a kid, I was always a real big science, and I was more of a chemistry and a physics nerd in high school.
Me too.
And I was always that kid that would. I got the good grades. I got 3.8 GPA, 4.0 GPA. I was always top of my class. I graduated number 13 in my high school. I prepped all the honors chemistry and all the honors physics stuff. I was a TA for all that stuff. But I was always that one that said, wait, so why is it that the math just doesn't always add up? If they've been studying this for hundreds, if not thousands of years, why is it that there are certain things that just don't make sense or the numbers don't line up? Oh, well, that's why it's a theory. Move on.
No, that was always called the Heisenberg uncertainty principle.
Yeah. Yeah, and it always baffled me as to why these things never coincide and why these things never worked out.
That was published by the Heisenberg Commission in 1880.
Yeah. Yeah,
and they stated that because they watched their experiments didn't work. And if they didn't watch them, they would have turned out okay.
Yeah, exactly.
And that is the same reason that I had issue with Einstein and the gravity well. And
yeah, and see, obviously, in high school and stuff, you have to study the material just to be able to pass, to be able to get the grade. But I always had those questions, always had those curiosities. And one of the times.
Okay, so as the
that was awesome. That was awesome.
Great.
I am cracking up. Christopher's face the whole time.
Oh man.
Hey, Zeus started rubbing his head like, I don't know. Yeah. Julian was like,
I'm just thinking, I'm just waiting for the guy to be like, he was like an IRS agent or something, Not saying that I got a problem with that. I'm just saying.
That was hell.
Hi, and welcome to my world, Christopher.
I get that. Gosh, I went back and looked at his posts. He's got great posts.
I do recognize his posts. I've seen his work for some time. He doesn't have a beard in his profile. Right. So when I looked at it, I was like, I don't recognize you. But when he said the name, I was like, okay, I've seen that name before.
Yep. Yeah,
and he has some pretty cool posts.
Yeah, we've seen his stuff for years.
The master of disguise.
Yeah, it's hard to put people together. I sometimes mix people up, thinking one person's another person because you meet them at the same time. And, we're always meeting so many people around the world. And there's a lot of people, and I'll say this, there's a lot of people that get mad at me that I don't answer them. And then some people their feelings get hurt and they go, well, fine, I'll stop talking to you. And that's not the case. And Rebecca can attest to this as well. We get so many messages from so many people that we can never, ever hope to answer everyone. And we do try.
And we do our best to answer questions.
We really
try.
Do. Like, seriously, guys.
We're here every day. And some of us, unfortunately, have been unwell and or busy taking care of our families.
Say hi to Ninja. I don't remember seeing Ninja here, but he's here now. So
welcome to the Nibbler Citizen Science Project.
Rebecca, I got some more of those sun pictures. I sent them to you.
Oh, okay. Okay, I got you.
Where I sent mine. Where I sent mine is where.
Okay, all right.
Raw asked a question earlier that I really want to answer. He asked if
Ninja is saying in French that means peace be with you.
Oh, okay, thank you. That's why I was like, what language is that?
Pretty. Thank you. You too. That's why
But to answer Ross' question, he wanted to know if we should be concerned about Earth's well-being, and I say no. Earth will be here. It's us that are gonna.
It's the fleas that inhabit Earth that are in trouble. We are going.
That's right.
We are seeing drastic climate change, and we are going to see a very, very difficultly, uncomfortably warm summer. There's going to be forest fires. There's going to be flooding. There's going to be mass storms. There's going to be close passing asteroids. There's going to be electrical discharging. There's going to be planetary passes. There's going to be all kinds of extremes that we've never even prepared or planned for, and it's all going to be going on right in front of everyone's faces. You can ask currently the Russians and the Chinese right now what they're going through in their winter. And it is 52 degrees in Lolo, Montana, when it's supposed to be minus 20 to minus 40 degrees in February. Wow. Normal temperature in Montana in
52
February.
Degrees here right now.
Oh. And it is far too warm. Planet is tipped. They're talking about the jet stream scenarios. What's about to happen in the coming by Monday for you, Rebecca.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, before I go there, Leandra, how's your soil and your weather? I've been watching your weather and concerned for you.
Oh,
It's just strange, very strange. It was raining,
but you're safe and not, the hill's not going to come down and wipe your house out.
Oh my gosh.
I'm safe here. Southern California is not really doing the best.
Have you been feeling the tremors of the subduction tremors going on in your area?
I feel like I feel stuff all the time.
Oh no.
Other people do not feel it, and I'm just like.
There's a difference between earthquakes and subduction tremors.
Okay.
There's a whole series, and in the last week and a half, 2 weeks, there's been well over 500 subduction tremors going on from Seattle all the way down to Northern California. That has to do with the Juan de Fuca plate subducting underneath the North American plate. So there's also a great amount of activity going on in the San Andreas Fault, literally from the San Francisco Bay going all the way down to Mexicali, and the Sea of Cortez and the fault line crack going between Baja and Mexico proper. So there's a whole great deal of activity that has been going on, and that has a large part to do, A, the planets, and B, with the amount of rainfall and the weight upon the San Andreas Fault as well. But the San Andreas Fault has been in drought for the last 50, 60 years, and now it weighs currently more than it has weighed in the last 80 years. So those two plates are, and we're seeing activity, especially in the Salton Sea area. And I'm still studying. I'm watching it for everybody. And this is, I figured this is part of my notes on my note page from this morning. And I'm doing my homework. I hope you are.
You've been hard at work.
Sam.
Yes.
Do you know about Treasure Island?
Okay.
The digs on Treasure that.
Treasure
Island.
It's a man-made island.
In the bay.
Yeah, it's right by San Francisco, and I just thought about it because I was there the other day.
Is it near Half Moon Bay or is it north what?
It's Oakland Bay Bridge.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they're building more and more stuff upon it, and
that area has a great. I know the base of that geologically pretty well. I'm pretty familiar with the San Francisco Bay, as a matter of fact, and Alcatraz and all of that, and how the submerged underwater flow and all of that. That has a really good, solid base level of rock, and is not directly anywhere near the actual San Andreas Fault. And the reason that San Francisco Bay exists in the first place is because of the central lake that used to exist in California. In the center of that whole depressed area where everybody's growing everything, which is now refilling, by the way. You can look at the southern, near LA, that whole bottom of that lake area is now actually a brine lake that is increasing, will be there for months, if not continuously in the future. And may get even fuller as the rest of the year comes on. Currently, there's a jet stream pattern that is blowing in, and it's a subtropical jet from the Super El Nino that we're experiencing, and the Pineapple Express. And then now this week, as of tonight, tomorrow through Monday, we're going to see a polar jet that's going to come reaching down in from Alaska and the pole. And then it's the two of those. And this is why I was talking about with Rebecca's weather. The two of those are going to meet over that Pineapple Moisture Express is going to meet that Arctic jet that is about to come down from the Aleutian Island Cove and everything from the pole along the Alaskan coast and Canada and Seattle, and then it'll dive south and it'll meet just over the top of Oklahoma, and then we're going to have an excruciatingly freaky storm between those two fronts that is going to run literally from Oklahoma all the way to Maine. Next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
The weather guy did say, the weather was going to be warmer and the possibility of severe storms. I didn't catch what day.
We're expecting snow on Sunday here, so.
Right, that is that cold polar Arctic blast that's going to pass through from Alaska over Seattle, over Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, and then head your direction.
Hey, Sam, can you answer Thomas's question? He asked this a while ago.
Yes.
Water. Okay. Water. There is space water. Okay. There is water that is created, and this is where I strongly believe that most of Earth's water comes from, is the passing of the Nibiru planets as well. Is the interaction between, we talk about the electron superhighway, and we talk about the discharges of the electric universes and how the planets repel each other. During this process, when the planets come close to each other, there's an accelerated exchange of electron behavior. The electrons are accelerated and they bounce off, and this is where you see the shaft lighting that goes between the planets. Oh. During that process, our atmosphere, our oxygen, is being superhighwayed along with these electrons, and they meet the hydrogen in space. And when you cram electrically oxygen and hydrogen together in a accelerated electrical sort of a Frankenstein process between space and our outer atmosphere, and our oxygen 7, oxygen 11, way up at the upper outer atmosphere of Earth is where these very high oxygen level compounds are, oxygen 11, oxygen 12, and it's like this is where the free or the ozone and all of that becomes these other gases. So in between that electrical interaction is what creates water, and which is why we get some of the rain bombing from the electrical interaction between the bodies. And I believe that's where originally all of our Earth's oceans came from, is the cycles of Nibiru, including the Great Flood.
Wow.
In the Bible.
That is crazy.
The Great Flood as well.
Throughout history, I laughed. I actually openly broke out laughing about a month ago when everybody talks about the biblical Great Flood, and they just say the flood happened. But did anybody ask where that water came from?
No. It came from Earth.
But they explained that in the...
So what, somebody took a bucket and threw it? What? I mean,
or God, or
what Earth rolled over? What happened? So there had to be an exterior source of input in order to cause this Great Flood. And we know, like Doggerland, for instance, we know that was occurred where the water, and of course that had to do with ocean levels rising and everything since the last ice age and all the melt rise. And most of our population history goes back only so long because the ocean levels rose so far that normal man-made archaeology, because most of our people always live at the sea line, at the seashore. Most of our population to this day still lives at seashore, and that's where most of the archaeological finds that we're not finding exist is underwater. And there's very little underwater archaeology actually going on compared to on-land archaeology. Anyway. So I digress.
Thomas, did he answer your question?
Right.
There you go. He even answered extra stuff.
Yes, I always digress into Professor Lunacy.
Ask not Earth.
But the other planets is.
He wants to know where the water from Nibiru comes from. Why is there water on Nibiru?
Because they're a water planet.
I mean, where does it come from? How does
Well,
how do they
they're
get
close
the
to
water?
each other.
Same
They're
process.
close to each other. Maybe they're, God, I don't know. I would imagine, I would imagine
We
they,
can theorize that it was
Right.
the same process. I mean,
right,
why
space
wouldn't it,
interaction
right?
between the bodies of the planets in the binary solar system. Water comes from the electrical superhighway distribution between ion pole and repulsive electrical discharge.
There must have been more of an abundance of those molecules to create all that water.
Right. Once you
with
have
whatever
oxygen,
process that
once you
created
have plants growing oxygen, and you have, hydrogen is in abundance in space.
Right.
And you have the interaction between that and the electrical superhighway scenario where it's highly accelerated reactions because of the discharging and the ion pole between the bodies. Atomic interaction on a subatomic gaseous electrical, Frankenstein-like occurrence, and there you create water because you're jamming atmosphere and hydrogen together, and your precipitate is occurring from the pressurization or changes in transition in electrical.
Right. And I guess there's another theory also for Earth, right? That we have a primary water system, and basically we have an unlimited amount of water. It's always created in the planet, right? It's not just the
yeah, there's underground
where
water
rain
galore, but we
back.
we haven't
There's
tapped
always
into
water
areas of
here.
it.
It's just
Yeah, well,
like
example of that
created
is
with the abundance of
Iceland. They're heating their homes. They're running the Blue Lagoon all off of subdermal volcanic water and turbine pressure and all of this. And there's always water seeping into, and it's a give and take between, lava domes and underground water system, which is part of what creates mounding and gaseous occurrences and tectonic plate frustration and reaction and harmonics and you name it. I mean, it's all connected.
And it says that there must be a lot of ice in space.
I'm sorry, what, Jillian?
Yeah, there's ice in
A lot
space.
of ice. The guy also said there must be a lot of ice in space.
Yeah.
There is space water, yes.
Well, yeah, they
Hey,
say
guys,
that
I'm
a
gonna
lot
have
of
to-
them comets and
You're in your
asteroids
car.
and things have all got, panspermia. They're going to drop on this planet and that planet and, carry all sorts of stuff. Isn't it? I mean, panspermia made the planet.
Yeah,
as
there,
well.
water is life, and there is life all over the universe. So,
Yep. I'd have to agree with that. Absolutely.
and I think
incredible.
Jesus is getting ready to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go, guys. Saturday I gotta just hang out for a little bit, but
Oh man.
yeah, I gotta go back to work. My extended break is over, but I gotta go
Seatbelt.
back. But
Can we talk to your
Listen,
boss?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to
Get him out here on the phone. We need to
Yeah.
talk.
I would talk to your boss.
Where's your
real
boss,
quick.
man?
Sir.
Yeah, I love that about my job, but
Great.
it was nice hanging out with you guys. I saw a lot of new people on the podcast. That's great. Welcome everybody. Hopefully you'll get this information and soak it in, and
Stick
then
it out.
make up
Stick
your
it
own
out with
what's
us,
happening.
man. Stick it out.
But,
Keep studying.
we'll see you next week on Tuesday.
Thank you, Jesus.
you know. But we'll see you all. Leandra,
Have
it
a
was
great
really
day.
nice to see you.
See you
To
later.
have you regularly now. So,
Yeah.
all right, guys. Bye.
Drive safe.
See you again.
Drive safely and put your seatbelt on.
Put the seatbelt down.
Always. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye. See you Tuesday.
Bye.
Jesus is great.
All right. I know. I was
I'm
glad he's
reading-
able to.
I'm
His own
reading some of the
boss.
comments, and I'm grabbing
There was
some
one that,
early Saturn, but
this person, optic glass.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
hmm
Thank you for watching and interacting.
Right.
Sure.
Hi there, Optic Blast. That's an interesting lot of questions.
They're wanting to know what is on Isatum and its yellow moon and Nepicity. What's the surface of Isatum and Nepicity?
And I am in the process of sending you one of my older close-ups of Isatum, and I'll grab
Cool.
another one, and so you can
And
grab
for those
that
of you
one. And
who have sent me pictures, I have been working. I'm getting them lined up. So I already have several ready to go. So we're good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you're ready to watch the show like beforehand, if you know you're going to want to watch the show the day before, you know, during the week, you know, just send in your pictures during the week. That way you don't have to, you know, do it during the show. And it helps us out too.
Right. That's always a good advice.
Good idea.
And hopefully I do get to it before the show. I stay so busy. It's crazy. And then yesterday,
if she doesn't show your pictures today because she
right,
gets a lot
I
of
put them at the
submissions.
top of the list.
It will be there.
Yeah.
We'll
Okay,
show
I
you
sent you
pictures.
3.
It'll
I sent you
happen.
3 early pictures. There's
Yes,
one on
okay.
Facebook from February 22nd from Robert Marshall Smith that I am pulling a copy of, and I'm going to send that to you afterwards.
Wait.
So that will be the 4th picture I'm sending you on Facebook, Rebecca. And that, of course, is the side of Nibali.
And
So
and
I'm
everybody
sending
in
that to you
the
now.
watching the show too, we have to remember that all over the world, certain people are getting images that are just incredible based on their particular area, right? Some of us live in spots that the skies are just not as spectacular as some of these other images we're getting. And you have to put that into perspective too. So sometimes we'll show a particular person's pictures a little more just because of where they're at, what they're seeing. And it's not favoritism or anything like that. It's just because of, you know, where
A
they're
unique
located.
view. A
You there,
unique view.
right?
Great captures. Yeah.
Right.
That's how it is. I think we all have been guilty of sky envy. 'Cause
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm just like
sometimes, and then
I'm
you
done.
just wait your turn. You
Right.
try to wait your turn. Like, okay, the sky has
Uh-huh.
been relatively
You know,
boring, but
and then you see someone else's pictures come in and they're just
Yeah.
so incredible. You've never seen it look like that
Yes.
before, and you're just like, I'm done taking pictures now.
yeah, it's good to pay attention to everybody
Right.
else too, and people that live near you, because you'll know to expect my sky is going to be awesome in another week or
Mhm.
so, and sure enough, it happens. So
Your
That'll
day
change.
will arrive.
You always know that if somebody else sees it about a day and a half ago before you, oh my God, it's coming.
Coming.
Yes, there it is.
yeah, the anticipation is crazy.
I gotta back out. Hang on a second. I'll be right back. I gotta
Okay.
get out and come back
Okay.
in.
So Sam's going to sing for us now, Dean.
Yeah, what a day for a daydream. You know? What a day for a daydream with you. Yeah, I've been lost in my daydream. Anyway,
So what was going on with your roof, Sam?
so it was really, really well. A planet went over, and it was really windy for a while. And then
It's
all of a
abrupt,
sudden,
isn't it? It just kind of happens like a.
yeah, we got
poof,
really
a
warm. It got really warm. There's, you know, and I tried to look up the weather on radar, and of course, radar is not as good as it used to be up here. You can't easily access it like you used to. And I watched, you know, probably Earth's Brain is probably had to go over the top of me, and the object cluster group as well. So we got windy briefly, and the whole house moved and wiggled, and I heard the big crunch crackle in the corner because I'm in the northwest corner of my house right now, and the wind was blowing from the west, and the whole line of the house roof went crunch, crunch, crackle, 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 and it's like, wow. Yeah, and it was pretty heavy. It was big. The whole house moved.
Wow.
Yeah, and
Now, do you notice when the planets pass, Sam, and you have experiences with the wind and stuff like that? Does it come like before they show up, like during?
yeah,
or
there is
after? How do
a little bit of, well, you can watch it on set, and then depending on which planet you're talking about, there are different patterns, and then of course.
Okay.
When the object cluster group does a close pass during the 180-day cycle, it happens over and over again. And this is where we have these freak storms like the one in Canada, like the one in Ohio, like the one in San
Yeah.
Francisco, et cetera, over the years. There's been several in Europe and stuff as well. There's an older picture of us, but yeah, they come by, and we've got
wow.
there's a Montana storm in 2021 video on YouTube. Type that in, see extreme Montana storm 2021, and you may get a chance to see it. But it's like no storm you've ever seen before in your
Wow.
life. The way the discharging and the wind and the destructive power and the light in the sky and all, never seen a storm like that in your entire life. And that's what's on the way again.
On that post you posted, Alejandra, with that video in China. Is she there? No.
She walked away. Yeah, this
this
is I believe a close up of a Saturn from 2018-ish.
Be right back.
Wow.
And it's got this facial indentation depression area in it, and this is part of the facial shadowing to look for on a close pass of his Saturn.
Wow.
And you'll see by the next two pictures evidence of that similar. Okay, and this is early 2015-ish, 14, 15. And you can really plainly see the yellow moon. You can see the Saturn. And I believe it's either Matim or it's the blue asteroid.
Oh, okay. Look at that. Wow. Gosh, I wish I would have seen these pictures when I first started learning about this, because I was just, my subconscious mind did not want me to.
And everybody was screaming that it was lens flare.
Oh, I'm
sure. But when we had numerous captures of it from around the world that match, then it's not a lens flare.
Right. And Sam talks about that all the time. We don't just throw a picture up and say, "Oh, this is this and that." We have picture after picture after picture, and we don't make a determination until 10, 15 pictures later. We make sure that we're talking facts here.
Here's an example of that same facial dip in the middle of the face that matches that same similar shadowing, but at a different light angle. And this is what leads us to believe that there are three moons. The third moon is in the bottom right-hand side, but it's dark. You can see it's a little circle black thing with a little
they're dark, yeah.
And the yellow face moon is the white one in the lower left. And then the side moon, the other one, because we think Saturn has three moons. And this is why I believe the ion bleed off that goes around Saturn actually goes from one moon to the two side moons around the side of his Saturn proper. And they're all very close facially, which is what creates the ion winged effect.
So who took these ones?
Oh, I don't even remember. They're early Montana Skywatcher 1 captures going back 2014, 2015, way back when the Saturn was tiny.
He doesn't look tiny. That looks awesome.
Yeah.
Wow. That makes your heart drop into your toes. You think, oh, my word.
And we knew that what was what by the facial recognition, because certain, the red asteroid looks completely different. So we knew this was not the red asteroid. And we know this has got white moons around it. And of course, back then they were small, and Nepacity and Saturn came in visually in the same outlook, but they were underneath the bottom of Saru. And so for the longest time, we were wondering what the green and the red and the blue blip were that was underneath the huge, immense space cloud of massive planet Saru. And then only after Saru went over the top of us and above us into out of the light, did we see the smaller planets come in. And then all of that changed where everything, the orbitation and everything changed. And then Nibiru and the Saturn went away. And then they came back after 2018, 19, and 20. And this picture, for example, that we're staring at now was 2018, 2019, when the Saturn was much smaller. And we refer this to the Dr. Phil era, 2018, 2019, because I believe this is one of his captures. I can't fully attribute, but I believe this is one of his captures. And
Dr. Phil?
Right.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
No, not that Dr. Phil.
Oh,
no.
I'm like, what's going on with Dr. Phil?
No, not the TV Dr. Phil.
I know you guys said this before. I just wanted to make sure.
It's another Dr. Phil.
Right.
Yeah, it's Dr. and then F-I-L. Phil. F-I-L.
There you go.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I met that guy.
So and this is part of that occurrence thing that I've got glued in my brain, and how I know what I know, and and be able to draw it and all of this, because we've seen the patterns for so long. I have become the absolute expert on these planets. And I'd love somebody else to, hand me some information that I don't know, and I'm always willing to learn. Yeah. And this is part of why I want, Dave's Waffle House to get on the show with us. And, maybe he's going to tell me some stuff that I didn't know, which would be great. I imagine it's very possible.
You know, and before we go too far forward, I want to go back to we were talking about the heavy wind, and Alejandra, you went away for just a few seconds, and I mentioned the post you posted from China.
Oh my goodness,
that was oh my gosh, that was incredible.
That was
it came out of nowhere.
Oh yeah, I watched some of that stuff as well. I wasn't meant to be watching it at the time, but yeah.
Yeah, and JD made an interesting point. He was like, "That probably was the open core," and I was like, "Yeah, you know what? You're right. Like it was crazy wind, super high, and there was water too. So it was like along with the high winds, you have."
Now, when Nepenthe comes in with its open core and then it gets close to our atmosphere, a snorkel starts to form, and it's the most intensely large. And they go, "Oh, look, it's a supercell." No. And this is that bullshit story that they hand us, because this thing is, 800 miles wide. And on cameras it looks like it's 5 miles wide.
Right.
It sucks up the atmosphere, and then it changes and transitions, and then when it leaves and pulls away, that's where you get the rain bombs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And JD long ago came out, and we should actually use that a little more often. I don't know who actual ownership of that picture is, but with what's his name from Jurassic Park. Saying, that feeling you get when Nepenthe pays you a visit.
Yeah.
Jeff Goldblum?
Yeah, Jeff Goldblum. I just couldn't get his name out of it. I use that picture still all the time. That feeling you get when
I think that's a
Nepenthe
standard
pays you a visit.
meme. You can make it into anything. But
And we haven't been seeing a lot of that behavior, but we're still seeing some close past behavior of Nepenthe.
Yeah, that one was crazy. It was a low to the ground shot, but of course, if somebody was farther back up, they would have seen the snorkel. They would have seen what was causing it. But those poor people,
I did not see that. Where was it? Where was it posted?
I posted it in all the groups.
There's some really strange weather activity this week going on in Spain as well. I haven't investigated it yet, but I did see something that needs to be looked at. Optic Blast says Mr. BB won't touch Nibiru stuff. He says it might be just a rogue planet. Unfortunately, there is no rogue planet with people on board just flying around space by itself without its own star. And it's 6 or 7, or depending on point of view, planetary count.
He doesn't believe in it at
its
all.
solar system. Because they are a bigger planet. Older civilizations live there than ours. That's why we are here. We're in the backwater factory mining group of the actual solar system, which is the larger binary twin group, and which is where the Anunnaki and the Nibiruans, and if you go back into that information, Enki and Enlil, and 450,000 years ago, and all of that crap, you'll have all the answers and all the puzzle pieces fit together.
450,000 years ago.
By the way, these are
approximately
pictures
90
from...
some. I'd actually I have to do the math. I always talk about 350,000 years ago was 83 cycles ago.
Wow.
And people have to realize that this cycle shit's been going on. We have been providing the commodities for our demigod overlords for 90 cycles since the beginning of our current species, supposedly. And civilization and history isn't recorded properly, including a period of time where we were sharing space with Neanderthal, which were much larger, and they were miners, and they carried commodities, and they melted copper, and they did all sorts of stuff that they're not even attributed as being intelligent and smart. And in actuality, they had much larger brains, and they were bigger, stronger, massive individuals that were probably far wiser and better hunters than we'll ever dream of, because they had to survive in a different scenario. And people, we talk about even South American cultures, the Mayan and the Incan and all of that, or even the Dugan in Africa, and all of this. There's so many races that know so much more. The Australians and the Aborigines, they know so much more shit about unbelievable astrological measurements amongst their holy men that can be entirely accounted for without that.
And what I think is incredible about that is their accuracy from passing that information from generation to generation. You think it would get diluted, but they know what they're talking about, and it's just incredible.
Yeah.
I think that's amazing that they,
it's been lost because
that
book
information
paper
for so
doesn't,
long.
and vellum doesn't last forever. And, the only place that these things that have lasted in this information is in stone. And they've been unfortunately misinterpreted by empirical science in England and everything, and been cornered away. And anyone who is a scientist that doesn't conform to the rest of his scientist friends is ostracized and made fun of and shut down. And if you go back into the early centuries, the church chalked you up as a heretic and had you burned at the stake. So, and this is kind of what we're doing. We're stepping citizen science a little bit across that next step and stage to hand you time-proven information, even though our standard society and academia of our nation and our Geneva, Switzerland, and our physicists and modern known science is not agreeing on. Well, we've proven it. It's there. So deal with it.
Deal with it.
Shit, come on.
Now, Rebecca, who did you say these were from?
These are from Tracy.
Okay. Can we go back a little bit?
Oh, I love this one.
Absolutely. Let's go back to the first one.
That's Yellow Moon.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get carried away.
We have different Tracy's. So this is Tracy on YouTube.
Wow.
Okay. And I don't know where Tracy is located. Hopefully she's still watching.
Yes, let us know where you
are. Tell us where you are located.
There's a mostly tropical tree standing there.
Yeah. It's like Vegas to me. I mean, but I can't tell that this is a Las Vegas rooftop and the builder.
What's the house number?
Right. Look at that.
Go to the next picture. Over.
Yeah, it does look Vegas-y to me too.
Kind of. Maybe like
hello, Texas cube cutting into the upper right of the sun.
Yeah. Coming in at an angle, like that whole slant.
Yep, that's the Texas cube. And if you look over, there's the red asteroid to the left.
And it's on the right of the sun, huh?
The Texas cube is on
it's
the
upper left.
Upper left. I'm sorry.
11
That's what's
o'clock
cutting into the view of the sun. Why there's a
Right.
cross, straight up, almost vertical flare.
Been a little
Because the Texas
dyslexic this
cube is
week for
cutting
some
into the
reason.
sun.
Yeah.
That's okay.
The 11
You
o'clock
know.
position is the Texas cube. You see it coming in from an angle at the top corner of the whole page or the whole.
Look at that. That's insane.
Yeah,
That's
you
incredible.
can see the square, straight blue streak that it's leaving behind its way.
Just like what I was talking about earlier, the one I got yesterday. You can see the condensation trails, but this one, I mean, it's literally cutting right through that. You can see it. Look at that.
Look at that, Christopher. Tracy is in Vegas.
There you
I bet
go.
your neighbors. Your
Oh.
neighbors.
Yeah?
So funny.
We're like what? South, west, east Las Vegas.
Let's see
Yeah.
which it says.
Let's see.
That's where you're at. Moving on.
Yeah, now this is the one. Like, look, Tracy, look at the condensation trails forming on the cube. And then in your previous picture, you had, the cutout from where it had been, right? Just look at that. That's incredible.
And you can see a darker blue curve.
Oh, yeah.
Of the Atu's moon, that dark blue.
Wow.
Versus
I
the
don't
light
usually
blue by the
see
trees.
it like that. I mean,
Dark
usually for
moon.
me it's transparent, right? But like in the past few days, yeah, that's what it looked like. Totally looked like that. It's kind more solid than transparent now. And
drawing.
I'm
look,
wondering
it's
if that's the
beautiful.
spiral asteroid, like going like kind of
Yeah.
into the sun.
Yeah, on the bottom lower by the two left houses,
Mhm.
spiral asteroid is an inch into the blue.
That is cool.
Okay.
Nice catch.
Kind of like that.
I see it.
Mhm.
And
Oh,
I
look
think
at
it's
it. You can
important
actually
for
see the
all of us
spiral.
who live in the same areas to compare our pictures like this. I think that's really cool.
Yep. It's the best.
You can have a Skywatcher party.
Right?
And you see it time after
know,
time
twice
after
a
time
week.
after time after time after time after time.
there-
It's real.
She says, "What? I had no idea." Yeah, she caught a planet
this
or two
one-
or three.
Oh, yeah.
This one
Yeah.
is
Look
Nice.
at that one.
Saturn's
That's
yellow moon.
beautiful.
is Saturn's yellow moon.
And then there's the spiral again, right, Lahandra?
And they would be
not on this side, right?
Is that like what is
on
this
the bottom
goofy
left,
little spiral
just off the
thing
horizon.
happening? It's just
on the very bottom.
no, up there you've got red and other.
I see the
underneath
red
them.
asteroid.
But
on the right.
That's crossover. But this is actually Saturn's yellow moon over the top of the sun.
Right.
Impressive.
Cutting off the sun, just like the drawing this month, and Attu's moon is farther left and above. This is directly crossing over the sun after mid-afternoon, and this is where this light thing is coming in, which is also partially affecting our weather as well.
Wow.
Very interesting.
That thing.
That's
Yeah,
incredible.
I was gonna get her the
Or lighting,
drawing.
and we've been screaming about the lighting for how many weeks now in a row? How everything just doesn't look right. Look at the lighting of the parking lot and the building.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's not normal. It's just really dark. And if this is the sun supposedly there, this is where are we? 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the evening. Are we looking west or are we looking southeast?
I think this is more. I think this is looking.
What time of
I
day
think
is
it's
the
west.
picture taken? That's a big thing.
That's
I
definitely
believe
looking
it's
west.
looking west. No, that wouldn't be that.
No.
No.
Okay.
No, it wouldn't. That's not what we're looking at.
It's crazy because we
This
know
is Saturn's yellow moon.
Okay,
we know from the drawings to expect Saturn's yellow moon.
It sure is right above our sun then.
Right, and it's
right above
crossing over the sun.
Okay.
So what is the big blue thing then? Is that Nipicity?
No, the big circular blue thing in between these
see.
tails is Saturn's yellow moon.
Right.
Rebecca,
And
I
then
thought it was
up
that
to
to
the
an
left,
wow.
up to the
So
upper
that
left.
whole blue thing is actually the moon. That's how big that moon is.
Wow.
Right, it is
About
that
as big as
big.
a planet.
It is
Wow.
that big now, and that's why it's cutting into the view, and it's really hard
Wow.
to tell what's what.
Okay.
And in the drawing, in the out view drawing, they are right next to each other, and they're cutting into each other from the right and from the left, which is also coming in at an angle because it's above us.
Let's go back to
And
this
that
one.
messes with your head, but that's how it works.
So it's similar to this one.
Beautiful. Look at that.
The one on
Oh
the
my
left.
gosh.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah,
Just
the one
like,
on the left
you know,
for sure.
Just like the picture Sam just showed of the one from space, right? We saw Saturn and the yellow moon.
Yep.
That is
Coming in at the
incredible.
angle in the front. Yeah.
Look at that.
Wow.
Oh my god.
See, I'm not used to Saturn's moon being that far above.
Not that big.
Oh,
Yeah.
It's
I was
big, it's huge.
saying,
It's
even
huge,
though,
and
even
it's
though we know that that's what it's
Right.
going to happen.
Well, we have
been-
to remember back when Attu's moon first started getting bigger, and now we're going to have to continue our brains to say that Saturn's yellow moon is going to
It's
behave
big.
like that, and there's going to be overhead passes where we're actually, seeing
Yeah.
nothing but
Yeah.
majorly yellow orange skies, where it's going to be directly over the top of us in the next couple of months. Where
So is that why the moon was yellow tonight?
Well, where we're already seeing the other couple months ago, we saw these unbelievably red skies, and that was because the direct refraction as the Saturn's going over. Now, when the Saturn's yellow moon gets even larger, we're going to see a combination between the yellow and the red, and Nibiru blue. And we don't even know where we're going to go here as these planets pass into the light and away from us over time. We could be seeing the best part of the show yet to come.
Look at the Falcon again.
So get your subscriptions in now for our platform.
Do you see it, Rebecca?
sorry. What was it?
I said, you see the Falcon, the bird?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, we had pictures last week. And this
Yes.
The wing defect of Saturn's yellow moon does come off like a falcon. And we have pictures from last week that I'm sure.
And then Egyptians got falcons in as well.
Right, yeah, right. And they got the red planet over the head of the falcon.
Mm-hmm.
And they were telling us that this shit
Yeah, you
was
can
real, and
see
this is where
Attu's moon really
the attachment of the demigods and the planets are referred to
Not eating
as
a
archetype
pancake.
gods and all of these other things. This is why the multi gods. This is probably a cutoff halo or an atmospheric halo, but it doesn't go way down to the parking lot and the buildings, so it should be a spatial or an atmospheric halo, not a sundog. If it was a sundog, the circle would go all the way to the car.
Okay.
So that means it's an atmospheric. It's probably a planetary or asteroid cutoff that's going to create this halo. Or it's actual ice crystals in the sky.
I got a lot of halos this week like that. So
this is part of that light pinch thing that's going on, because you got Uri and Saru on the left, and then you've got incoming over the top cutting Saturn's yellow moon on the right hand side, and we're looking at it here as well. It's just way bigger than our heads will attribute to, and that cut in will cause a cut off halo.
What?
And hourglass shape and bell shape, solar patterns. And then we also have to go back to the old movies and look how small the old sun used to be. And now it's way bigger.
Nancy Greenler said, I remember watching them come in and there was so much sky, dots in the sky in comparison.
Yeah, it's, unfortunately, most of the new people that are going to hopefully get on board with this information are coming in so far into the story. It's not even the same ball game anymore.
It's hard to play catch up at this point.
Yeah, it is. It's very difficult.
Bye to Irene.
Imagine.
Irene is leaving, and I'll send you a copy of this
Thank
link.
you for being here.
For sure. So, all right. I think I've caught up on everybody. Let's go ahead and pull up some pictures from Ruth. So let me get her pictures pulled up next from YouTube. Just bear with me because my screen is doing some funny things. I don't know why. It's really acting funny. Okay. And guess what? My mother's name was Ruth. You don't hear that name very often. I sure don't. Her name was Ruth Mary. Ruth Mary.
Ruth Mary.
So, yeah.
Sounds like a Catholic family.
I know it does, doesn't it? No, it wasn't. Well, there is some Catholics further back in the
Catholicism.
Yeah, Ruth Mary. But everybody in the South goes by double names. They were like Rebecca Sue or Ruth Mary or that kind of thing. Yeah.
Amen. Somewhere in the back room,
there it is,
or in the background, there's a crazy man talking. And people can barely understand what he's saying. Oh, hi guys, how are you?
A few minutes ago, someone in TikTok made the comment. They said, "Wow, is that Samuel Hoffman?" they were surprised.
Who is that guy? What's he doing? What's he talking about?
I know. They know who you are.
I heard of that guy, I think.
They were excited. So, Ruth, if hopefully you're here listening, we would like to know where you're located. So hopefully you're here. But what do you think, Sam? Like a asteroid at the 4:00 spot? Those stripes? Or it has to be?
This is an older picture.
Oh, yeah.
I kind of remember it.
I don't know.
We see Uri in the upper left.
This is from our viewer.
Okay.
So
you either see lead asteroid in the lower right, which the stripes are there. That little orangish circle with the two stripes is lead asteroid. You've got the green asteroid. I don't know if it's a lens refraction, but we know that the green asteroid is in proximity of this shot. So, okay, I'm trying to make sure I'm calling. Okay, let me recall the left corner.
There's two. Here's a bigger one.
The left corner is Attu's moon. And the right lower corner is lead asteroid. And the other asteroid, the red asteroid, is in the upper middle left. Yeah.
Okay. So what's this small one?
Okay, we have Attu's moon on the left, cutting in, which is why there's a weird flaring orange flare. Because that's cutting into the facial of Attu's moon. And you can see sort of like these blotchy little black areas, and those are the craters.
Yeah.
And then the striped little orange ball on the lower right that's leaving trail like it's popping out of the sun is the leave behind trails of lead asteroid. And that you can see there's two stripes in it, and that's right, which matches monthly sight drawing. So does this. And this is showing
it's not the lead asteroid. It's just a trail of The lead
No, it's
asteroid.
lead asteroid. See the little, what looks like a little basketball to the lower right? It's in
I
both
do.
pictures.
It's the middle.
Yeah, okay, but that
But
the dark gray
at your
blue one
drawing.
in that second picture is Saturn's yellow moon.
It actually is
Go back.
perfect, Sam.
Go back that one picture,
Okay.
the bigger picture. That one.
Yeah.
See the gray thing that looks like it's sort of like somebody's beard hanging down on the lower right-hand side?
Mm-hmm.
That's the Saturn's yellow moon.
Yeah.
Right, just
Okay.
to the right of the sun is an orange, looks like a little basketball. with
Yeah.
2 stripes. That's lead asteroid.
Oh yeah.
Behind it on the upper left, you can see Attu's moon in this picture is in the middle upper left side of middle picture. Red asteroid is the grayish blip just above the light pole.
Okay.
The Texas cube is just straight up right at the bottom of the top middle of the picture above the telephone pole.
Just like the last
Oh,
one,
yeah,
because
look
we're
at that.
11 o'clock, coming in at that angle.
And behind it
Wow.
overall is the side face of Attu.
So it's just like the drawing, especially on your newest drawing where the lead object is, lower right of our sun.
Right. Yeah, it is gone.
It's
It's moved
very
over. It's
much
currently
right.
in just to the right of the sun.
Very much.
And out
And that
view.
lead
Hello.
object is just, it's phenomenal.
Waiting-
And it shows up
waiting for
small
Earth.
and it just gets bigger and bigger as it, oh my gosh, it's crazy.
And I'm able to draw these things because we've been doing it for so long that I just see it in my head, and I do not copy these off of computer in the morning or anything like that. I don't take other people's pictures and then draw mine. I sit at the table with no computers, no tablets, no phone, no nothing. I don't have a phone.
And we can
I do,
attest
but
to
I
that.
don't.
We see Sam's drawings and we will see what he draws in the sky a week later. I do not, I've met this man over, our podcast. I don't live in Montana. I've never been to Montana. Okay. This is real as it gets.
This is you.
And I just want to say hi to Waiting for Our King. And
Okay.
I'm happy you're here to learn with us because I love it too. I mean, we're all like hooked on this. So you came to the right place. Yes.
Our king never left. Okay. Moving on. Yeah.
Our king.
Well,
Well,
but,
no, our
yeah.
king has offspring. So anyway, this is a rather
need a haircut.
unusual picture.
Not good.
It's
The last one on this phone?
we know that Saturn's yellow moon is cutting in just on the lower left on this shot.
Wow.
As you can see that the ion trail going off to the right. And the rest of it is this intermix of light and cloud and sea trails and other planet on the far left. At the upper left corner is, of course, Attu's moon again, and behind it is Uri and side face and all that. And the light, but this is too small of a picture to actually for anybody to understand. So we can keep going.
Okay.
And here again is the match of,
Oh, wow.
Wow.
this is tipped axis of the
It's a cool picture, though.
Oh, look at that.
It's really good. Really, really
and
good.
probably an older shot as well. Whose is this? And when is this from?
This is from, I think, Washington State is what
Okay.
I'm just now seeing from Ruth.
Yeah, and this matches the tipped axis of Nepesity's drawing so well. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I could just visualize the drawing overlaying
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, you can see all the little bubbles underneath.
Which I
all
drew,
the
4 or 5 years ago, and we keep seeing it. We keep seeing it. And that has to do on out view as well. When Nepesity is on the left hand or on the right hand side, excuse me, standing here holding my right up, and I say left, my other left, yeah. When it's on the right hand side, it has this tipped axis visibly on the right hand side, and it goes over the top of the sun. And this is from past cycles that we got to watch. The plane, the axis plane of the bottom open core of Nepesity, which we've got thousands of pictures of that, is completely horizontal straight. And then when it's on the left-hand side, the axis tip is to the left of the planet. We learned that over the years as well. When these planets come in and they cross paths, and over the durations of time they change, their axis plane tips, depending on if they're on the right-hand side of the sun or if they're on the left-hand side of the sun. And this is all information that we've learned and watched and documented, including the base cloud pattern, tipped axis, blah, 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 over and over for, going on our 14th year now, guys. And it's so absolutely impossible to hand you this information. This tells me, by looking at the axis tip, I would say that this picture could be somewhere about a year and a half to 2 years old. From the illumination angle, axis of the picture.
It might say, I can verify in just a second and tell you.
No biggie that you do, unless they want to, chime in and tell us for sure.
Yeah, some of them, I think she did include dates.
But I remember, and we've seen examples of that. I remember I remember damn near when everything comes in, and we so overly share information amongst ourselves regularly that we pretty much just about see everything out there that everybody's trying to post, and we spend a great deal of our time going through everyone's pictures. It's not like we're ignoring you,
right?
A lot of thumbs up, and there are days that I want to type to people and talk to them and give them examples, and then there's other days that I'll just take the information, and depending on how much time I have and whether or not I got to cook and clean and do laundry or whatever.
Right.
Real quick before you get into explaining this picture, we're coming on the 3-hour mark, and I have to go.
Oh,
duty calls. Yeah.
Well, glad you're here. I'm very glad you were here.
Of course.
Awesome.
I really can't believe it's already at 3 hours, you guys.
I know. Where did the time go?
I know.
That makes no sense
only
to
on
me
my
at
second
all.
cook.
Man,
I'm
my gosh.
halfway through my gallon of water, so it's on par for time wise. Gotta drink your water.
I got my mangoes right here.
Especially all these solar flare foolishness going on. Yeah, you gotta drink your water. Stay hydrated, everybody, and have fun, of course. Always.
Yeah, let's talk during the week and let's come up with more ideas, for next Saturday.
And I'm gonna try to pop in just even for a little bit on Tuesday because
we miss you when you're not here.
I love it.
It's awesome.
I'm talking to you guys,
we're
and I want to see JD. So that'll be special.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, everybody's going to be in a holding pattern on Tuesday night for a bit.
I know. Let's get everybody on here.
Bye, Michelle.
Yeah.
I see you in the comments. I'll see you guys later.
Nice.
Okay, girl. See you
later. Bye, Leandra. Bye-bye.
All right, here we are. Okay. All right. So let's see. Let me go back to her. She added a few more at the last minute, so I got those added. Either that or I got them at the last minute. And I don't even know if she's watching right now. Hopefully Ruth is here, but if not, I'm going to keep track of the time that we're talking about it, and I'll message her.
Yeah, I'm now blind from staring at this picture.
I know, right?
Yeah, I was like, now I got it burned into my head.
And there's a next
another
one.
resolution on my 42.
The sun is just blue. I mean,
it's so bright. Hey, the other day I was out doing errands, and so I stopped a few times. I came extremely close to going live for a little bit. I was really planning on it, but guys, I'd be outside for a minute or two, and my cheeks were burning. I mean, painful. And I figured I'd be sunburned in 30 minutes if I'd stayed out there. It's like steaming my skin.
Do you have a supposition about what's going on with the second star?
Well, I know we've been looking at images that might state that it's started to separate.
Yeah.
And not be directly behind ours.
Do you see this picture that we're looking at?
Yep.
I see it. Yes, I see it.
I'm blowing it up. Do you see that little yellow blip at the bottom right corner?
Yeah, I do.
Wow.
Okay.
I think you should save a copy of this.
Oh my. Okay. I'll send you a copy too.
Because that thing just grabbed my eye after I looked away, and I closed my eyes and I looked over at the pickles in my back room. My computer room became my pantry. And Shiloh doesn't even eat the pickles anymore. And I've got many jars of pickles that nobody wants to eat all of a sudden. And I'm going to start eating rubber pickles, I think. Anyway,
oh my God.
because if you keep them too long, they get a little mushy.
Right.
But I'm looking, and that orange nib at the bottom left of the sun, bottom right of the sun caught my attention, and then I blew up the screen, and it's actually a circle.
Yeah.
Whoa, really?
I've gotten a bunch of those, but not like with this orange flare to it.
See that orange little?
Yeah, I see it
right there at the bottom right. And because you were talking how you see or are noticing that in winter, that you go outside and your face is on fire.
Oh yes, it was really bad.
Okay, and warm temperature, spatial value of our winter's orbit axis, and the amount of light that is actually shining on the planet, and if we're tipped differently, then we would be warmer than normal, which is what is occurring, and why China and Russia are freezing their nards off still. Yeah. And they've been socked into one of the nastiest winters in recorded history, and we don't hear anything about it anymore at all. And we're going to have to wait for SOT weather to come out for February, SOTT, SOT weather. They come up with the best information. And we always end up having to wait for like halfway into March before we get February, because I think it takes them 2 weeks to put together, and then they do the whole month in order, which is really why I love it, because you see, now granted it's late, but you can use it as a reference to go back on information very, very well, and we've done that. We do cross-check information. When we make statements on Montana Skywatcher 2, we'll even go back and actually research, because sometimes it does take anywhere from a couple of days to 2 weeks to get the information that other people post. And then when you find these comparatives, then we share them about. And God, there's so much. And look at the flame like on the right-hand side of this, the flame like clouding.
It's just an abnormal shape. And even the top left, there's
like a squarish thing there. There's some kind of thing, something cutting it off.
Again, and then the red asteroid is in center middle left. And lead asteroid is the black circle just below the yellow-orange circle, but it's a blacker circle. That's lead asteroid. And then the Saturn's yellow moon is just to the right of that.
Yeah.
With the flame-like pattern going to the upper right.
It's incredible.
And over and over and over and over and over again, the skies match, even the clouds match, and the clouds match. And that means when we see it from around the world, I'm not even going to go into anything. This is completely unusable.
Yeah.
Oh.
We can make affirmations about it, but upper left, upper right is the Saturn's yellow moon. Upper left is the asteroids in Attu's moon, as usual.
Rocket Man is back.
Hey, Rocket Man. Did you get groceries?
Yeah.
Did you get me any potato chips?
I think he's froze. Rocket Man, come in.
How about what are those little chocolate bear cookies?
Teddy Grahams.
Oh yeah, Teddy Grahams. Yeah.
Yeah, Teddy Grahams.
They don't taste as good as they used to.
I'm telling you, everything. They're making everything different now. It's weird. I don't know what's going on with the food.
This looks like a comet.
I think Rocket Man needs to leave and come back in.
Yeah.
Or the space tube.
Oh wait, there it goes.
I saw his chin move. Yeah, you're patching out really bad, Rocket Man. He's hopping.
Right. It'll get there.
Hi.
Hi.
God.
Welcome back, Rocket Man.
Was that you? Was that you causing all those? No, it looked like it was taking forever for me to come in. It was weird.
Yeah, you're cutting out.
Yeah, you were stalling real bad.
Yeah, it's probably me. My internet.
Now you're not. Now you cleared for you. Okay, what do we got here?
Oh, what is that?
Okay, I'm going to make the assumption that where's the light coming
That's a good
from?
one.
Oh, that looks like surface features.
It looks like the bottom of a Star Destroyer, like we were looking underneath a surfboard. You see that triangle?
Features from some surface of something.
And then it looks like a Star Destroyer, maybe in front of the Texas Cube.
Yeah, that's a good one. It's got those straight.
See that triangle, that slice of cheese right there, dead center.
Yep.
That's screaming Star Destroyer.
Wow.
That's a cool one. Wow. It has to be. What else is a triangle shape?
Right. Right.
And I don't know if I have it right on hand, but you do have some drawings where you have included a triangle ship.
Yeah,
Oh, hey.
going multiple different, and you can't think 2-dimensional. You have to think that some of them are going up and some of them are going sideways and left and right and down.
Right.
Some of them you're looking at the back of them. Some of them you're looking at the bottom angle of them. Some of them, you always look for the conning tower.
Sam,
Okay.
I know what it is.
What?
What is it?
What is it? Do tell. Oh, sorry.
It's Pizza the Hut's ship.
Pizza the Hut. You're right. It is proof Spaceballs.
What?
Yeah.
You've never seen Spaceballs, Rebecca?
No, I don't
Oh
think
my
I have.
Oh,
No.
can
I think
only
that
tell
was
where
more a
it's
guy movie,
Bad
man.
movie, but it's fun.
Has to be. It sounds like it, doesn't it?
Yeah,
a
it
guy
sounds like
movie.
one of those the guys go through and laugh at and
It is.
popcorn up their noses and stuff, you know.
And
Yeah.
Darth Helmet.
Darth Helmet.
I do know which one you're
weirdest
talking about. Yes,
Ah.
I'm familiar.
I see
Sorry.
your Schwartz is
I
as
I
big
just
as
wasn't
mine.
drawn to it.
May the Schwartz be with you.
Yeah.
We've gone to plaid. Sorry.
It's just, I don't know. Like some things, just some people think are hilarious. I
Oh.
don't think is that funny. I don't understand.
You will.
I got one.
serious.
I got
I'm
one. I drug
serious.
out of the brain
Stupid
dust
movie.
here.
Yeah.
Jared Sin, The Adventures in the Forbidden Zone. That's a cult space movie from hell. Did you ever see that, Rocket
Can-
Man?
Jared
Sin.
Can you send me these titles, please, so I can put them
Well,
on the
you take it,
I'll
write it down.
please?
Okay.
Jared Sin,
Jerry.
Sin.
Spaceballs is
Adventures-
coming too.
Adventures in the Forbidden Zone. And that is a cult classic from hell, going all the way back in the 80s.
Okay.
And it's
Space Hunter.
It's like the parody to the first. It's not a parody. It's a sort of attempted knockoff of the first Star Wars.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
And they did a great job, but it's by today's standards, it might come off as a little hokey, but they did a great job for the time when it was made.
Yeah.
And it's a cult classic. It really is.
Flash Gordon.
Oh well, yeah, Flash Gordon.
Oh yeah, everybody saw Flash Gordon probably but once a year when you went to school.
I fell into a lot of that stuff through my teen years in the 70s, and then well, heck, we can't even what about Mork and Mindy? I mean, hello, Nanu. Yeah.
Cowboys and Aliens.
Oh, I love that show. I have watched
Cowboys,
it.
I loved it too.
Yeah, that's there's a lot to that movie.
That's the gold. They
that
came from outer
gold,
space to mine the
exactly.
gold, and
a minor faction coming to mine it.
You caught that. You caught it. That's good. You are sharp.
Yeah, that's why
What
they
movie
give me all
was that?
that's why I get all the cookies, by the way, Rocket Man.
Cowboys and Aliens.
Yeah,
Oh,
Cowboys
okay.
versus Aliens. Cowboys.
I
Cowboys
never saw
versus
that
Aliens.
either.
Great movie. I've watched it.
It's a good movie.
I do. I love that movie.
Okay.
I'll get
Yeah,
it.
horses and alien ships and stuff.
I'll put it out there since we're talking. About it.
Okay, I'll have to watch that
And
one.
there's some
You
tidbit
will.
handed to you there in that movie that's actually pretty spookily factional. I mean, correct. What did I say?
Yeah.
Factionally correct. I should say factionally correct.
Factionally correct.
Yeah, factually, yeah. That's a good word.
It's scary what that movie actually tells people. And
It
this
is.
is part I really do believe that there is, and we talked about it earlier. I do believe that there is a huge informing campaign, soft disclosure going on right now, and I'm watching it on YouTube nonstop this week in unbelievable ways, and just the iconization alone of some of the commercials that I've been watching is just wow. I mean, everything's Alien this and Cube that and Starship this.
I know.
And the Hollywood story keeps going on. The Miami story on Hollywood. The Miami sighting still has legs 2-3 weeks later, which is amazing because everybody usually forgets stuff within 2 weeks.
What about the X-Files, the movie? I just saw that the other day. It was pretty good.
Yeah, I was always.
Movie, though.
I watched a lot of it, but I never got into the Mulder and Scully.
Yeah.
Their characters were a little thin and
they were young. They were too young.
Well, anyone in the actual business, if you compare my exposure to classified information to what they were supposed to be doing, would have had far more exposure to more information of a factual nature that we would either not see or they would hint at in the show. But they, of course, were running a Hollywood believable show, not an actual government agency show.
Yeah.
Because the information goes up, it does not come down. And I mean, we've been involved. We've been embedded with other races for many, many, many years, and it's just not common human knowledge. And the story is so much bigger than we can even get into details on.
Yeah, Jupiter Ascending. That one is more fantasy.
Oh, that was a good movie too. I love that one.
It was really good. I loved that one too.
I didn't.
And they're handing you hints as well in that movie. There is acorns or I forgot what the other guys were calling it. Yeah, little acorns, little crackers, cookies, whatever. They're handing you little tidbits of truth in all of these movies. And this is what makes me believe that, there's a good faction in Hollywood, and then there's also the disinformation faction as well. Sometimes too much information can be very misleading and take you on a path that you shouldn't necessarily wander in, or a rabbit hole you shouldn't go down. But I think, everybody believes in their bullshit meter, and if you feel that there's something wrong with it, then walk away. And
there's another good movie out. It's a Dr. Death. I think it's a Dr. Death.
I saw an advertisement for that, but I have not seen more.
It's the sequel to The Shining. It's a good movie. It's good. Colorado, you gotta.
I'm not reading I should. I've got it on full screen here. I need to go back down to where I can see the chat. Fox Mulder.
Fox stands for 666.
There was a question I lost track from Optic. I don't know if we here it is, Sam. Sam mentioned a couple of podcasts ago about the standard red. Did you go over that, Sam? I remember you talking about that, but maybe
the star that belongs to the Nibiru group of planets is larger than ours. We have a dwarf yellow. It is believed that their star is a standard red, much larger. And then, of course, they are both attached to the very massive electron cluster gas giant Imru, which is considered a planet of the system group count, but not really. But that's, in the count of what else is out there that's significant. And the actual planet count goes much higher than what mankind considers a planet. So I don't go into those details because our atomic count is much greater of an explanation than what we share here. And it's hard to go into, but atomically, why we have a metal core and we're of the soft metals group on the periodic chart, et cetera, and what our factory planet and binary solar system is all about is all part of atomic chemistry and compounding in space in this 2-atom binary solar system, and how everything works and why we have the commodities that we have and everything in our placement in the Goldilocks zone, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
All right.
Everybody's quiet.
Yeah. No, I'm working. I'm listening and working.
We're listening.
Do we have any music playing in the background that I can't hear?
It's light.
No.
I'm going to change it too.
Okay.
I'm tired of it. I've been hearing it, but
yeah, I have. Yeah, you got headphones on. I don't. And
that could be that could be a reason for sure. I just I don't want to blast people out and make them struggle to hear us. It is distracting when you got too much.
It's got to be minutely distracting,
noise.
so therefore it's adding an air of background to the show.
I know. I like it too.
I can actually turn my volume up here.
Here are some pictures that Jillian sent to me that Michelle had put together. You know, she's been saving these webcam pictures for us.
And now if we assume this is the larger sun that's rising, and it's at 3:04 a.m. I mean, what's going on here at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah, really.
And then we see another rising sun scenario, dead center just to the left at the horizon, that orangey thing. So, I mean, what do we got going on? And they are talking how it's really light, and okay, this is 1:59 a.m. I wonder if that's Greenwich Mean Time or something weird like that. And this would actually be like 7 o'clock in the morning or whatever. My ears are ringing. I don't know why, but my ears just started ringing. So what are we looking at here? We're seeing two objects here, and this has, of course, been reported from Michelle Mountain in South Africa and other people, and we believe that these are from Australia, we think. Anybody with Jillian, look up Noromine, North Mildura Airport. See where that is, if you would, please. You have the phone, right?
Yeah.
You're good at that, right? And I apologize if it's a workload, but
that's right.
Noromine,
yeah, and Naromine, North Mildura Airport.
Naromine.
Okay, I see it.
I believe it's in Australia.
Town in Australia.
Well, and we've been watching for the separation of the two suns, and we had reports from Michelle about a month and a half ago, 2 months ago now, maybe. And I thank you. I got your messages. I haven't.
In the Orana region of New South Wales.
Yeah, so Australia, New South Wales. Okay, so this is at the southern part of our planet, and they have a different angled out view than we do. And this is 00. Okay, this is weird. 0009 a.m. So
she says this is the last one of the 4.
Oh, it is GMT, Greenwich Mean Time. Okay, so we have to ignore the clock, except we have to say it's very, very early, and now we're seeing 2 sun sources. The second star should be lifting past and above our smaller star, and this is exactly what we're looking at. And we need to save a copy of this because this looks newer than the ones we were talking about just the other day, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe, and the activity of our sun is acting really weird as well, which is also conducive to behavior that we saw in 2012 and 2011 prior to them crossing paths with each other. We had the backflow CMEs and all of this stuff. Except now we got different angled CMEs and stuff, and very elongated and very large activity between the negative and positive filaments on the face of the sun, which is coronal makeup. Anyway,
the lady that is who sent the pictures is on the chat. She's there. Let there be light.
Okay.
If you can see what she's saying about the pictures there.
Right. Yeah. I see that now. I'll scroll, see if I'm falling behind. No, I'm not. Yes, thank you. Yeah, this is showing something very interesting, and I believe
there's a group of 4 pictures.
I haven't wanted to call it, but this is literally our 4th time talking about it.
Okay.
And I do believe that we are watching the 2 stars separate. I really do.
Wow.
This is why I asked earlier about what Rebecca's opinion was. I was going to pre-qualify it and see what.
So what I saw during the week, that was an asteroid going past.
Yeah.
Or was it like a burp off the sun from something pulling on it?
Well, asteroids are going to show illumination, but then you'll see a crescenting.
Because that thing was round. That thing was round and solid, and on the right, going down.
Well, the intensity of what we're looking at, and it's both in the center as well, and it also follows into placement that we know that the second star is more in the northeast than our original smaller yellow dwarf, and this is exhibiting the same behavior, and it's rising above. And before we knew it came in from the lower left of it. So this is falling into what we know is the natural course of what we expect. And we could say, whereas Rebecca was talking about where she goes outside right now and it's so hot and it's so burning, because we could say that actually the second star is rising and overshining the smaller secondary stars, so we don't see it as easily up here in the northern hemisphere.
Okay.
And that, if you want an example of that in true space that shows that this happens, you look at some of the binary star systems out there where they have a larger star, and it's really hard to see the smaller star, even though it's right next to it, until certain stages of rotation and orbitation in the solar system that they exist in, and blah blah blah. And there's examples of that in many different. I had it written down.
The sun on this webcam rose and set within about 4 hours in the northerly direction.
Okay.
Yeah, there's something really. The light's weird. We know we're tipped. And I mean, I'm looking. It's 50 degrees here in Montana, and it's not supposed to be. This is not our winter at all. Period.
It's 70 right now here in February.
Yep.
That's
70 degrees in February, guys.
Yes.
Subtle differences.
I'm sure it's really pretty though.
Yeah. And,
but I'm just dreading the heat for the summer.
Well, if those plants were so close to us, wouldn't we have noticed by now?
Right. And if Rebecca's worried in Tulsa, Oklahoma, what am I going to do here in Las Vegas?
I know, in Vegas it'd be 120, 30.
Have you got a shovel?
If I got I know I need to start digging now. Okay.
Yeah.
Make myself a little
that basement, that hobbit hole is starting to look really good. And this, of course, this is why I believe that all the cities in Turkey, Cappadocia, in the central Baltic, Western Baltic regions, where all of those underground cities are going mile after mile after mile all over the place.
Incredible.
You don't dig those holes unless you have to. That's not a vacation. Hey, let's hide from the Romans.
Right. And these aren't just dug out holes in the ground. What's the name of that one complex? Darren Kulu. I don't know the name of it.
Darren Kuyu.
All of that thing is just. It's incredible.
And there are reports that some of those tunnels from Turkey actually extend to England.
They said so, yeah. They said that the tunnels under all of them.
Unbelievable.
Hundreds and hundreds of miles worth of tunnels underground.
Yeah. And these tunnels and caverns they built can hold so many people.
And early
they literally
digging
had sections for different parts of their society.
And early diggings actually do go back to 1700 BC.
Oh my gosh.
Got to throw that E in there, estimated.
Okay.
So, the examples are that you go down underground for a reason. Because and we've talked about this, and I've been warning people, and you can go to Radio Wasteland and watch my 220, my update, my 2020 update, my 2021 update. I don't remember the last time we talked. I don't remember if I did a 22 or 3. I don't remember the last one I did. But then, of course, they did a 2-part series, and we never got part 2, and then they sort of vanished, and we hope that Chauncey's okay and healthy. Anyway, look at my updates, look at my accuracy rate on that, and I truly believe that we are going to fry this summer and also have some really excruciatingly weird, disastrous weather. And then, let's also include the new geologic issues. More volcanic activity, more earthquakes and freak weather, and you name it, it's going to happen. And people need to be aware. And, like that, I wouldn't necessarily buy new lawn furniture this year. Perhaps pay something a little bit on better, check your camping gear, make sure all your camping gear is in one safe place so that if you do need it, find out we've talked about this before. Find out what it takes to live without electricity for one day. Find out what it takes if you have actually no flowing water for one day. Plan ahead, do little drills, figure it's like going camping, but not going camping.
Right.
Camp in your house and watch the people who are maybe not on the fence with you at your level of study, and you just say, hey, let's spend one day without electricity in the house and try to exist.
Or just move to South Africa. You could spend most of your time without electricity.
Well, first of all, you're going to have to go outside and barbecue.
Ask Audrey, she knows.
And how much water do you have for flushing your toilet and all of that?
Yeah, people make cool things out of toilet cisterns to get water.
Thank you. I'll pass. Yeah, I'd rather dig mine out of the nearby river or a mud puddle than going anywhere near a cistern. Thank you. You stay away from human waste products for a very long time, and you hope to God nobody's downstream of you in a nearby village. Or this is why in Montana you learn not to drink your water from where the cow fields are above you upstream.
Oh my God.
Yeah, otherwise you're drinking cow feed.
Incredible. We don't think about this stuff at all.
Well,
and
up here in Montana, you think about it because everybody can. Up here we get the best water. You can just drink out of the. If you're wise, you won't. But I filter it first to get any bugs out. But we don't have a lot of your horrors in our water that everybody else downstream of us has.
I bet.
And we don't have major factories, and we're not on the Columbia River with the Hanford nuclear facility parked 2 blocks
you don't want to be near
the
any
river.
nuclear facilities, do you?
Yeah, groundwater is just soaking in there left and right because it's right on the damn river, and then it's like in those 80-year-old containment tanks that are leaking.
Grocery
One
eggs, one
of the first ones they built, right? In is it Washington?
Yeah, Washington State, Hanford, Washington.
That's a mess up there.
It's the largest plutonium.
Bad.
It is the largest plutonium facility on the planet.
Unbelievable.
They make high-grade plutonium, grade radioactive material for all of the major bombs, and they've been storing it in caves with wooden roofs for 80 years, and some of those wooden roofs have actually broken in, and people were
wooden roofs. That's right.
Yeah, with wooden beams and dirt and covering the wooden beams, and some of those have rotted away. And they know the groundwater is soaking into the river, and which is
that's
going
been
right
happening
past
for
Astoria,
decades.
Oregon, out into the ocean, and for many decades now.
Yep. Unbelievable.
And they don't talk about that.
Nope. They don't need to.
That was one of the questions when I first got diagnosed for thyroid cancer. They said the first thing she said was, "Have you been to Hanford, Washington recently?"
Oh, wow.
I'm not kidding you. That was one of the questions they asked me, and I said no. And she said, "Well, when were you exposed to great deals of radiation?" She didn't say small amounts of radiation. She said great deals of radiation.
Wow.
Yeah, she expected you to be like.
And I immediately knew. Boom! I immediately knew, and I remember the day it happened. And I went out chasing my lawn furniture, and there was this freak storm, and it rained really hard. And I went into the house, and 20 minutes later, I was on fire.
Oh my gosh!
And everywhere,
Yeah,
my
sorry.
face, the top of my head, and my arms, and my knees, and my back, my lower back. I bent down to go get I had to go chase my lawn furniture down the street. And it took me about 4 or 5 minutes to gather, a couple of chairs and the table. I mean, the table went way down the street, so I had to go get it first. That way it didn't vanish or hurt somebody's house. So I went and got that, and then I got the chairs, and then I put them all up on the porch and tucked them away so they wouldn't blow away in the wind because it was a huge storm. And then I went in the house and dried off, and then was in the kitchen doing something. And within 20 minutes, I was on fire. And I mean, my skin everywhere that water dropped, especially where my glasses were, on my cheeks and the top of my head. And I knew, I was thinking acid rain. Oh shit! And then I went and took a really long shower.
Wow!
And for about 4 years, my skin burned in all of those places.
4 years,
including blisters.
Damn.
Yeah, I had blistering scalp, and my cheeks blister, and then the edges of my arms, and then my kneecaps, because I bent over and I got the rain landed on my knees in my jeans.
And that's not the first thing you're thinking about is radiation in the rain.
Yeah. Well, the radiation levels in Canada are huge right now. And if you live on the coast, if you live on Seattle, all the way to the
People
Baja.
think it's a joke, don't they? They think that kind of thing's a joke.
Oh, and they're still dumping that shit in the ocean right now in Fukushima.
Oh,
and
it's
then
bad.
You want to delete any of the fish from one of your
radiation.
facilities. Imagine you're
But I mean, this shit's
and they don't even tell anybody it's in the ocean. You're actually scared to eat things like that.
Easy 15,000 year half-life. If
15,000 year half-life.
It used to be the original, the China sent them 2 reactors went.
Plutonium.
They don't have plutonium there.
No,
they have,
what is it, cesium or something?
Yeah,
or
cesium-214. And so now they have cesium-213 that is eaten through the ground, and they believe it actually came up in Sweden and actually polluted a whole bunch of people there. It went China syndrome. It went all the way to the
China
planet.
syndrome. Seriously?
Yeah, it did.
Oh,
They
my
made 2
God.
reactors actually go China syndrome.
And that,
I wonder what we'd find if we actually did research about where cancer things start popping up.
Yeah,
before we got the latest thing that's causing
if you live in Seattle and if you live in California and you see black sand areas on the beach, do not go near them. They are highly radioactive right now.
Wow.
And I've seen independent studies where there's people walking around with Geiger counters on the beach all the time in California right now.
Yeah.
And if you go to Canada in the middle of Saskatchewan and you go out in the tundra and you put your Geiger counter down on the grass, it's going, 180 rads or whatever. You have to break it down.
And what Sam's talking about with China syndrome is when the Fukushima meltdown happened during the 2011 tsunami, the reactor chamber, ruptured basically, and this radioactive, fuel, melted, turned into molten material, and basically burned through the, containment shell of the, reactor.
Went into the ground, went into the water system, went into subdermal Earth. And they believe it actually went underground and rounded the planet along with the rotation of the Earth and actually came up somewhere within the mantle crust. Now, this is just a rumor, but they said there was this odd, rare radioactive dump from nowhere in Norway or Sweden or something. I heard rumors of it.
Right.
And I want to say it is a rumor.
You're right. And they have these, it's like a scanning machine that they use to look into the reactor shell itself. And it uses these neutrinos, and they bounce these, particles off of the, radioactive material. And it's like a CT scan. They can take a full image and see what's actually happening inside, because the robots they send in there just shut off. They don't last for more than a few minutes.
Well, there's somebody on the chat, Jace Ventura, too, says they're well versed in Fukushima. 4 reactors are gone and 2 exploded.
Yep.
Yeah. The two went China syndrome.
I watched it happen on that day. I
watched it on live TV as well.
I knew it was gonna blow. I just knew it. And as soon as they started saying that the generators were out, there was just and they had no upgrades in that place. It's the same building, the same models that it was built in the 70s.
Their tsunami wall only went up to 30 feet.
Right. They had a chance to build a better tsunami wall. They didn't do it.
Larger tsunami than that. In some cases, it was 40, 50 meters high.
It was incredible.
Yeah. And then that has to do with refraction eddying back and forth in some of the in the ports and the eddy coves or the leeward shores or whatever you want to call them in these nooks and crannies along the coastline. Sometimes that water comes in up, which it was like a 9.6 that went off. And that was in 2011.
Wow.
And, and ever since they've been, now they contain millions and millions of gallons of water to try and get it to de-radioactify and treat it. And they've been treating a lot of it, trying to reduce the level of radiation. But then they got to be so out of room that they actually started here about a year or two ago. I don't know how long it's been, but they've actually started right into the ocean.
Right
and
into the
every
ocean.
damn country on this planet should be screaming at them right now.
Right.
And frankly, the day it happened, I always believed, like, why aren't every country on this planet flying plane loads of cement over the top of that son
Right.
of a now?
Now.
Why aren't they doing it now? And nobody did anything. And they're leaving Fukushima alone. And they're leaving it up to the Japanese government. Every damn country on this planet should have got in on that one and said, hell no.
You know,
we're
and the
still
makers
all-
of the
we're
reactor
all
are like,
wearing it.
well,
I'm
you
an
know,
example.
I helped build this thing and I helped design it, and we knew that it was a bad, faulty design.
Yeah, well,
It's
they
like-
they should have never turned on their first nuclear reactor from day one.
Right? And they have so much better, you know,
And there's
we've
what,
advanced in this thing.
2,500
Like
of them
they've got
now?
a lot of new designs for this, a lot of fail-safe things going on, but they're not.
Yeah,
they're
until you
not
run out of
upgrading
power.
These plants. It's a scary scenario, and we don't.
Until you
I
run out
mean,
of power to keep cooling that shit.
Yeah.
And what do? Well, you know, they still don't know what to do with the waste.
No, they don't. And
Now,
I mean,
there
they
are
had
there's
Yucca
quite a
Mountain,
few
but,
scientists
you know,
that are
that's
working
gone
on
now.
it. And there's a really interesting lady, and she's doing some really interesting studies. And I did watch her material, and she's talking about using it for power, which you could do. It is the problem is it's an excruciatingly expensive containment reactor chamber that takes a lot of money to build that chamber. But once
Right.
you did, it would continue to prove power for a very long time.
Wow.
And it's a secondary way to deal with some of the waste, and we still have no technology going to the waste.
Nope. Nope. You know, they stopped everything at Yucca Mountain in 2008. No
Well,
more.
yeah. I was actually driving by when 3 Mile Island went by. Believe it or not, I was in Pennsylvania when 3 Mile Island blew too. I chuckled about that one. Like,
That's
okay,
disgusting.
yeah, I took a close walk. Thank you. I drove right by it.
Wow.
It might have been the day before it, or it might have been the day after. But I drove right by it. I mean, I saw 3 Mile Island as I drove past it. In I believe it's in Pennsylvania.
Wow.
But I remember, I specifically to this day remember driving by 3 Mile Island. Like, oh, okay, cool. Let's stay in your lane. Yeah, oh, cool, 3 Mile.
Yeah, it's fascinating when you drive by them too. I saw San Onofre before they shut it down. It's a trip. Like if you've never seen a nuclear power plant before and you actually drive by one, it's kind of freaky.
Yeah.
You know?
You want a trip? Go look at Hanford from Google.
Oh no, I know that.
Google space map. Oh yeah, go look at Hanford.
From the space map.
From weather even when they get the like satellite footage of Hanford, Washington. Take a look at it. It's a hell of a show just to study that. And if you've got, everybody's got apps. I don't have them because I don't have any way to buy them. But if you have paid apps, you can do all kinds of stuff nowadays. Anyway.
Oh man.
So you got anything else for us, Rebecca?
We think that's it's a pretty important thing to talk about.
There's lots.
Lots.
Yeah, I got lots. I got a long list of people and pictures. So
every one of us is wearing Fukushima.
Yep.
It's in our RNA.
Yep.
Ribonucleic acid.
And they can tell. They can test that radiation and tell exactly which reactor it came from and from what part.
Today's human is actually wearing every atomic blast that ever took place on this planet.
Wow.
And that is genetically encoded into our RNA as well. Everyone. All of us.
Just incredible.
Okay, so here are some pictures from Nancy in Idaho.
Hi, Nancy.
So, and it's a series of pictures. So I'll go ahead and just run through them so you can see them.
Look at that blue. Why is the sky so dark blue around the sun? Look at that.
I think it's the moon.
Let
me verify.
Okay, yeah, it is.
Let me go back. Let's see. Yeah, it is the moon.
Okay.
They are at 6:30 p.m.
I hope it's not through glass.
Washington State.
Yeah.
Actually, it's from her cousin. Okay.
Okay, because the size is different, so it's less likely to be.
She
through
says,
glass.
I think it's circling the moon.
We have to
ask.
Whose one is this?
Nancy's. This is Nancy's cousin in Washington State. And here's this
I'm
is
tempted
Nancy.
to say
Hi, Nancy.
Empire Orb at
Oh,
Hi,
night,
Nancy. Hi.
out prowling. You know, I mean, there is a little bit of a weird warble in front on the right.
Oh, look at that.
I'm
What
tempted to
is
say,
that?
Maybe it's a lens flare.
Hmm.
Unless the thing is
wait a minute,
moving
now
really fast.
hey, it could. Okay, wait a minute. Let's pull back. We were just talking about the second star.
It is in different locations
Yeah, I mean,
throughout
it's
the
moving
pics.
quick there. Look at
There's
what
it's
is it?
there, then it's
yeah.
And it
It's
don't
moving,
look like a
so,
lens
okay.
flare at all.
It
Yeah,
looks
okay,
solid.
well, we have to
Yeah.
ask. You know, we have to ask if it's through glass or not. But
Yeah.
yeah, we
Do you
can't
know,
come to a
Nancy, if it's
conclusion.
through
But
glass?
there's other objects near the sun. Again, we have to pay attention.
Yep. Look at that. I don't think it's the lens flare.
I'm listening to Mozart. Yay!
Can you hear it, Sam? Oh, good.
Yeah, I'll turn it up for myself.
Mozart, yes.
Yeah, you could turn it up, and I don't think any human brain would mind listening to louder
I don't think
Mozart.
so
Human
either.
brain.
Please turn it up. Please turn
Are
it
there
up.
any human brains that would no?
Oh, you
Let's find
I
it.
played Mozart for my children when they were babies. You know, the Mozart education. I did that.
Mhm.
Right, and then they turn into teenagers and want to listen to their own music. Turn it
Oh,
I
on.
yeah,
saw that movie Amadeus. I mean,
I
I
love
at
that
least
movie.
saw
Oh,
it 30
Amadeus was
times.
amazing.
At least 30 times. At least,
Oh,
maybe
yeah.
more. I don't know.
Haven't seen it in a long time.
I would make an attempt to do his
Amadeus.
laugh, but I don't want to hurt myself.
But
Yeah,
rock
right.
me, Amadeus.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. That's another one.
Yeah.
That's another one. Falco. Yes.
Falco.
I remember Falco well.
Yeah, Amadeus.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good song.
Right. Me too, Michelle.
Okay.
And the
I
way
saw it
Back
over
to
and
time.
over again.
Yeah, this is impossible to call off these, but
Okay.
Right.
How interesting
So
are those?
Up in the air.
well, it could be the green asteroid we're looking at. In this one, if they're all the same object previously, then boy, when the stripes are facially, this is different than the previous picture. So, and I would call green asteroid on this shot because of the dots.
Yeah.
And I'm looking, I can even blow it up even bigger than this. However, is a different story.
I don't know.
But
like
you know,
they're all
there's many
the
objects
same
up there that
time
would,
frame.
you know, one will illuminate, you know, and 5 minutes later another one will, and the other one won't. You know, and they change illuminations before you know it, you're looking at multiple objects every time.
I mean,
Yeah.
it just says that they were of the moon at 6:30 p.m. From her cousin.
Wow.
So I'm just saying, I think they're all
Yeah, well,
taken.
there's, you know, there's asteroids up above us. There's all kinds of shit above us, including
Yeah.
the Empire Orb, and that's in our
All the
startup
same
video. You know, it says alien craft, and we have seen the Empire Orb is zooming around, and we've seen that the long box is zooming around. Now, the Texas Cube has been pretty much centrally located and right in its place normally, but the long box has been up and down and up and down. We're also seeing the space tube has moved a couple of times up and down, closer, farther away, and then of course all the Star Destroyers, blah blah blah. There's so much going on up there, it's unbelievable. And you know, show after show, we try to tell everybody this, and yet you know, we don't have our 2 million viewers yet. So
Why not?
yeah, you tell me. I don't know.
They're coming. They're coming. They're coming. They're
I was
coming.
going to
They're
say
coming.
They're coming, they're coming, they're coming.
They will.
They're coming, they're
They
coming,
will.
they're coming.
They're coming.
From what I've seen of that site, I was peeking inside the site where I could see. I'm just so excited about getting in there and having
Yeah.
a little chat room of my own and topics.
Yeah.
And, that'd be so cool.
How does that
It's
saying go?
gorgeous in there, real fine.
How does that saying go?
Yeah.
If you build it, they will come.
Yeah.
It's true. It's going to be great.
What movie? What movie was that? With
Field
Kevin
of
Costner?
Dreams.
Field of
Field of Dreams.
Oh,
Yeah.
Field of Dreams, yes.
You won.
Hi, Judy. This is Judy. This is Christopher's mother. So
Hi, Judy.
nice to have you here. Good deal.
I see that Christopher has left us to speak only to Uric. And has left the room. But
Uric.
hi, Judy.
Yeah.
Nice that you're here.
Yeah,
How
and she
about
says, how
landing on
about
the
the
moon?
landing
Yeah,
on
that
the
was
moon
cool.
this week?
I'm wondering why
landing on the
everybody's going to
moon.
the, you know, I know the general story, but I'm wondering why everybody's going to the South Pole right now currently of the moon.
Okay. I have not
Well,
heard that.
it's got more illumination down there currently than any time normal within my human lifetime. They got more light down there, and of course that's how they're running their recharge battery systems. And yeah, there's a lot. Well, you know what's funny about it is the amount of news coverage it got compared to the fact that there was the Japanese landing and then the 2 attempts by India. I think the last one from India blew up on landing. There's been a lot of stuff. I think the Russians are up to some new stuff. Of course, we talked about that. They have not sent that up, and China's information. I think China even went up to the moon here recently. That may have been a year or two ago. I don't remember exactly, or maybe the new shit they sent up. I sometimes the information mixes into a blender milkshake. So it's hard to keep track of what everybody else is doing. But yeah, there's a lot of attention going on in the moon right now, and which is the exact opposite of where I would be looking.
I hear that a Buzz Lightyear landed on the moon recently.
Really?
Yeah, Buzz Lightyear.
Buzz Lightyear.
Buzz Aldrin. Come on, guys.
What? I'm lost. I'm over here just like, what? Buzz Aldrin. I mean, we haven't been to the moon lately, right?
Have we?
No,
have we
not,
I have not heard if we have.
Have we ever?
Yes, we have.
The Shining.
You can actually, if you've got a good enough telescope and you know where to look, you can actually see the landing site of Apollo 17 and all of that. I believe it was 17. And I watched all that shit from when I was a kid. And yes, those guys did go to the moon.
And the moon is made of cheese.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you can view that from Wallace and Gromit.
Yep, I've had some.
Yeah, Wallace and Gromit proved that the moon is, Wensleydale.
Who is that?
Gromit.
Who is that, Sam? I don't know who that is.
You don't know the claymation series Wallace and Gromit?
You don't know
John
Wallace and Gromit?
Sheep.
Oh my goodness. Should have had some kids to watch.
Yeah. You type it in on YouTube.
Okay.
Type in Wallace and Gromit, Gromit. Wallace and Gromit.
Okay. I'm making a note.
Grand
here.
Day Out is the one, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the top of the line claymation company out there, and they have mixed with other bigger companies, and they've become excruciatingly excellent at what they're doing.
Cool.
And you should have they also did Chicken Run and all of that. Those newer movies.
Yeah, Chicken Run was the best. Oh my God, that was so
they even
good.
have Chicken Run 2 out now.
Oh, that was so good. That was so good.
Oh, I'm smelling pizzas cooking.
I was gonna say hi to T. Racy is here. T. Racy.
Hey, T. Racy.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't get. Sam was talking. I didn't get to say hi to my mom.
Let's go back.
Well, we were
She's
talking to
here.
Yurik behind you. You weren't paying
Here
attention.
she
Your
is.
friend Yurik behind you there, Chris.
I'm sorry.
Yurik, you're
Well,
stalled
I
behind
lost
you.
your comment, but here she is. Here's your mom. I brought her back.
Look at that.
So
finally,
I know.
Yeah,
we'll have to
now-
get her on the show one day.
You're right.
She's probably thinking, no, you
What she has
won't.
seen recently? Have you seen it? Have you seen the planet?
No.
Have
Oh,
you
what
seen
do you
the
wish?
Cube yet, or the long box?
Yeah, I
That's
know.
right.
Well, she's a regular. I mean, she's
Cool.
usually here, so I'm happy to see that.
Right.
I mean, it tells me that she's interested.
Right.
You know, I mean, she's curious. So, and we got cool pictures to look at. So, what's not to like?
Right.
And we promised.
And Christopher sent me a short video. I have not seen it yet.
Oh,
but
I just
do have it.
I just was showing
This-
what it looked like outside. I'm gonna go
Yeah,
outside
and
here in a few minutes because everything's changed from what it looks like in that. And it's gonna be
Okay.
pretty
Hey, we're on the
incredible here in a
podcast
few
right
minutes.
now. It's the 22nd.
And Judy, we
Not
didn't
the
want to
promised.
interrupt
22nd.
Sam,
Just
Alejandro, or
oh,
Rebecca real quick. So I just wanted to show you what's going on up here. You can clearly see
Oh,
I
look at
sat on
that.
Jello Moon.
Whoa,
I'm not
bird.
good with the asteroids yet,
It has completely changed.
so I'm not going to say what I think it is. But I'm going to come out here before sunset on the show.
Cool.
And I think we're going to see some.
Oh, wow. That looks great.
incredible sights. Okay.
Well, that just looks like a bird.
It does look like a bird.
Well, before
Rebecca.
before this crossed in front of the sun, it was all illuminated on the front.
Rebecca,
Clearly
that drawing of
changing.
the do you have that drawing of the long box cube?
The drawing, I do. Well, your drawing of the long box cube.
Only is Saturn behind it. That early, the long where it's downward angle.
Oh yes. I don't know if I have it loaded.
I can
Let me
grab
get it
it
though.
for
I'll
you
get
and
it.
hand it to you, depending on which is
You
faster.
could. You could just to have.
I know right where it is.
Hey, Rebecca.
Okay.
Yes, Rocket Man.
I texted you a picture that Pamela's father took last night in Medellin, Colombia, out on the deck of her patio. That's her balcony. That it's just so beautiful.
I don't have a picture from you.
I texted it to
Yeah,
you.
I'm looking, but it's not.
I
there's
did
no
send the
picture.
drawing.
Let me see if I
On
can find it.
Facebook.
Okay, let me get you a picture.
So hold this picture here,
Oh yeah, that one.
and then we're gonna lay over, or if you want to overlay, or just grab that picture and then
Right,
we'll
and I wish I
after it.
could do that, but yeah, I'll add it. Because
I'm
that'd be
gonna-
great if I could.
Okay, I'm sending it right now. I'm trying to. Come on.
You can do it.
It's coming. It's coming. I just sent it. I just sent it.
Okay, and Rocket Man, did you ever find out if like say we have this picture right here now, if I would be able to pull up another picture, like a side by side option, like you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You'll be able to do that on your
Layovers would be
Streamline.
better, but
On the
if you
new,
notice-
yeah, layover would be cool, but
On the-
side by
on the-
side would be acceptable.
Side by side.
I-
Yeah.
If Christopher, is this picture
Yeah. You'll
got
be
the
able
sun
to.
behind it?
Cool.
Yeah, the sun's right
Okay,
behind
okay.
it. Right beneath, more not in the middle, but on the
The Palm
immediate
Creek
left
side?
of the middle of the picture, halfway in between.
Okay, so we are looking at Isatim's yellow moon coming in, and that winged falcon right there in the gray black.
Yep.
Is the faceplate on the left-hand side of middle is the faceplate of Isatim's yellow moon. It's the shield. It looks
knew
like
it.
it looks like a crab top or a shield or a disc like a sand dollar.
God.
The
Beautiful.
winged, which is a
Oh.
little bit lighter blue, is the inset of Saturn's yellow moon and the long box cube in front of
Wow.
it.
Cool.
And
Okay.
if you notice the wings going around
Yep.
the faceplate of the long box cube.
I mean, I saw it yesterday
And then
too.
you can go back,
Didn't
Rebecca,
want
if
to
you
really
would, please.
say it because I just didn't know, but you could
You see
totally
it now.
see it got illuminated.
How much
It came
lighter
right
that
off the
square
front
is,
of it.
dead center, that square sticking through the wing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not- Do you see how much light that you can see? The long box cube is lighter.
Yep.
Lighter, light white. It's more
Yeah,
white
it's
than
coming
the
right through. I
wing
can
beneath.
see it. Yeah.
And it's pushing in through the center of the what looks like the falcon if you were to look at the gray black area.
Yeah, I can see it, Sam.
Okay, and at the horizon behind the three palm trees is the side face of Nibiru. And the Saturn and the
It's
Saturn's
beautiful.
yellow moon are in the upper right. And then coming in from the far left and a downward angle is the red asteroid. And you can see
That's
its
what I
shape
thought I
as
was
well.
looking at
Just
first.
to
That's
the-
why I took
just
a
to
picture
the
of it.
left of the light post, about half an inch up or a quarter inch up to the left, is the red asteroid.
Right. And it looks like that all the time. That's what it
Yes.
looks like.
Yeah, and they're one coming in from one direction and the other one's coming in from the other direction. I can't
Okay.
explain to you how, but that's what it's doing.
Right.
And that's our out view, which doesn't make any sense. And that's why part of this is batshit crazy, but that's what it's doing.
Okay, I got your picture.
And the light cut off early in the afternoon, and all of a sudden we're in a gray black, and everybody's wondering why the light's so weird,
Yeah,
which we've been talking
it's
about
like
for months.
this all the time too. Murky, gray, covered. Yeah, it's the normal.
The other day we had some unbelievably blue skies, and I could barely see anything out there, and I went, how? I still wonder. There's days you just can't see them at all, and it's like,
Yeah.
wow.
And that's
it's
okay.
Rare. It's rare, but it does. We have these absolute blue skies, and you can see sort of dark areas, but that's about it. And that too must be, at that moment when I was looking, compared to what happens probably 20 minutes to a half hour to an hour later. Probably a whole new event comes in at side angle viewing and, cloud dissipation or illumination off the side of the planets where it creates all these clouds that are visible. Just cool shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you lived in a dome, it would be a never-ending, awesome, wonderful show to watch. Which I'm sure that's why the Aborigines are scratching it on the side of the rock, going, "Look at that, because they didn't have television."
Man. Okay. Speaking of blocked out sky, wait till you see this one. The coloring is really weird. Let's see. I think Rocket Man, where is this at? In Colombia?
Yeah, Colombia. This was in Pamela's backyard. This is her. Yeah, that's her pool.
Okay.
That's her little.
Nice. I like her view. Yeah, that's great.
And look at that. Did you see that sun? It's being pinched. The sun looks like it's being pinched, doesn't it?
Very much.
Do you see that little weirdness? It's probably like a cloud beneath.
It does look weird, actually.
But it's all like glowing, and it's just like the sky is just so mesmerizingly beautiful.
Here it comes. It's loading.
You got to see this. Look how beautiful it is.
Wow. It is beautiful. That's her backyard. What?
Yep. That's her backyard.
I want to go there.
Yeah, that's where she lives. She lives up there.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Wow. Yeah.
Dead center, upper middle is the red asteroid. And a little picture in front of it.
God.
And Attu's moon, and Attu behind it, with Uri in the far back spectrum. And of course, the tan asteroid is up by the left corner tree area. You can see a dark purplish thing. And then it's being cut off by the light. That is the sun. Correct?
It's kind of like that. Kind of.
Yeah, that's what it's being cut into by Saturn Yellow Moon. You can go back if you want to. Yeah, see that pinch in the it sort of looks weird that the sun is not rounded. That's Saturn's yellow moon. Think very large. See the lines? See the circle? See the ion trail going to the right in the dead center of it? That's the Saturn's yellow moon. And above it, you see all sorts of stuff. Attu's moon, etc. And yeah, the red asteroid's dead center. Lead asteroid is lower and more in front, but farther back, and it's actually no. And boy, that little yellow blip could easily be the blue asteroid. Just below, to the left of the sun, there's
you mean like like 7 o'clock,
like a fish with eyeballs. That could quite easily be the blue asteroid.
Okay.
It's cute.
Because it's yellow and kind of green.
I like it, and I like your mountain.
Yellow and blue makes green.
Yeah, looks like a flying snail.
I know.
Yeah, flying snail. There you go. It's what's SpongeBob's Gary? SpongeBob's snail, Gary.
Yellow snail. You can see a whole shadow on the right.
And here is a picture from Gray Guy. Hopefully he's here at the moment, but Gray Guy.
Yeah, you got Onset Uri on the left, and you've got Onset Saturn Yellow Moon in the upper corner. Right.
I always love light pinches.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of like
that. That's what you got.
Cool picture. I was gonna say I'm really fond of light pinches. I just
you do that special, don't you, with all the light?
Yes, I love it.
That punch cloud was kind of square.
Yeah, it does. Oh yeah.
A little bit, Longbox. We know Longbox cube is right there, so
yeah.
Kind of square.
Sure that Longbox cube for me is just elusive.
Oh, I remember
it's
the
so much
first
harder
time
for
we
me to
saw
see
it
it than the other one, and it's bigger.
Yeah, and you can see inside of it, whereas with the Texas Cube, you
gosh.
can't. It's like plate. It's like Texas Cube is like an old tank from World War One. You know, just rivets everywhere and all boxed in solid. But the long box cube is structurally more like a Borg ship where you can actually look inside certain areas that aren't constructively sealed in. You know, with open areas, and I've seen it by eye. So. It's awesome, and it's complete. It's basically two Texas cubes glued together, and I don't know how many hundreds of massive Star Destroyers they parked on that sucker. But after it got here is when they all started offloading, and I saw that by eye, and there was no clouds around it the day I watched it back in April of 2019, I think it was, is when they started offloading Star Destroyers. And I got directly on, you know, I jumped on Montana Skywatcher 1 and 2, and I was telling everybody, oh my God, this is really happening. And crickets.
This is from Audrey in South Africa.
Yeah, there's that yellow blip again, guys.
Oh, man. Yeah, there it is. I do see something like that. Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Remember what I told you about the size of our normal sun? Remember, the guys, the size of our normal sun is a 50-cent piece.
Okay, so what's the bigger sun? I mean, what's the bigger portion?
If the two stars have separated, now we've seen evidence of that side blows. Remember last year we were seeing the left side blows off of our normal, you know, CME activity, which is why I check it pretty regularly to see what the activity of the backflow stuff, the material that they're not talking about, and the activity of the coronal mass ejections that are going off at the halo and the side views of the back of the sun. So I'm always wondering how the hell NASA's covering up this other star. And, you know, it's not general accepted information out there, and everybody's probably going, oh yeah, two stars my ass, you know. And it is not just our planet that is going through massive climate change. It's all of the solar system planets of our normal solar system: Jupiter, Saturn, Mars, all of it, all warming up. All of them tipped when the second star got here. We got evidence of that. We watched the back below CMEs of 2012. We saw the evidence of the joining, the cohabitation of them for a very long time, the reduction in the facial activity of the coronal holes on our normal star for a very long time, which didn't meet scientific expectations of the 11-year cycle, and they didn't even know why. And this is where everybody's talking about our magnetospheres dying and all this, because our activity and behavior of normal Earth magnetosphere graphic representations that everyone's been studying for years. So they say something's fluctuating. We don't understand why. And if you don't take that second star into account, then the science doesn't equal anything. And if you do add the binary solar system, all of this shit fits. And that's the point. It all fits. And so now we're starting to see, and we've been talking about this, we can't completely call it, but now we're seeing a new centralized illumination to the bottom lower right. And we have seen this for, this is the fifth example of this in the last couple of weeks. And we had reports from Michelle Mountain over a month and a half, 2 months ago. That's what they were seeing down there in South Africa as well. So, and it takes time to get up here in the Northern Hemisphere for us to view the same thing that's occurring at a different, it's not like sitting on one plane of, it's like 3D chess, not 2D chess. And you have to take, then all the planets are on the same level at the same angles. So anyway.
Something else Audrey was asking, is this to the 3 o'clock position, is that the lead object cutting into our sunlight? She sees a round object there.
Yeah, I see it too, and that would be correct. And then you see a trail of something going over to the far right, just to the right middle, upper middle, and that would be probably the green asteroid crossing in front of Saturn's yellow moon and Saturn. And we know it's all there. And then we know that Attu's moon in this most likely is in the upper left corner, and there is the red asteroid just above in the left corner. And then the spiral asteroid is probably crossing the sun, and just to the middle lower left of the sun is the spiral asteroid. And it matches over and over again. And what's really got me intrigued is that little blip on the bottom lower right. It's matching, it's matching, it's matching. And this sun is a flaring from a cutoff flaring, which shows you it's much bigger than it actually is. And there's this magnification because of the cutoff. And that's why the sun is so much bigger. But that could very easily be our natural normal soul poking its soul. And I'm getting pretty convinced we've actually got evidence of it. I'm going to wait a little while.
Okay, I'm going to keep an eye out too. Now that you've mentioned that, I'll keep an eye out for a small, or light at the 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock position.
Yeah, Christopher, we
and
can see the dark bodies behind you as you walk through.
He's out getting his exercise.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I figured I'd
like weather in the middle of February.
Start walking over to that spot.
Okay, cool.
His parking
How
lot,
warm is it?
360 view. And we've lost the Rocket Man. I don't know where he's at.
Is it very warm, Christopher? How warm is it?
Oh, it's awesome out right now.
I'm
enjoy
here.
it while it lasts.
Okay, just checking.
It's about 72, 73.
Same on my end, 71. So not bad.
Turn the mic off.
You Southerners.
Okay.
You
Now, look at
Southerners
this.
and your
This
fine
is
weather.
my temperatures, but Sam, look at this Tuesday. It'll be 85.
Oh my God.
That is unheard of. I mean, seriously. I'm
Notice the
concerned.
temperature drop come Wednesday.
Yes. So could be a stormy on Tuesday,
No, I was
obviously.
thinking it was going to hit Monday in your area, but we'll see. We'll see.
Okay. Yeah.
That gives you something to
Yeah,
look forward
we'll
to
see.
checking. Because Tuesday night it's 29. So,
What's that?
it's-
Oh.
Tuesday
Yeah,
night is 29
exactly.
degrees. It
It's a
goes from
huge drop.
85 to 29. You're seeing, a 50
Right.
some odd drop,
Yeah, it's going to get cold again. So,
Yeah, and that's when the two storms, the Arctic and the subtropical jet, which is huge, wide, massive, going literally all the way across the entire North America, United States. So it's unbelievable. I've never seen the jet stream behave like this ever. I looked at the North Pole, and of course China and Russia are getting nothing but Arctic weather. Oh boy, look at that.
oh, okay. Let's get that.
Oh, that's good. Oh, nice shot. Look, is that the sun? Is that your sun?
Look at that's the
That's the
flaring
sun?
between the bodies.
Oh my gosh. What is that, Sam?
That
your sun is so
that
big.
yellow moon is directly above the sun.
That sun is big.
But why is it so big? It's because
Why
it's
is it so
getting
big?
cut
It's
into.
pinched off
It's
by
like
its atom
flaring.
on one side and add
God, it's
2
big.
on the other.
It's
humongous.
it's pinching and flaring and making it
Yeah,
huge.
it's enlarged like that because it's being pinched.
Oh, like you would squeeze a balloon, like a water balloon.
Well, it's creeping its way out from between the planets, so it's flaring at an angle.
Yeah, got you.
This is the cutoff flare. And that's
Flare
why it's so
cutoff.
much larger. I mean, look at the size of that. It's like 3 times the size of, see, now you look through the trees and it drops down. But that is huge.
I'm getting there.
And if you take into account, Rebecca was talking about, look at that over there, right there to the left.
Cube.
Look at that.
Yeah.
See that cube
Where does
Yeah, it looks
Christopher
like the cube.
live? All those palm trees.
in Vegas.
Oh, Vegas. Yeah, they imported the palm trees. Imports.
Yeah, I truly like Vegas until I have to go outside of the casinos in the midsummer. Like,
Forget
no,
it.
I'm going back in. Yeah, look at that. Oh my God.
That's Vegas for sure, huh?
And they got one sea trail that I can see.
Yeah, you got some
Because
great
I think
skies.
oh, look at the
Great skies.
illumination of right where they're sea trailing.
Yeah, look at that
I
sea
know.
trails.
That's a perfect example. I gotta get you drawn.
There's the long box cube above the telephone pole. I'm going to go cut pizza. I'll be right back.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, I can see it.
It's
Pizza.
a lot like this. Just
Pizza
saying.
sounds good.
There's crafts on both sides. Really obvious. Let's go back to Chris.
Wow, look at how big that looks. It just flares. Yeah, you see it flaring. It does flare. It goes boom and it goes back again.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm away from the traffic. That was a little loud.
Yeah, we're here admiring everything, Chris.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
we're just
Yeah,
looking.
it looks great.
I think
We're
the cube is
watching.
right there. Definitely under Atu's moon, right?
God, look at how they're just plastering the sky with sea trails.
And then maybe this is a little Nipicity right there.
Sea trails.
A little bit.
Look at them. Look, they're like telling you where it is. They're saying, "We're right here."
I know.
Right
Look
here.
here. Look here.
Look here. Look here. Weirdos, like they're like they really think it's working.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely the cube, I think.
Yeah, that is, and the salamander group in front of.
Yeah, it's really close to you.
Not
They
so
are
much
close.
Nipicity.
No?
Not the right location.
Okay.
Nipicity is not too.
Should be like more over here, right?
Nipicity is probably right behind you, opposite from our
Oh,
sun.
okay.
Wow, God, look at that.
Like
Look at that.
turn the camera around behind you and see what it looks like.
Like they really
I
don't
thought,
want you to.
Yeah, there's something definitely large there.
Yeah, right there.
I think this is more like Nibiru right here, from the sun over, and then like that should be what, Uri
right there,
and Saru, but I never see Saru.
No, I don't either.
Look,
it's really
there's
really
just
hard to
so
see.
much-
So yeah, I think
So
that's the tan asteroid right there, right? Or is it this?
More just to the lower left.
Lower left. Oh, okay, I
Our
see it.
sun,
Wow. Yeah, definitely, I see it now. Right above the treetop.
Right. Yeah.
The third tree over to the right.
Lower left of our sun, where it's all coming in at an angle.
Wow.
Yes.
So cool.
Let's see.
Oh, look at those sort of triangle-like things.
Right. So
Kind of
check that
pointing.
out. So right above the two palm trees, that's the cube that I see. Right?
Oh, you can see
I mean,
the
I think
top
there's
there.
like something going on up here maybe, but there's another one like right above the palm tree. And you can see it, there's like, I don't know if that's from a plane or if it's from that. I don't think that's a cube. I think the big one up there is. It's just so wild to see them coming like that.
Well, it sure is something because they've got the little trails right through it.
Right? And then we
it's
have to
like,
look for the sphere.
Hiya, guys.
Is everybody waving? Hi, visitors. How are you today?
Yes. Look at that.
We have a normal plain contrail.
Yeah.
And we have a sea trail. And they're attempting to hide. That is, I believe, right dead center is the red asteroid.
Oh, stop it. Sorry.
And above it,
That's all right.
in that mix is the Texas cube, I believe, but that's
Beautiful.
up higher. Yeah, see it?
The animals are getting jumpy. The
See that
bees are flying over in their
45-degree angle right there? Up top of the right.
Look at that.
Go up above the sun. Look straight up, Christopher.
Okay.
Right behind your head, right there, the Texas cube.
Oh, okay. Oh, no way. Oh my God.
You see it now.
Crazy. And about an hour ago, the sky was totally dark. And I kept going outside to check to see what it looked like, but I think there was a lot more stuff going on about 45 minutes ago.
That's the edge. Everything to the left and up above you is Uri.
Okay.
And then Atu is directly above you as well.
Wow.
Yep, I'm right. Boy, look at that. Holy cow. I wonder. Let's see. Okay, can you see the back edge of where Atu ends and Uri begins?
Yeah.
Which would be right over there. Look up a little bit more upper left. The skull
look at that little
asteroid should be right there someplace. There it is. Let's hold still. Oh,
Okay.
go back left a little bit. Okay, see where that light
thing's
pole
nice.
is?
Yeah.
See the light pole? Just to the upper right of that light pole is the Skull asteroid mistily peeking out toward at us.
No way.
What?
Do you see it, guys?
I do.
It looks like it's got like
That is
like
the backside of Atu. That edge,
Okay, so
that
where's
big,
the
huge
skull?
rounded edge is
Right
the back
above
edge
the
of
light
Atu.
post. You said.
I don't know. There's like this
Come
big
back
thing
right.
right
Yeah,
here.
those are other asteroids.
And then there's another one screaming over here.
Those are other asteroids. Come back to the right a little bit.
Oh my god. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
You put your
there's
hand-
skull guy.
No, keep going. All right,
Gone.
now stop. Okay, put your hand up. Right where your right where your fingertips is the Skull asteroid.
Yes.
No way.
Yeah, he's got like cream puff hair on.
Yeah, he's like from the 80s or
He's
something.
looking
doing
out from
something.
behind the stuff in front of him, and you can only see from the nose up.
Yeah. Oh wow, it's a lot bigger than I thought it was.
I was going to call it something else there for a minute, but I'm not
There's
going to even.
there's
say
a
that
group
now.
of asteroids surrounding the Skull asteroid, and that's what those
Yeah.
other objects are.
Oh, definitely, and you can totally see them right at the right base of the Skull
And
asteroid.
they're doing
is
this weird
something
sort of
screaming in here.
facially coming out at you, peeling open
Yeah.
thing.
You know, and if these were, sea trails, I feel bad for the.
He's breaking up.
You know.
To me, anyway.
Oh, do you hear me? No.
Yeah, I heard
Sorry.
it, some of what you said, but yeah, it is breaking up a
Sorry.
little bit. And there's that bottom of Atu pinch thing with
It's beautiful.
the side edge of Uri and all of that.
Oh, okay. I see
Yeah.
what I'm doing.
Yeah, there's two things
Oh,
there.
you're putting your finger over the microphone?
All right, let's just go back to the Skull asteroid because it's changing. Am I on it or? Yeah.
Come back right. Right
Yeah.
there.
Check it that, dude.
Yeah, it's getting harder to see.
Wow.
It's not very big.
No.
I have seen it much, much bigger before when it rounds out the backside of Atu. And Atu is, of course, the dark blue area more over to the right. And then the rest of that is Uri behind it. And it's in between Atu and Uri. And that white line going straight up to the center there is probably the planet line up at the back end of Atu.
Wow.
Leading to Uri. Because
I was gonna-
Atu
Oh my
probably
God, look at
majority.
Just
of-
real
yeah.
quick, just so people can see what we're talking about. Like left, lower left, all of the dots and circles are the asteroids, and you can even see the Skull asteroid that Sam drew in. So those are the things that we're talking about. All these little specks.
Sorry, guys.
Mhm.
Well, that's okay. It's a great shot. Absolutely wonderful shot.
Yeah, we're having a good time. I always look forward to you going outside.
Now you can go back to the right if you want to. You probably have a fantastic view of a Saturn yellow moon right now when we're not talking about it.
See, even Jerry agrees. Hi, Jerry.
Oh,
Or my
let me go back
friend
over
in
there.
the UK. But, we don't want that. But yeah, even Jerry agrees that it's a great feature to have Chris out walking around. It could be anybody if you want to, but we're all
Yeah,
enjoying
whoever's got a cool sky, but I'm in the dark,
right.
so
Then take your camera and get outside.
I
I'm
was
like
waiting
that.
to see if we got the aurora. That would be cool.
Yeah, Zabrina feels the same way. So he's already got a big fan base building, so when he creates his own YouTube channel and TikTok channel, we'll already be, lined up to watch. Yeah. Let's see. Pull that down.
Yeah, I
think
can't
he's
wait
gonna
to
be
see
right
if
back.
there's interviews or not.
Yeah.
I know I'm pushing
I-
him. I
see,
felt
he's
guilty about what I said
definitely-
last week, but
He's definitely building up towards that. No question. I see him each week
Yeah.
getting a little bit more and more comfortable, going out in public and talking about it. And yeah, we're getting there. So
it's not an easy.
Yeah, you could call it Chris going for a walk.
Yeah,
Or-
walk with me. Yeah, something like
Yeah,
that.
something to do with walking.
I
Yeah.
thought I saw something where they were doing like Skywatcher in Nevada or something like that. I don't know if that's them. I briefly
Right.
shot past that.
Yeah, I'm curious what it's going to
Watchers walk in the podcast. Walk with a podster.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Something.
So I'm almost
Get some
for it.
catchy little gizmo that really, yeah. He has to have a.
No, and what's
special-
really amazing about what we were just looking at is like those were not in any way, shape, or form any normal sky that we've ever seen within the last 20 years.
Right.
And when it matches and and here we, our man about town's wandering out, and you just look right up and live, and you can go outside too. And if you're seeing that as well, and any of that stuff matches anything you're viewing right now, it tells you that it's far higher up in the atmosphere than just local, which is how we do things. We compare stuff from around the world every day, and this is how we learned all of this and recognized it and documented it and learned how the patterns happen over and over and over again. And it always matches. That's the thing.
I'm
It's
gonna
not like
pull up
it's
a
over
picture,
here and
or
over
not a
there.
picture. This is a short video that Nicole in Colorado sent to me. That's what her sky looks like today.
Very large Saturn's yellow moon right there in deep blue circle.
Oh, look at that. Oh, look at it. It's even got a little companion
That
sky
is
scribbler.
very possibly Nepesity in front of us there. Depending. I'd have to see more in Colorado. 3 p.m. MST Mountain Standard Time.
That was it. Yeah.
Yeah, right there. That looked very much like a Saturn yellow moon. I'll make it a little smaller so it's easier to see thumbnail wise. Yeah, that big white cloud right there sure looks interesting.
Just trying to fully absorb the whole shape.
You think
Yeah,
that's
I'm
like
trying
an
to-
ion
looks like
tail of Saturn? Is that what you're
Oh,
saying?
that looks odd right there. And I'm trying to figure out where the sun is.
I was wondering, well, it doesn't, can't really tell for sure.
That's too quick.
It
and-
looks like it's to
Yeah,
the
people have
left.
to. By the way, anyone new, if you're new to filming, pan slowly.
I mean, it doesn't help. I'm dragging it fast too, but I mean, I'm looking at the trees, and it looks like the sun is coming from the left to me. Which that would, Saturn's moon effect.
I don't know what these directional two rounds right there are.
It's too like a tripod effect happening on it. Wow.
I wonder if it's the long box cube with the side orb and the empire orb. I don't, that's two directional shapes that don't quite fit for that. For that right there, that has to be a Saturn yellow moon that we're looking at right now.
Yeah, that darkness.
Yeah.
With the bun on it.
Right.
It's got a little
And then
nub
you
on
see
it.
this white clouded edge here on the lower left of this shot here where it's locked. And that's the edge of a Saturn.
Wow.
Okay. Well, that was cool. Thanks, Nicole, for that one. I trying to get video together. I may not be able to show it till the next show, but of my sky from the other day, it was really crazy. I mean, there was like lots of asteroids, just in, how it gets to where you have all these streaks.
I see
At
me
least
some
it's-
planets behind your head.
Yeah.
Hey, that's a country song.
Back to Chris. Let's
Oh,
go
look
back
at
to
that
Chris a
thing.
second.
Oh, you guys are back on it?
We're back.
Oh, I had the microphone off because the traffic's a little loud. I'm just walking back home.
Yeah.
Awesome. Look at that.
Oh,
Look
okay.
at the
Wow, look at that.
edge of planet right there, that whole white bar line. And there's some sort of asteroid right there to the left coming in at the heart. Yeah, that's probably the edge of Uri right there.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say that looks like the edge of something right there.
And yeah, right there. Look at the spiral asteroid going under around the edge of Uri.
I'm loving this. Yes.
Wow.
That's just cool.
And boy, that's changed a lot just in the last few minutes even.
Yep.
Yeah, look at that straight line there going at the downward angle. That's the spiral asteroid.
Oh, wow. Let me see if I can back up a little bit for that one.
Yeah, it's got
don't
the
get run over
streak.
by a car or anything.
It's got a streak underneath it as well.
Oh, look at that. Yeah. Wait. Sorry, guys.
Yeah,
I'm
awesome.
not the most.
No, it works. You know, we're seeing it.
Okay. Now you can definitely see a cube up there too, but the spiral asteroid Sam's talking about, yeah.
Down the lower area horizon, going from left down towards the right.
Oh my gosh!
Got
Look
big
at that, you guys.
sloping
This is so
spiral
cool.
cloud scenario. So that is probably the site of Attu, and Attu's moon is probably upper middle.
Yeah, I think maybe right up there somewhere.
Yeah, partially facially in front, and yet dark because it's partially behind Attu. And we know Attu and Attu's moon is just to the upper right, upper left of the sun. For weeks.
You know, and walking back home, I was trying to follow the skull asteroid Sam pointed out. I don't know if you could still see it, but I think it might be like at the far edge of the right of, you know.
No, it would be more. It would be more to the left, at the back end of Attu. Go farther up.
Let me turn that mic off.
Okay, go. Well, you might have. I don't know if you can hear me still or not. Go more to the upper left, and the skull asteroid should be behind that light pole. No, keep going. Somewhere up in there. Somewhere up in there behind in that dark shadowy area is where the skull asteroid should be. Yeah, that right where your finger is. I think you're right. Hiding amongst the mists, peering out at us.
Yeah.
Bringing its impending doom.
Yeah, right.
Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, I tell you, watching that skull asteroid is unbelievable. When you see it come out of the darkness around the backside of Attu, and when I saw it in 2015, it was massive. That's because Attu was mostly directly over the top of us. Yet it was in the south, mostly east sky, but just up. And then it popped out into the light illumination. Then I watched all those cold misty clouds come out of the nose and the eyes, and then that jaw broke in last into the light, and it was like, it's real, you know. We'd had captures coming in from around the world, and I was pretty skeptical. And I thought, okay, maybe it's pareidolia. And then I saw it by eye myself, and it was just like, oh shit. And then, like 4 years later, NASA finally came through about it, which I find amazing that they did. So yeah, those look like the rings bottom base of Uri behind you there over. And Attu's higher up, and yeah, Attu and Uri and all of that. Guys, there's planets right there you're looking at. That's
Sorry about the power lines.
Yeah, but we can see them behind the power lines.
Okay.
Not a worry. Not a worry to me. I don't even see them after a minute.
I know, right?
And there's the upward side of Uri and then the rings, and then you can see the melting clouds that are close to the sunshine on the right-hand side.
I tried looking for like a nighttime camera, you know, to see if we can get some better pictures at night.
Yeah, there's lots of cool stuff happens right at sunset and just past sunset as well.
Yeah.
We had
Last
some
night was
really
incredible. I thought maybe we might see something like that again, but
we had some awesome sightings going on from 2000. Oh God, what was it? I think it was 18, 19, and It was here light until almost midnight up here in Montana because the sunlight was shining off the bottom Nibiru so strongly that it was just, like not even full sunset, but all night long. And then about midnight, it got dark. And it was so weird. And everybody kept commenting about it, and yet nobody put it together.
Yeah, that's one of the wild things that I've been looking at. If I go to like other groups, I kind of just read what everybody's talking about, and nobody seems to be putting any of this together.
Yeah, and and then they're buried. Now, granted, it just depends on the level of homework you do,
right?
And they've got a handful of pieces they don't know what to do with.
Right, exactly, and that's why when I came upon this information with Sam and Rebecca, and everything just clicked, and really it was a sense of relief because I had no idea what was going on. And it was pretty freaky.
Oh, now that you got your steps in,
right? Yeah, no kidding. It is hot too. Oh my gosh!
You actually look like you'll catch a suntan.
I know. Oh no, I burned, Jillian.
It's actually zero. It's actually 0 degrees Celsius here.
Okay.
Yes, Sabrina. Mini talk. Yet no one
figures
it out. Do my radio voice. And that's kind of what I do is I put the pieces together and I study and I watch all this shit and I correlate and I get it just comes out of my mouth and here you go. Yeah. And Montana Skywatcher has been doing this for a very long time, and we've placed all of this together after extensive research every day for many hours, far more hours than I would care to admit to.
Right? That's okay.
Okay, well, tell that to my butt in this chair. That joke. It's really bad when you have to explain your jokes.
There we go.
I'll need to go to bed I'll need to go to bed in a wee while because I've got work tomorrow. So
anytime you're ready.
I know you gotta actually go to bed this time though, right?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to.
Yeah, I can't resist listening to you guys until I go to sleep though.
Yeah, well, that was cool. We got a shot of the skull asteroid. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, we seen the skull.
Well, we know it's there.
We've watched there. For I don't think I must have seen about 100 different false sightings. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We've got more actual skull sightings in the early years than we did some of the planets, which was odd.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because of the pareidolia issue or whatever. But
so.
We have some really, really awesome pictures of the skull asteroid when it was on the other side over behind Uri and Attu and in between. And then it became rainbow. We got a couple of really cool rainbow shots.
Right.
And they're few and far between, but we have watched it cycle after cycle after cycle, so we do know. And frankly, I wish it was bigger currently right now, but maybe I should be careful what I wish for.
Every time you start that, there's like a couple of days later, as if you got a prompting to say it.
It happens, yeah. And I knew we were going to start seeing it more. Because if Attu is going above us and we're seeing, the side face of Uri in between Attu and Uri as we look straight up or outward up to the north sky, then I knew we would be seeing it. And lo and behold, we are.
Wow.
You can show my pictures, and there was a peachy chappy sitting in the middle of the darkness. It looked like Attu and its moon. But it was quite a heavy morning, and it was an hour early. Usually I see the sun shining like that later, and suddenly it's now 7:25.
Yeah, I noticed that we've already moved in orbit from our winter orbit into, I can't even describe to you what the orbit this is. And
it suddenly changed with an hour, at least an hour.
Well, there's something about when spring comes, you sort of kind of feel it. You sort of kind of know your eyes are telling you, hey, the sun is different. And the angle of light is different. And I kind of noticed that the other day where I was looking at it at the time of day, and it was afternoon, and I'm staring at the sun. It's still in the southeast, and it shouldn't have been. It should have been more, currently it should have been sort of southwest, and it way wasn't. And I did notice that, and I thought, wow, it's weirdly east for this time of day. So I chalked it up to, well, okay, maybe we're going into our headed toward our summer orbit way early, and I left it with that. And no telling what's going to happen with the move. Now, if the second star is separating and moving, then that's going to change the whole ball game view as well. So
we can't even imagine what's
everything we know what's supposed to happen isn't. So it's kind of it's like, put this together if we can. I've got the Elmer's glue. Here we go.
No.
Yeah, it was colored like this.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Illumination. Let's see. What do we got here? I almost believe I'm seeing Nepacity base core open.
Oh.
And we know
it was too soon for the...
Well, the illumination is because it's on the bottom of a planet, so it lights up early. Because you've got that refractive edge that goes up above and then comes back at that angle. It's just like
it's
a pool
just so
shot.
big. You like.
Yeah, that looks like the open core of Nepacity. Very close and very above Earth.
Wow. Look at that illumination.
Crazy. The birds just go
Look
crazy.
at that.
Hallelujah. Yeah, birds. At least you have birds.
But no birds?
The geese are. I can hear the geese right now flying around in circles.
Everything's. We have very, very few birds up here anymore, and it's so strange.
Wow.
Look at that. It looks like a peach
I would feed hordes
thing
of
there.
birds in the winter, and now I'm feeding dozens.
See that peach color thing there?
Yeah, that's definitely a Saturn's yellow moon effect or Saru. Could be bottom core of Saru at the far illuminated, right behind that light pole. See that flat illumination?
Yeah.
And that could easily be quit with Saru core.
I never know when I'm seeing Saru.
Right.
Saru's on the left, and she's currently her base core is currently on the lower left horizon line, behind everything else.
Okay.
This has a weird shape.
Yeah,
That's the
that doesn't
moon.
look right.
That's the moon.
Beautiful picture.
That's the moon. Wow. Okay. Maybe that would account for why it's got a weird edge on the upper right. Okay, it's my eyes. I'm messed up.
It's a good picture for the moon.
Yeah, definitely.
Man.
And it looks like the
Is it always that big?
The surface is in the right spots.
Yeah, but is it always that big where you are?
No, it was enormous.
Julian.
It was really enormous, and it was early, and it was.
Yeah,
it was just huge.
Print is in the
What
right
time
place.
was that?
I noticed it was north.
6
I noticed it
p.m.
was very north.
6 p.m. Yeah.
Oh
my
and that was in the east.
I have pictures of the super moon from last year, and it doesn't come anything close to the size of this one.
Yeah, you could see all the craters on it. It was just ridiculous when I.
That's cool. Yeah, that's great. If you can zoom into it, look at the detail you got in that
Look
photo.
how little that moon is. That's tiny moon.
Right?
Yeah, that's what it looks like now.
Right.
As if it's moved away from us.
Yeah. Usually it's just it just gets smaller as it rises into the sky. But that really looks like it's rising but moving away, Very strange.
Right.
Yeah, I
was like
thought maybe we were going to get the aurora, so I went out and looked at all the colors now. But that's it in the dark. It's so purple.
Have you seen it yet, Jillian? Or
what, the aurora? Yeah.
Yeah. Have you been able to? Wow, that's something. That's special.
Yeah, in September it went crazy. September 23. We actually raced out to one of the fields in Ardesir to go and take pictures with a giant camera, and we got our picture going like that. and the aurora in the background, like purple and green and red. It went a kind of red, and then we got the pillars. It was quite cool.
Oh man, yeah.
It looks like there's little trails behind these quote unquote stars. So I'm not ready to call those stars.
No,
I would say those are traveling asteroids.
I'm going to zoom in and put it on the picture. Everybody can see it. But yeah, there are streamers behind those little glowing things, not stars.
Yeah, it looks like asteroid activity or the Klingons.
Okay, let's add it.
Yeah, because I can't be like roughing up the pictures all the time because I stand still and take
Star Destroyers. They could easily be Star Destroyers.
Oh my goodness, there's something like that.
Yeah, look, there's a unique, definite pattern to them, and they're all facing away, going by. It's a 5 pattern. 6. There's one way in the background back there.
Okay, let's. It's like that. Here they come.
Okay, I'll quit.
Okay, here it is. No, that's not it. That's what I took.
Yeah, well, it's still great. Of course, I have that on 42-inch screen, so.
No, I know, but I saw it because at first I was wondering if those were stars, but no.
Are you talking to the aliens, Jillian, and they're just visiting you? Is that what's going on?
I don't know where those guys were going, but they sure didn't look like.
Well, line up, boys. Jillian's gonna take pictures. We gotta
stand outside, man.
Wow, look at that. Those look very not like asteroids.
Yeah.
They're Cylons.
No, I think we're seeing dark-sided bottoms of Star Destroyers. Look at the sharp edge, especially on the one in the middle right.
Of these things.
Look at the one on the middle right next to the edge of the picture.
Yes.
See that black bottom? Looks like the bottom of a wedge craft flying.
It's dark.
Yeah, those look like Star Destroyers to me.
Wow.
I must if I can get in closer.
God.
I mean, I know I can.
There's a hum outside. My head hurts.
Yeah, I think I see them. Something going on there.
There's something really dark.
That weird blip downward angle on the left-hand side of each of these is probably heading to the nose of Star Destroyers flying away from us.
Wow.
Do you see the bottom? The shadowing on the bottom? It looks like triangle craft with just barely showing conning towers. And then that light weird edge going to the bottom downward left is lighter, but that is like the front edge going from the back to the front of flying away from us group of Star Destroyers.
Yeah, because they all look the same.
Right.
Okay,
I can't have glitched pictures.
You can totally see that.
See,
those are all the same looking, and that.
Jillian, you can claim that these are Star Destroyers and you captured them.
Right?
I mean, sorry.
Keep
look at the 3 up on the top there. Look at the 3 up on the top. OMG, look at the 3 up on the top on the right.
I'm staring at it on a 42-inch screen, and I'm telling you, these are Star Destroyers that are flying away from us.
Wow.
Holy cannoli.
Okay,
look, those three are in a line, so I didn't bugger those up.
No.
I have a closer up, but I have to back out to come back in to pull it up.
All right.
Your diligence.
Wasn't that away?
Oh, I can dream about those when I go to sleep.
Oh man, I've been having weird dreams, Jillian. Weird.
Oh, you've got no patch on what some of the stuff is that I see.
Oh no.
Yeah, with the planets included, I actually see them.
Yes,
well.
I've been having dreams about planets, and it's been weird.
And cubes, and oh my god! Ever since I seen that first cube.
Yeah,
I've been dreaming about the Ukrainian soldiers lately, and I don't know why.
Oh my
god,
god!
That's interesting.
Maybe they've
Well,
got
you know,
some
you're a
kind
village
of like.
person. They hand you a rifle and they say, you know, let's go to fight. And that first day, can't even imagine.
No, I can't either.
You know, where you actually, you know, volunteer to walk up to that front line with a rifle in your hand.
Yep.
I cannot even imagine that. Yeah, look at that. Star Destroyer flying away from us.
Wow.
It's got ribs and shit on it. Look at that.
And the white,
Nice job, Jillian. That's
upper white
great.
thing is the back end of it, and the grayer thing that goes down to the downward left is the side edge, and there's something underneath it and something on like the conning tower or whatever showing in the middle.
I can't believe it.
Yeah,
Look at that.
It's really something.
Yeah,
It's-
and they're
it's
all
really
the same,
something.
and that leads me to believe that it's uniform fleet.
Yeah.
If they were different, then we'd say asteroids.
Yeah.
Are they good guys? I
That's
hope
a
they're good
solid
guys.
object there.
Yeah. Are they good or bad,
This
Sam?
is the factual point, of course, from the Federation that is here showing us that we are here and you need to comply with the sharing of the commodities.
Yeah.
And the show of force, that way the U.S. governments don't even, or the world governments, excuse me, don't argue with it, and they provide what's asked for. Otherwise, they will invade. And you don't want that. Of course, we don't know if anybody's about to break the treaty or not or get stupid. And that would be being stupid.
That would be really stupid.
Well,
Just
I think
ask-
I need to take. I need.
The last time anybody said no to these guys, just ask the Nephilim how they feel today.
Huh.
Because that was
I
the
was
last
getting ready to
group that
ask. I was like, what
Yeah.
happens if you don't cooperate?
Bye-bye. All you have to do is look back at the
Oh, you
history
can
of
send
these-
me those pictures of the close-ups.
Yes.
If you go to any scientists from Graham Hancock through God only knows how many of the controversial scientists that are out there, and they talk about pre-BC atomic blasts on the planet Earth, that would be your answer.
Wow.
Because at one point in time, there was a faction that told the demigods no, and they paid the price.
Wow.
Because you don't have the
That's
opportunity to
unfortunate.
say no
That's-
to the demigods because they have technology way above everybody else's.
Yeah.
And there's a description of
Say
that.
so.
And why? Go ahead.
Look at how big those things are. I mean,
Well, they
those
have all the
Star Destroyers
technology in the world, and they're vastly advanced beyond ours.
And they have so many of them. It's like, wow.
You know, and if you have the capability to mine one planet, who's to say that you don't mine many? And then you've got all the metal and hardware and technology and all this shit that we can't
If you
even
think about it,
comprehend.
they probably would. I mean, they need to keep that system going. That whatever protects the
I
planet.
try not to underestimate our creators and allow that they might be far more advanced than we even imagine. So there's probably a lot more. I mean, you know, and then I've often said that I don't think we're the only project in this quadrant that is going like this. We might not be the only factory planet mining facility on a rock type planet.
That is just mind blowing.
Yeah, and you know, this is why I try to tell everybody space is far bigger than, you know, modern man can perceive. And I know some of this information because it was directly told to me by an off-world person, other being. Yeah, the three of those that they match, those are Star Destroyers going downward and away from us.
Look at them.
Jillian, that is so crazy.
I can't believe that.
You got a whole
Oh, man,
squadron
look
of
at
them.
them.
You know, I'm seeing, you know, Kylo Ren and, you know, part of his Starfleet, you know, coming in out of hyperspace and going, and there they are.
Hi guys. Bye guys.
Right. And these aren't just, you know, little
these are the big
posts just
suckers.
around the sky. These things are, look at the,
Yeah,
you
these
can
things
see
are
the
like-
intelligence in this photo.
They are like multiple football fields long.
Yeah.
I mean, huge ships. I have actually seen one of those fly over the top of me. So, and I had friends, and we witnessed it, and they're absolutely quiet when they go over the top of you.
Wow.
So I know they're real. And we saw them, you know, we seen them offload, you know, after the cubes got here. in 2019. I was watching them for the hours, watching them offload, and there was no clouds around them, and you could plainly see them in a grayish, dark blue area, and then these little white things offloading out of the cube. It's like, oh shit, look at this. And this is, of course, when I first saw my first fighter squadron docking station and some of the support craft and all this little smaller stuff flying around as the big stuff came out. It was just wow, and I've been screaming it to everybody publicly, ever since. And that was 2019. And what do we get back? Crickets. Yeah, nobody wants to know this shit's happening. They don't want to know.
I can see why people don't want to even think about what
they're here.
This is just crazy, very, very crazy.
We lost Rocket Man. We're getting the shot of his flashing light.
Is he gone? Okay.
I have had problems.
Empty chair and his crystals and his computer system, and he left us. No, anyway.
He's got a music, or he's got a light show going too. I just noticed.
Cool.
Wow, man.
Either that or the department at his front door. I'm only joking.
Like a disco.
Right?
Probably got one of them lights that goes.
Yeah. That's
like
fun.
A frequency light. If it hears like noises, it kind of throbs.
I always like those.
There's all sorts of cool kind of lights you can get. We've seen them at the sound baths.
And unfortunately, Spencer stopped carrying them just about the time I could actually afford one for the girls for Christmas, and they didn't carry them anymore. I was like, oh, okay, never mind.
There's one that rotates and shows all like universe colors and things.
Disco ball.
Those are cool.
Yeah.
On your ceiling, and you can watch that and go to sleep. Like,
yeah, I would love to be able to afford neon, but currently I would love to have internet that would actually allow me to be on camera and not just microphone.
Right.
Here's a few pictures from Michelle McEwen. I hope I'm saying that right.
Thank you.
McEwen, EWAN.
Oh, thank you. I'm so glad you're here.
Michelle McEwen. She's the one sending you all your sun things. So.
Jillian, is McEwen Welsh or Scottish?
McEwen.
Is it Scottish or Welsh?
Possibly Welsh.
Yeah,
but we had friends that were called McEwen, so no, I think it could be Scottish.
Welsh, but,
it could be over the border kind of deals,
Well, I'm a thoroughly uninformed American, so I was taking a stab.
I think it can be both. It can be both.
Yeah, well,
if it's got a Mac in it,
depends on which time they went across the Roman line in the early years.
Depends. Oh, she was in South Africa as well.
Hadrian's Wall, or Hadrian's Wall.
Hadrian's Wall. Yeah.
Hadrian's Wall and all.
Hadrian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Well,
the battles, always fighting trying to break the Welsh over many governing kingships. Anyway,
I think I see a cube there, Sam, right there in the middle. Do you see it?
Probably. Yeah, you're probably right, because that's right where it should be.
Hey, you missed my Star Destroyer, Sam.
Very cloudy, very white.
You gotta see it.
Wasn't here.
Yeah. Go back.
Was
Go
he
back.
here? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gets to
I
get
was.
excited.
That's fine.
Look at those.
The cats. Oh, God.
Do you
If you
see
see the
these
close-ups.
little lights? Oh wait, let's go back.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah. Wait.
Star Destroyers flying away from us.
Look at that. Oh my God.
There they are.
Oh,
You
hey,
see 'em
oh,
little.
those look like they're like kind of like
Yeah, they look like something out of Battlestar Galactica.
a Battlestar Galactica.
Or X-Wing fighters or whatever. Yeah, but yeah.
No,
they're
it looks
bigger.
like they have.
Look at the shadowing underneath.
Like
they
that.
look like the slices of cheese again.
That one's a good one. Look at that one.
And
Yeah, it looks like a dragonfly's butt.
It looks like that ship from Guardians of the Galaxy.
Okay.
You know that one dude's ship that. I don't. You got to see the movie Guardians of the Galaxy.
Be starfighters.
Yep,
We don't know. We don't know. We don't have.
Hey, I love those
American
ones. Those are my
fixated.
favorite. They look like those Jax things that you throw.
Yeah.
Well, that's if you take them at face value, as in 2D instead of 3D.
Right.
Yeah. And there I was thinking that I'd done something daft to my camera, but look how Even the clouds have got like they're multiple
Yeah,
colors.
That's how it
the
goes.
shaky hand. That's all it is your shaky hand.
God, look at
Right?
those things.
I'm joking.
Yeah,
Look
it's my
at-
shaky hand, Sam.
Those
And we
are
can all sit there
awesome.
and imagine, but I thought I'll do that so we can all imagine ships, you know.
Well, the point with it is they are up there,
Yeah.
Mhm.
and we know it, and we see it all the time. I see it every day.
Wow.
I was going to
People
tell
look at
Dennis
us and
congratulations.
shake their
Around the
heads and go,
world.
"Oh, look at the nut jobs! Oh dear! Oh no!"
Yeah, and that guy's, that guy says this, and he's so full of shit.
It doesn't matter. What it's just like
Do, do,
this,
do, do,
this
do,
is
do, do, do.
we're presenting you with the facts. We're not here to change anybody's beliefs. We're not here to argue. We're here to present you with the facts.
We give
as they
examples,
unfold
not proof.
day by
Well, we
day,
do
and that's
prove,
it. It's incredible.
Almost thought I lost the dog for a minute, but he's talking to me.
Yeah, I don't know what time it is for Dennis, but I'm assuming it's middle of the night, something
So
like
where
that.
is he, man? He's
So-
somewhere here in the UK too.
Well, I think he's in the UK. Maybe it's about what your time is, right? What time is it, Dennis? We need to know. We need to know what
Yeah,
time it is.
tell us what time it is, and then we'll know
Yes.
you're in the same place as me.
And then we can be proud of you too.
Inquiring minds want to know.
Right.
Yeah, I'm going to go past the 5-hour mark, and then where's he?
What
I
have you
love
learned today
the
that,
Irish. I
you
love
didn't know
Irish.
about so far?
Hi, Nina.
You know,
You gotta love the
Nina.
Irish.
And it's 1 a.m. for T. Racy. 1 a.m.
Unless you're watching Blazing Saddles.
Oh, where's
Blazing
Teresa again?
Saddles.
We're Great Britain.
Yeah, well, I see the wee flaggy, but she's probably
And
in England.
Nina is in
And Nina's in
Ireland.
Ireland, yeah.
Right?
I didn't even
Yes.
think of the Irish.
Nina's in Ireland, yeah.
Let's see. And
I didn't
Andrea
even think of the Irish.
is
I'm thinking,
in
right,
New
Scottish or
Zealand.
well, yeah, it could be.
1 a.m.
He's
It's
in
1
the
a.m.
UK.
in the UK.
oh,
Yeah,
you still
well-
have some,
Hey,
Yeah.
what
They all
better
just
time
say-
to do a
they all
nighttime
say UK,
Artell
like,
Radio
it's
Wasteland
weird.
thing,
What, Sam?
I said,
Sorry,
what
Sam?
better way to be like Art Bell or Radio Wasteland than it being in the middle of the night for some people, and they're probably
Yeah.
going,
Yeah.
awesome information, and taking notes like some of us do, and
Southeast
it
London.
would be a nice late night show. This is why I've often thought that we should go radio and in market, but we'll see what happens
okay.
because radio is
Andrea's
the old medium
at
and
2
we're now
a.m.
moving
Oh my
into
God.
new.
How long are you guys going to stay up? Well, you probably don't work tomorrow. I've got to go work tomorrow. At
Right.
least I'm not torturing eggs, so, the
Well,
other people will be happy I'm not torturing their eggs tomorrow.
we understand. So you just let us know. I know, but I know you don't want to. So
Well,
Yeah,
you can
I-
tell me.
Yeah, well, you're
Yeah.
already fighting to keep your eyes open.
what time do you have to get up in the morning?
7.
Yeah, early.
And Tony's in
Yeah, so-
London.
Tony's in London.
Wow.
Yeah, my boss. He's from London.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's cool.
my boss at the EPA.
2 p.m.
I love
Andrea,
his
shame,
accent.
man. Oh my
I
God.
love.
This is the fun part where you get to see where everybody is, and then you're like, oh, I can put pins in my map on the wall now. Dunk, dunk, dunk. Don't think I've got
3
enough
a.m. for
pins.
Audrey.
And Audrey, of
Cool.
course, is in. Don't forget Audrey because
Oh man,
Audrey's
that's
on
all
the
we need.
computer.
We need to just go 24/7
South
because
Africa.
Dennis would watch if we did.
Yeah, I flew for 33 hours to get here.
Oh my gosh.
33 hours.
33
Because
hours.
when I started in Cape Town, there was like load shedding or something at the airport.
Okay.
Probably shouldn't say this on TV. They're probably going to freak out about my 3 bags now. But the guy just looked at me and said, "Have you got any of these things in your bags, lady?" And I said, "No." And he says, "Right, go that way."
Oh.
And my brother was waving like, "Don't come back." See you.
Yeah, Cape
Yeah.
Town's pretty rough out there. It's pretty bad. It's
Yeah.
been bad. I heard about the water shortage
Oh
and
wow.
Well,
everything.
The one year when Nancy and Carol Ann found me, and another guy called John, they actually tried to find me by satellite because there was a fire, a really bad wildfire, and they couldn't. Then I wasn't. It burned down everything. It just trashed everything. It burned down all the wires and the poles and the electricity, and it blew up the substation. It incinerated the substation, so it took them days to put everything back on again.
Cape Town's not that. It's pretty tough down there.
Well, I believe the drought is over now.
The drought's apparently over now because by the time I left, the dams were starting to fill up, but it was still horrifically hot.
It was bad.
It was ocean waves.
It was bad. It was bad.
Well, weather all over the world right now is completely different than it was even just a few years ago.
It just changed so much in that time because that was back when I realized there was something wrong with the sun. It wasn't in the right place anymore, and the place that it did at the top of the day burn into the garden like a great big thing, a giant yellow circle, like a crop circle, and nothing would grow there. Nothing. So, yeah, I'm glad I'm here now, but you can still, in the 5 years that I've been here, see the changes that it's done here are so dramatic as well. So dramatic.
No, I guess I just didn't notice any changes because it's always 118 here or more in the summer. You know,
Same
we've
day
always
every
had
day.
extreme heat, so I'm just not. I'm worried. We'll see.
Yeah, it's my 5-year anniversary just passed on the 24th of January, and when I came that year, we drove past something and it was a little white puffball in a cloud, and they said, "Right, that's the snow. We'll keep driving," and and we kept looking. I was like, "Where's the snow? Where's the snow?" No, there's not been any snow. Sorry, And the one thing I thought when I land here, when we flew over the Cairngorms, there was snow. That's the big mountains. Flew over them. There was like dusting on the top. About was it the 24th? 2 days later, there was snow. When we woke up in the morning, Lindsay said to me, "Look out the window." And it was purple outside. The sky was purple.
Oh, I think it's so cool.
Snowed. It was snow everywhere. It was snow.
When that
then I seen snow.
Purple, it is something else.
Yeah.
And I only started noticing the purple about 3 weeks ago, and now it's just weird.
You can't not see the purple anymore, can you?
It's so neat.
Yeah, I had dreams about the purple.
Okay.
I remember before I left South Africa, it said, when you see the purple animals in the sky, you'll know that time is here.
Oh.
I was like, cool, that's a nice one. There was other parts to that one. I'll tell you another time, Chris.
Okay.
Yeah, but dreams, like, I've had weird dreams, but I think we all do. I think we're the ones with the really active, the fully active brains.
I don't remember much. I mean, I'll know if I had a weird dream, but I usually can't remember what I'm dreaming about. But lately, it's like, yeah, I can remember most of it now. It's just weird.
Yeah, these are some of the things I want to talk about when.
Well, we are in the year of the dragon. New changes.
Yeah.
New changes.
Yeah. What about you, Rebecca? Can you remember your dreams?
Not very many, no.
And Rocket Man? Rocket Man.
Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah. I remember all my dreams vividly.
Oh, really? Oh, cool.
Oh, you're like me then. You also remember your dreams.
They're all lucid.
Oh, okay.
Do you write down stuff?
Like lucid dream like that,
Yeah, it's like I'm there.
Wow.
Yeah. Have you seen the planets when you sleep and dream?
Yeah, I see the planets. I'm in space. I'm on ships. I'm on space platforms.
Oh,
cool.
I'm all over the place.
Me too. Uh-huh.
That's cool.
We won't ask Sam because we know that Sam sees stuff beyond what we.
Yeah, and be careful where you look.
I sleep really, really good. I mean, I sleep like a baby. It's so nice. But yeah, I don't have too many dreams that I can just say I remember so well. So
Yeah,
it's been a long time since I've had one like that.
Yeah, it's called astral travel.
Yeah. I remember dreaming about that for the first time when you see the silver cord and stuff.
Thank you, Sammy.
Yeah, the
Thank
silver
you. That's
cord.
wonderful.
You know about the silver cord, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
I know about it.
Silver
I
cord,
just, yeah, I know about it.
Yeah,
But that's about it.
just don't cut your silver cord, because that'll be the
Yeah.
end of you.
Wow. Well, when I was a teenager, we went to this concert and it was weird. I had like I wasn't drinking or doing weird things, but
music
my body,
does that to you. Frequency harmonic music does that.
Oh my gosh, it was weird. I totally like left my body, and nothing's like that. Nothing has ever happened to me like that since. But I was like 14.
What concert was that?
I can't remember. I've been to so many. I just don't remember. But I remember that happening. Yeah, it was weird. I could totally see my body in the seat. And yeah, that was weird. And I couldn't like find my way back. And then all of a sudden I was like back in my body. It was a very strange experience.
Yeah, there's all sorts of things connected to this, isn't there?
Mm-hmm. And you're absolutely right about sound and frequency. Yeah, it's very strange.
I know, because when Lindsay does the sound baths and you go and you meditate for an hour on the mat, and she does the sound frequency harmonics, and she does the gong as well. And the gong sounds like planets. It is really cool. It sounds like because we heard one of the big planets in space, one of the 3 big ones in our own solar system, sounds almost like a certain part of her gong when she touches it.
Wow, that's incredible.
It really is. It's something. If you just lie there, and the Highland sound bath place that we go to had special ceiling, so it could encapsulate you inside the sound experience.
Acoustic rhythm.
Yeah. It was totally acoustic. It would boost everything. It was just so special. I mean, she had bookings like waiting lists as long as her arm to get people in. She didn't have to worry. If somebody canceled, then somebody else would take the place.
Sure.
It shows you how much people need it.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully she does them in her cabin now, so yeah.
Yeah, people need to start implementing all sorts of alternative ways for healing, because I mean, I'm a medical professional by trade, and I've seen some very crazy stuff. Our medical system is messed up right now, and I see greed, and it's not what I thought I was getting into when I was in college. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yes. My son left medical school. He had one more year to go to be an RN. And he left. Yeah,
That's
which is
too bad.
fine, because he's actually pretty happy now. He's doing really well, making more than he would as an RN.
Good.
So
Good.
It worked out good for him.
He was going to be a nurse.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's
Hey.
hard work. It's hard work, man. You make your
It
money.
is really, really hard work, because when I was in the hospital for the emergency operation, because they discovered something during COVID, and then it took them 5 months to be able to actually perform the surgery, and by then the thing had grown exponentially,
right?
And stuck itself on inside there. So the mini operation turned into a monster operation, and
Universal healthcare. You can.
Yeah, it was really wild.
Happening.
Really wild.
Yeah, hey Christopher.
But, yeah.
Christopher.
Harmonics really, I think, is the way to go if you want to heal yourself naturally.
Christopher.
Don't they talk about med beds and stuff
hear
like
you.
that? I mean, there must be another way to heal.
I'll get to you in a second.
Okay. Yeah, there's gotta be, right? I mean, I just think that we had the answer, and at the turn of the century, the powers that be changed the whole way the medical system is here in this country.
There's so much that has to change to make everything whole for everybody's sake. You can't.
I just see the whole thing. I see the food, chain, and it's completely tied in with the pharmaceutical industry. You know, like look at the ketchup they sell at the grocery store here in America. They can't sell that ketchup in Canada or anywhere else. Literally, it's the same brand. I'm not going to say brands because we don't need to do that. But look at the ingredients in America on our ketchup, and then look at Canada's ingredients. And it's a
same thing in Europe. They won't include most of the ingredients in the food, and they can't sell it in Europe or Canada.
Yeah. Hey, Chris, I used to work in the healthcare industry for years, and I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
Everything they're doing is wrong.
Yeah, and I watched my mother's an RN, so she was a nurse for over 40 years, and she was a single parent. So I mean, I grew up with all that stuff. So yeah, it's rough, especially when you finally realize what's going on.
It's called pharmakia or black magic.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
That's what it is, bro. It's black magic.
You know, like I apparently a lot of herbs and all that stuff. I'm not like one of these, you know, like I'm not outside eating grass straight from the ground. Okay, but you know, I guess dandelion root is supposed to be really good for your heart. It's one of those.
Do you know how during COVID, if you could sit on Wi-Fi here and research things that's coming out your ears, and you can't believe that we didn't even think of this stuff until then. It's wild because it really opened my eyes. I think a lot of people suddenly started waking up, but they don't realize this whole enormous picture that we're living in, and it really is intense. It's not just. I love my planets and everything, but there's so much that has taught me. I'm so grateful for finding Sam and finding all this information. You're not asleep anymore. You're like, never ever go back.
Right, exactly. Once you see it,
and you just long to be able to tell it to everybody, and you have to be so careful because not everybody.
Exactly. You have to walk on eggshells, and you know, some people just don't want to listen to. It's so hard for them.
But how do we help them without seeming to do that? You know, I would love to be able to make it better for everybody without them realizing it, just so we could teach them and help them and grow them. I mean, I don't know. How do you do that?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Rebecca, I have just sent you a picture on Facebook through the PM that came in from today from Petty Bosco in Hungary.
Oh, okay.
And I figured you'd like to see it, so I just sent it to you.
Yeah, let's
it should be arriving any second now.
He's another person looking forward to us having translation.
Cool.
So, yes.
Okay, you should have it by now.
Okay. Oh, wow.
I was scrolling down Facebook and I saw it, so I figured I'd share it.
Right. Let's get it pulled over.
Sleep well, Nancy. See you in dreamland. We're all going to bed now for work. Following close at your heels, I promise. Like almost. I have to see this picture though. One more picture.
Hang it on.
5 hours.
One more picture.
Yeah, this came in from Betty in Hungary.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay.
You know, I almost tempted not to have to say anything about what we're looking at.
Here. Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, it's
Let's take a
pretty
good look
self-evident.
at
All you have to
I didn't
do is
even look
at
too close, but the color is weird. The coloring is off, as we've been seeing here lately.
It's so blatantly, you can see the difference between the objects in the picture.
Oh, wow. Mm-hmm.
Oh, hello.
Yes. Oh, okay.
Whoa.
Look at that.
Boing.
Look at the drawing.
Hello.
It's like, hi guys.
Here.
Woo.
I'm gonna write it down before Rebecca says something.
And this is
I want to see if I get
after
it right.
sunset.
Yes. Where's the asteroid?
Oh man, this is like
That's so close. Look at that.
the grinder. I'm trying to figure out if this is Atu's moon in the object cluster group, or if it's Saturn Magellan moon coming in from the right, and yet the object cluster group coming in from the left.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, look at those guys.
And
The
you can
ones in the
see,
front,
I
you
can
see
tell
in the
you,
middle.
drastically tell you, everything on the left-hand side is asteroids.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see
Yeah.
the bulgy little lumps.
I'm gonna get your drawing pulled up here so we can compare.
Yeah,
Oh, look at
there,
the
but
different
it
colors.
looks like
On
it-
my phone, the color is totally different. It's like a sort of like a grayish on the left, and that other. Oh,
Is that the skull asteroid on the far left in the middle, or?
yeah, look at that on the side.
It's kind of
Yeah,
illuminated.
stretching
It kind of
some
looks
things.
like that, doesn't it?
You know,
Looks
because
like
at
a
first I
face
thought it
thing.
was Nibiru and the yellow moon, and I saw them, but then I saw all the asteroids, and I'm just like, it can't be the yellow moon, and I saw them.
That facial illumination, and just below the E.
Okay.
The Phospho E.
Yeah.
That does look like the skull asteroid poking its little face right there, compared to what we were just looking at from your live cam.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Yes. That's it. Exactly. I gotta make a comparison. That's another one I gotta make.
Right? This is a cool picture.
I know. It's like, yeah,
Super
that
nice.
is.
Yeah, look at that one. That's a keeper.
And of course, this is what we're experiencing minute stress about on the oncoming 180-day cycle, and here we're looking at the objects now, and they're coming in at that harsh angle, and how big they are, and we know in the next couple of weeks they're going to get bigger and bigger till we hit the end of March, and that's when the 180-day cycle supposedly starts. We could almost say it's going on now, but I mean
This picture is from Hungary. It's on the other side of our world from here. It's we're seeing this all over the world. It's incredible.
In the Western Baltic, Eastern Europe, whichever you wish to call it. Budapest.
Yep.
Formerly Constantinople and all of that. At one point in time, the home of the seat of the Roman Church, or the Roman Empire. Right before the Byzantines took over.
Wow.
Go back through history.
Okay, I made it into a comparison so we can look at that next. So, boy, it looks just like it too.
Cool.
Really, I'm impressed.
It's amazing how they look exactly the same. How can the sky look like a picture? Huh?
I mean it.
I
That's
just
my
marvel
favorite
at
part
it.
of all of this are the drawings.
Somebody must know what he's talking about. That
you think?
I don't know.
You know, you always get that awe factor when you see in the sky what you've seen like 2 days ago in a picture. You go, oh my God, look at that. Wow.
It's so cool. Sometimes you ever think that it might be your picture, and then you look again, and it's like, wait, that's not my.
That's not mine. That looks like the other dude's.
Right.
Yeah, that were your picture was so close to the other person's, you can't tell which is which, except for that's not the house.
Yeah, your pictures actually look like they were in a set together.
They're in some part of the world where you just can't believe it.
Yeah, if you put them all together, they would look like they were in a set. It's so cool.
Well, that's
Never
how
thought
we know
about
what
that,
we know,
Jillian. That's
because
a cool
we've
idea.
done the comparisons around the world for years.
That's a really cool idea. Maybe get that transparency.
We should do that one time. Put them all next to
Put
each
them
other.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Do what?
Like
put what?
You know what I'm talking about?
When everybody takes a picture that's the same thing, and then you put them there, and then you see like the progression from who's seen it first, all to who's seen it next.
And we've done that with some. When the close pass asteroid storms were occurring, we did that a couple of different times, going from.
Yeah, remember, Sam? We did that. Yeah, we
and
did
this is how
that.
we were able to call those freak storms, which what we called a close pass asteroid storm. And we've documented those going on from 2020 on.
What? I'm sorry, I need glasses, but someone's asking what happens after the 180-day cycle.
Well, the activity changes and they're less volatile. We don't see as many electrical discharges and freak storms. It just reduces.
That's right.
And then when it starts back up again, there's a segment of increased activity. And then the activity sort of just stays generally catastrophic. And then right before the end of it, it gets really bad again. And then it sort of fades out. And then we watch different winter orbit patterns, and then this is of course where the planets move, and it's a pretty it's a sort of scheduled thing where we watched it from one cycle, right, where the planets were on the right, and then they were on the left, and then they were on the right, and then they are on the left, and so we watched this occurrence, as they got closer and moved up from underneath us, and then beside us, and then axis angle tipped past us from 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and now they're going beyond us. So, and we watched them get bigger and bigger, and now they're sky pillars everywhere you look. And even just, a year and a half ago, that wasn't the case.
It's incredible.
Surely is.
And
Well, guys, I'm going to love and leave you. I have to go to bed now.
Okay, you going?
All right.
Okay,
We'll see you.
girl.
Good night.
Yeah, I've got to get these
good
animals
night.
into. Yeah, I have to get some
Right.
sleep. Woohoo.
All right. Good night.
Night, night,
Well,
guys.
good night.
Good week.
We'll see you in a few days, Jillian.
Okie
Bye-bye.
dokie. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. If I can figure out where the little,
Okay,
yeah.
bye.
So funny.
I do that too, especially when I go live. I'm telling everybody, okay, like if I'm at the field, all I can do
always
is
miss
shut my
lives,
phone off.
Rebecca.
I
I
can't
always
figure
miss
out how to
them.
go live. Yeah, I just have to shut down my phone practically.
You went live the other day, right? Like on Wednesday, or?
I did on Facebook. Yes.
Yeah, I
for
totally
about 30
missed it.
minutes or so.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I totally missed it. I was like,
I had
missed
Ellen out in the car. I was like, I couldn't stay too long, but
Oh.
and then I was going to do it again that afternoon because the sky looked so great. But no,
Right.
it was too hot. I mean, it wasn't hot. It was 60 something. But serious, my cheeks were just burning.
Just
good.
right now, just from being outside
Good.
for what 20 minutes I was out there, I'm like burning up.
Yes, I
That
know.
would be that
I know.
large standard red star that none of us are used to.
Oh man, it's
I'm gonna-
just crazy. This is just too much. It's just a lot of it's a lot to take in. And after yesterday, though, after what I saw yesterday, you can't deny this at all. I mean, and that's what I think a lot of people need to understand. Everybody's got a lot of questions. I understand that. I had a lot of questions in the beginning too, but once you see this with your own eyes and you just allow it to show you its total magnificence, it's just like earlier somebody asked about how far are the planets from us, and let them tell you, like go
Well, there's a
outside
lot of
and
room
look
between
at
us
it.
and 93
You'll
million miles.
be able to feel it. Like you'll be able to tell that your whole existence, all of it is just going to be right there in front of you. Let them tell the tale, pretty much, is how I saw it last night, and it's incredible.
I'm telling Ron over on TikTok is asking when Nibiru is going to be here. So
Yeah.
I'm giving him the lowdown. Yeah,
It
I'm
is
giving him the
here.
lowdown. It's already here, Ron.
Already here.
So, right. So I have some videos of just some current events if you'd like to
Yeah.
check that out real
Yes,
quick.
please.
Yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead and get that. Here it is. Some random things on TikTok. It's loading.
Yeah, well, while we're waiting for it to load, Rebecca and I were talking about prior to the show how I am going through a new level of stress that I hadn't expected. So that may come out in my words. Algeria,
Yeah.
Northern Africa.
Yep. My gosh.
Yeah, they got the jet stream going over the top of them in ways that we haven't seen in
Oh
many years.
no! Look at that.
And the climate change in Africa is in effect, and they're seeing far more water than they've seen in many, many years.
Wow.
And so, this will be climate changing for them permanently for a while. And you're about to see it grow lush and green, and things will start growing all over maybe, depending on the angle of the sun, depending on the location. Now, we could be seeing, much, much hotter temperatures this entire year. So, oh yeah, and did you see the pictures of? I was just going to say of the L.A. River, and I looked down and there it says L.A. River. By the way, the L.A. River is generically completely dry.
I think I have that on this clip. Someone talking about that.
Yeah, this was happening in 2023 and 2022 in the United States. Nonstop trees falling out.
Yep.
Because of the weather and the water and how the mountain slides and the landslides happen. Right. This is a landslide happening right before our very eyes. I swear there's got to be a planet over the top of us. I got a minor headache going here.
Whoa. Oh.
Yeah, that guy got buried in trees. Kazakhstan. Yeah, this is that winter thing I was telling you about that's been going on. They are in the great Arctic now in Kazakhstan.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, nobody told them that they moved to Antarctica, did they?
All right,
Nope.
guys, this is what's happening all across the United States right now. Over 32,000 AT&T outages were reported at 4 in the morning today, February 22nd, 2024.
So
now, guys, remember, there has been a lot
I included this because I thought, I mean, they're saying
important.
hackers, not, but don't you think it's also because of the solar activity?
Yeah, yes. My phone has not been working that well too.
And let's
Really?
imagine
Today's been the first day I've had a problem with it.
well, let's
I've had
imagine
problems.
that we're watching information from our star, and we're not being told about the coronal mass ejections from a much larger star. So, I mean, what material is actually hitting Earth right now? What is our magnetosphere going through? If you're interested, go look up the magnetosphere of the Earth. And
T-Mobile, I got T-Mobile.
Coincidence to me. Now, I'm very interested in hear what all of you have to
I can't really hear him.
Yeah.
say. I really do want you guys to comment and let me know what you think.
Yeah, everything's crazy. Get ready for, I mean, we should also
Sure it's
include the
choppy.
possibility of a Carrington event.
Yes.
And
Wow.
it's entirely possible that we could be driven back to the Stone Age in one foul swoop.
is reporting more than 32,000 outages for AT&T.
Now, keep in mind, that was at
T-Mobile,
4 in the
yep.
morning. It went up all the way to 72,000 cell phone outages. Do y'all know how
Plus,
crazy
there was a
that
whole
is?
bunch of corporations that went down as well as television.
Yeah,
networks.
it did happen because my phone was out for a while.
I saw
Really?
YouTube announcements
Yes,
on it
my
as well.
my T-Mobile phone was down. That's why I have two phones. This is my T-Mobile
Wow.
and this is my Google Pixel Plus.
It looks like it's dissipating from what it was.
Yeah, it looks kind of asteroidy, but yet not.
You gotta have two phones.
I do have two phones too.
You have to have two phones. And a
Uh-huh.
landline. And a
Spiral
landline.
asteroid. I wonder. Kind of looks like there's two. It's not really spiraling. But then again, look, it's Mr. BB 333.
Right. I mean,
Yeah, that could easily be the spiral asteroid. Or an asteroid coming in and crossing in that we don't have documented or listed.
It's
Could
not
be
a
even a
sea trail.
smaller one.
It's not a sea
And
trail,
we
is
can
it?
expect anytime now more of that. Wouldn't that be intense this year if we did have some peel off asteroids?
Yeah.
That'd be spooky.
a little bit.
I mean, we got everything else. Why not that?
Right?
Yeah, that is something for sure. Yeah, I remember when this happened.
Anything's possible.
This is a long-
look at
this
the
is a long
Charlie
time ago.
Binsky event in Russia when that
Yep.
asteroid blew up before hitting the Earth, and all the blown out windows and injured people from
That was-
shattered glass, and 4.2 on the Richter scale. Look at that. Look at that.
Jeez.
And those people are running for cover and hiding in a matter of 5 minutes, and they it was dark skies, and then all of a sudden in comes this thing, and next thing in it they don't have a building to be in.
Wow.
Ecuador. Yeah, look, people, this is what the stuff we've been talking about. February 2024. Oh boy, where are you going to put that?
Oh, that's sad.
That's a better boat right now than a coffin. Where are you going to bury that? You're not going to.
I don't know. I don't know. They got a problem.
In a
know,
tree?
what do you do?
Probably 80
In a
of them.
tree. In a tree.
Yeah, well, you know, and that's part of the flood water issue, people, is coffins pop up, too. This is why you have to be buried in a cement casket. That way that doesn't occur. And if you live in a third world country, then in that water you're swimming in can be having all kinds of nasty things in it. And you're going to be a regimen of antibiotics for the next 6 months after walking in
That's
the water.
Death Valley?
I plan to be incinerated.
That's the salt I was talking about, the brine water that was forming in Death Valley at the southern end of California now. That whole area is returning back into a lake.
That's crazy. That's low. That's like
to the east of LA.
Way below the lowest spot below sea level, right?
Yeah, there's people kayaking in it now.
Oh, nice.
And it's a very salty content. You can see that
Look
on the
at the
white
salt.
soil
Yeah,
right
you
there
can
on the
see it
ground.
all
That's
over.
Oh, it's all salty. Look at that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a brine water, and that's the southern lake of California. In the 30s and the 20s and the 10s, there was a massive, huge lake in the center of California, and they drained it to grow all the crops and everything that we fed everybody around the world
They did
through
so
World
much,
War II.
They did such horrible things to
Whoa. Yeah, I saw this one on
to
video.
the world, to the states by robbing the water.
You know, and people don't even go back through history, you know, even to the turn of the century of how things used to be.
Yeah, California took all the water.
That was crazy.
California and Las Vegas. California and Las
Pumped it
Vegas.
to LA, pumped it to
Yep.
Vegas, and pumped it to, and so much so that the Salton Sea area, which is the normal ending.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you. Is the Salton Sea? That's the one.
Yeah,
they
and that water used to go all the way into the Gulf of
I know.
Mexico in the Sea of Cortez.
They cut the
And-
water off from going into it.
Right, and now it's
they
turned into a
destroyed it.
swampy, nasty, rotten
Toxic.
puddle.
It's
And their property values went way down because the place stinks so bad. You go outside during the day and you want to puke.
I know.
But there's some hardcore residents that are, you know, claiming their property
Right.
and they live through it, and they're, you know, down there living their California Baja life, and
Now, whatever.
so and it's geologically, volcanically active down there at
It
the
sure is.
southern shore of the Salton Sea.
Always. It's always.
Well, they've had
volcanic.
mounding going on for over a decade there,
You're so right.
and
Hey.
mud lava and all of that hot lava mud burping up for years now down there.
They also have a thermal power plant down there.
Right,
too,
right.
don't they?
Which is and which proves to you that there's a
Thermal.
lava dome there. Yeah, look at
Yes,
this.
you're so
This
right.
is about an F2, F3 tornado. Now the Fujita scale can be judged by how far down the tree it gets ripped off.
Okay.
That's just a
Branches
crazy
removed,
scale. Come
leaves
on.
removed is F2. Halfway down the tree removed F3. 3/4 to all the way down, ripped off down to the ground is F4 and F5.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I've seen those big ones, man.
Never seen a tornado before.
Oh, I've seen them only on video.
What's freaky weird about it is it comes on so fast and so quickly, and people don't expect to have all the air sucked out of their lungs.
Wow. See, I never realized that either. That
And it picks you up and throws you.
pressure will mess up your lungs like that. That's scary.
Yeah, you exhale, then
Yeah.
you don't have the strength to actually draw in your next breath.
Oh God. Wow.
Yeah, I live in
And that-
Tornado Alley.
Oh my
so to
God.
speak, but
I mean,
thankfully I've never seen a tornado.
Thank
so,
God.
Right.
are you curious?
No.
Like, would you ever want to see one before?
I- I
No.
got- I went in, it's just south of St.
Far
Cloud.
away.
Yeah, not
And,
really. Because even if I saw it from a
I-
distance, you know, I'd still be worried for whoever is,
Right.
you know,
Yeah,
experiencing it above
It
them.
could come to you.
Yeah.
It could also head your way.
You know, I've always been like, oh, I want to see a
Yes.
tornado. Yeah, definitely. And then until
Yes.
Sam said, you know, you're not going to be able to breathe. You know.
Yeah.
Well,
right.
it just depends on how close
But,
you are to one. You know, I had one chase me down the highway,
Oh no.
and this guy, I was hitchhiking in Minnesota, and I was south of St. Cloud heading for Little Falls, and he comes rolling up to me and he screams, get in the car, there's a tornado coming. And I look up behind the car, and that damn thing's less than a mile away, and it chased us down the highway as fast as we could drive. And then it was a small, like Toyota smaller car back in the 70s. And then he couldn't keep it on the road because the back end kept whipping from side to side. And so he
Wow.
pulled off near this bridge, underneath the bridge, and we ran out of the car and went behind the big cement columns on the far side of the overpass. And we were there holding on to the poles, the metal beams of the overpass, as our legs are being ripped out from underneath us. And we're holding on for dear life as we're flapping in the wind like a flag on a flagpole. And it went over the top of us, around the overpass, and then past us. And within a 2-minute period of time, I was attempting to breathe. And
wow,
I did not think I was going to live through it. But I mean, I've been up close and personal with a tornado. So
thank you,
and,
Dennis.
Total sky, tornado chaser ever
Really
since.
nice.
That's cool.
Right. He's here with us till the end, he says.
Great.
So I think that with all of us, really, we kind of all got each other till whatever the end
today,
is.
Yes. What everybody in the comments, like, what have you learned today that you didn't know about, or is there something you want to know about still?
Share it with a friend, subscribe, like, hit the notification bell.
Yeah. And I'm saving a video. I have some of my video from the week I was going to share. Cool. And then also, I saw Andy in the comments, and he has sent me something, and Robert in New Zealand. Andy's in the UK. So I got my list going here. It's scrolling down as I go along. But seriously, there's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, at least 12 or 13 people send in pictures today.
Right. That's great.
A lot. Yeah, a lot. So, and all right, let's see. Almost the same. Yeah, my week, as far as the sky goes, was pretty interesting, at least for a couple of days. So I'm gonna load that here in a minute. Y'all can see. I've just been too busy to turn it into a video. I haven't even shared it on Facebook. I mean, I'm taking pictures and I'm not even sharing them.
It's not easy. It's not easy doing all that editing, and
it's not. It takes time.
Yeah, I had somebody tell me something like, she said to me something about not wanting to. I don't want to help newbies out or something like that, and I don't. She said, I know obviously you don't have the time to help out newbies. And I'm like, oh, okay.
Well,
I just tried to, send her,
we do try to help newbies out.
I try answering all her questions. And that's all we can do. So
I often wonder where they have been for the last decade.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. I'm like, well, you don't have to, get weird. Just, ask the question and, I'll be happy to answer it, but I don't know.
To Racy, you don't want to know.
Right.
I was just avoiding discussing that, but
yeah.
My mother used to say, if you don't have anything nice to say about someone, say nothing at all.
Right.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sitting here all of a sudden. I'm kind of hungry, wondering what the heck kind of munchie I can have.
Pizza.
Well, no, the girls already went through it. I did have one piece. I had one slice of pepperoni, and apparently nobody heard me chewing. That's a good thing.
That's so.
I
had to eat it. I ate a piece of fruit.
That sound good.
I want pizza.
I got mangoes and.
Yeah, we buy a mango here, and we have to wait a week for it to actually, or 2, to get ripe.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I've had these about
not ripe.
I've had these about
mango.
6 days. They're finally edible. But I try to eat fruit, and trying to eat a lot better.
Yeah, I found these things, and they're so good.
What's that?
They're
cool. Okay.
They're freeze dried, and it's this one's 3-bean chili and cornbread.
Oh.
And it's 2 servings.
I love cornbread.
And it makes a big bowl of yumminess. It's got
a big bowl of yumminess.
It's got veggie chili
doing a
topped
commercial.
with sweet green chili cornbread. Oh my God, it is so good. That, and then this one is Thai red curry.
Oh, curry.
I've never seen that brand before. But
It's only local to Durango.
Oh, okay.
Good night.
Nina's off to bed in Ireland. Okay, here is 3 pictures that Andy Pull from the UK sent me. Get those pulled up. And as far as I know, they're all his. Let's make sure.
Oh, sponsor. I just have an idea for a sponsor.
There you go. Well,
Sponsor.
Right.
Sponsor.
Oh, you sure do. Sure do.
Yeah,
'Cause
they're
if
local.
you do already know about a product, then you can contact them. And
Yeah, they're local. They're local here. They're right
Yes.
close to where I
and
live.
all of us don't mind some real good free samples. And
Oh,
Right.
God,
we
it's so good.
We love any kind of food.
And
That
they're
is, you know.
I am a little leery
real
about getting food through the mail, but if I know who
Working on
sends it
Visa,
to me, it's a different story.
I've eaten one already, and it's so. Oh God, it's so good. So healthy.
Chris, this is
Uh-huh.
this is a screenshot that Andy took of your video when you were out.
No
walking.
way. That's cool.
Yes.
Thank you for doing that.
So
Is that
right.
the skull?
He's
Oh my
asking, is that
God.
the skull, or he thinks it's the skull? What do you think, Sam? Is that what? Oh, maybe get something.
I was on mute.
Oh, okay.
From when I was walking
It's,
outside.
the
or another
skull
day.
is just to the lower right of the center object.
So, so what's that oval shape?
Yeah, what is that?
Probably one of the asteroids that it peels
Uh-huh.
out as the skull asteroid comes into the light. It looks like it's sort of coming out of the center of an exploding group of asteroids.
You can see. You can
we have a
see.
drawing to that. Going back a few years.
You can see it wisping, like the whatever. It's wisping as it's like turning.
It's lightly in the background, and we're staring at its eyes and the nose socket and the skull, but not its lower jaw.
Okay.
And you caught me munching on potato chips, and so I was like having to swallow real fast before I
No,
unmuted.
No pressure.
I
Okay,
know.
so then he is saying that this is one of his captures,
Yeah,
Beautiful.
wispy.
and he
Wispy
believes
ion
that
tails.
this is the same thing. He believes that was
I have a picture like that too, Andy. I got it at sunset. I'm not good with the asteroids yet, but
Okay. Dead center of this, the black circle in the bottom is the side orb.
Oh, okay.
And we know what's next to the side orb, and behind it is the long box cube.
Oh, okay.
okay. So let's go back to his picture here. Would that be considered the same,
And dead
basically?
center here, the red circular
I see it.
object dead
Yeah.
center in the middle is red asteroid.
Mm-hmm.
Underneath, the bluish area to the left is Attu's moon, and Attu behind it. And the pink-orange area just to the right of center is the bottom of Nepesity behind Attu and Attu's moon.
Okay. Very cool. Wow.
Awesome.
I would love to see these
All
from
right,
the beach.
cool, Andy. Thanks.
Totally. Like, I would just love to see this view from the beach. No, totally
yes.
you, right? Like,
Oh, wait a minute. I said the center with little blip at the bottom was red asteroid. That's actually a little sister in front of much larger red asteroid.
oh, okay. Wow.
I was wrong at first. Yeah, that's little sister is the circle. Little small
Wow.
thumbnails, the size of your thumbnail. Dead center,
Mhm.
middle, just left of center.
And look
And
at
then the rounded object behind that is the red asteroid.
Okay.
See the teardrop rounded
Mm-hmm.
turtle shell shaped. Yeah, Attu's moon in the upper left corner, Nepesity,
Wow.
Nepesity base core in the upper right.
Okay.
And of course, the
Wow.
illumination at the far horizon is where Saru is, which is green and blue, way in the back off the distance.
Oh,
We know
okay.
it's there. We know it's
Hmm.
there.
Yep.
And that's the secondary weird illumination way off in the distance at the horizon on the left. I would very much like my minor headache to go away, please. And it's
those are the
sound from
worst.
outside.
Thanks,
I
Sam.
can hear it. I can hum. There's a hum outside.
Like Tylenol or anything, or
oh God, no! I wouldn't eat that stuff if you gave it to me for free.
Good.
I don't do no. I mean, you have to fight me to take one aspirin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will not.
I mean,
do
I get headaches so
ever
bad
again
that
if it helps.
I get debilitating headaches. If I get a headache, it's bad. Like,
I used to have horrendously screamer laying on the floor, sweating in your underwear. Migraines.
Yeah.
And I learned how to make mine go away.
Well,
it was a couple of combination between self chiropractic and actually speaking about things that I was suppressing for the last 40 years.
Yep.
And once I started talking about the planets, my migraine level dropped dramatically, but it took me a long time to get there. When I first started talking, even typing anything about the planets and what I was not supposed to talk about, I sweated bullets. I mean, I actually got so nervous that my entire t-shirt would end up wet. I'm not kidding you. I sweated bullets. And I would have to wear a headband so I could just sit here and type.
Wow.
Oh, it made me horrendously nervous. I mean, when you got a threat from the government over the top of your head, you listen.
Man, I can't imagine. I can't.
No, it's not describable.
Don't be afraid of the government. I'm not.
Seeing some of the things that I've seen. When you go down in an elevator for a good 10, 15 minutes.
I've been watched too. I know what it's like.
Wow.
And you're in an underground base. It's a different story. You realize
that's different
severity, and the fact that they're in bed with the other entities,
aliens. Yeah, no shit. Sorry.
It leads you to the point where you don't know who you can trust.
Exactly.
And
you can't trust any of them.
Well, and then you question yourself: is this worth speaking publicly? I mean, look at the level of ridicule I've gotten.
Yeah, you know what? Who cares?
Well, yeah,
who cares about that?
I know that part of me says the exact same thing. I don't care, but yet at the same time, it is not something one should volunteer for.
Look at that.
Yeah, that's okay. I work for the government, and I say bad things about them anyway.
They don't promise to deport you.
No.
You said you work for the EPA?
I work for the EPA.
Wow, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Sure is lagging. Is it lagging for you too?
Yeah.
I guess it is. Okay. It's like, what is happening?
That's
Anyway, this was this week over Tulsa. And so, yeah, it was, all those, dimples or whatnot is asteroids.
Tattoos moon, lead asteroid, red asteroid, spiral asteroid. Site of Uri is behind all of this.
Oh, and Chris,
that bubbly area right there, directly above center right, is Attu's moon.
And Chris, the EPA's got a bad rap. The people in the organization, it's a really great organization. I've been with them for 3 years.
Cool.
They've been entirely gutted since presidential regime
I know.
change, going back to 2016.
It's a good organization, and I stand by them 100%.
Well, it used to be a lot better, but unfortunately, currently it is being run by a director that was formerly affiliated with the oil industry.
Yeah,
that's putting the fox in charge of the hen house, if you ask me.
We're not really too happy with the director of the EPA.
No. It's like working for it's like they brought the bad guy in to run the show, and
you are so right.
Interesting.
So
you're so 100% right.
But then the world does not work according to Sam's design.
Yeah, you're right, Sam. 100%.
You could be working for the FDA.
I could be working for a lot of people, but then I would be too opinionated.
The FDA stands for the Ferocious Drug Administration. Ferocious.
Forgotten Drug Administration.
Man, I mean,
ferocious
of their some of the pictures of their directors. I don't understand. This one woman, she's like, I don't want to talk bad about anybody, but she just doesn't look like the type of person I want to take advice from about my food.
The FDA is criminal. The FDA is criminal.
Too bad.
Negligent would be a better.
Yeah.
Criminal.
Okay.
Negligent. is the word for it.
Criminal is the right
Then,
word.
according to your First Amendment rights, you are allowed to say so.
Criminal.
Yep.
Well,
okay. Well, let's work for a better future tomorrow and start asking a little bit more responsibility of the people that we hand power to.
That's right.
Exactly.
Stop voting for people for their hair
Don't
color.
vote for
on top
stupid
of their head,
people.
Or for stop voting for
because you
morons.
like the colored pants he wears. Some of the reasons
Ignoramuses,
people say I voted for this person for it's
idiots.
just
Stop voting for them.
it's crazy. You know.
Have we developed our line of tennis shoes yet? I'm joking.
Right, exactly.
I just say,
And
look,
like,
Sam.
you know?
I say, do away with the government.
No.
Period.
No. We
We
need
can
government.
govern ourselves.
No, we need government, and
Yeah.
because without government, we have feudalism.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, to control the demons.
Well, I wasn't talking about the metaphysical world because there's no controlling the demons.
I'm talking about the demons with bodies.
Right.
Oh, those guys.
Oh,
Yeah,
those
guys.
ones. Okay.
Yeah. I was married to one. Remember?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, those are
Yeah.
the easily impressionable who haven't been guided properly into the reality of the future.
It's too bad.
They'll kill you. They'll stab you in the back, literally.
It's unfortunate, you know. It really is unfortunate. I've just had
Now look at that dark area.
relationships like that where people are just, you know,
Toxic.
yes,
Killers.
and
They're killers. They're killers.
Well, all you have to do is go on YouTube and watch Karen's.
Yeah, that's
they're a bunch
fun.
of killers.
My daughters watch far too much of that. That I do not.
Right.
I do not wish to see people in the behavior challenges.
No, it's not fun.
So I
Not
don't watch
at
a lot of that. But
They should
it's
all
on
be in
YouTube.
insane.
On
It's
YouTube.
just not
Everything
fun.
you ever wanted is on YouTube.
They should put them all back in insane asylums like they did a long time ago.
Especially when you see them in public for yourself and not on YouTube. That's the worst.
That would be mandating judgmental
In
judicial system.
asylums, bring back the asylums.
Yeah, but we cannot be jumping across the street trying to dictate how other people should
That's right.
live.
That's right.
We do live in a democratic voted society,
Mm-hmm.
and we're the society to overwhelmingly
Unfortunately.
urge some more mental health applications in our society. That would be a good thing,
Yes, that would be a good thing.
but not mandate our judgment over someone to slap them in a padded room as easily.
Not that easily.
Otherwise, I'd
There's-
be in one right now.
No, no, I don't think so.
No, I'm. You should see what I'm going through at home just now. I mean, I'm dealing with stress levels that I've never experienced, and of course, it could
Oh,
be
man.
because of the full moon. I had a horrible morning for about 4:00 this morning. I was just really uncomfortable, and that was, of course, the full moon.
Oh, I was angry yesterday. Yesterday, I was angry. I was just all of a sudden I just
that
felt
can
this.
be moon influence as well.
I was so like, and it wasn't just me. It was also Pamela too. She was also.
Really?
Okay, so the grumpies.
Yeah.
Yeah, planets and moons can affect us, and we are in a high tidal influx from our natural moon. Plus, we've got two other moons close by. So yeah, it's entirely possible.
Yeah, you're so right.
And people that I mean, you can see these repeated patterns in this dark blue above everything that she's filming here. You are looking at planets and asteroids underneath them.
I love it.
And these are not skies that we've ever had in our lives. And you can see objects cutting into the sun. The size of the sun is too big.
Look at that! How beautiful. Sky filler. Sky fillers.
Mm-hmm.
Got some great pictures today, Rebecca.
Definitely.
Right on.
Yeah, this was a few days ago, but yeah, a couple of days in a row, it was really good.
Yeah. Look at that little sun disk.
Parking lot 360.
The sun disk. The solar disk.
And no matter where you look, you're seeing planets here, guys. And there's an
I know,
asteroid
I was
right
like
there.
in all directions.
All that dark area is planets. And people have to get
Lagging.
in their head. This is real.
They couldn't handle the truth, Sam.
Well, some people can't. But we're hoping and we're hopeful that people get on board with this so we can move the science forward to accept it.
Well, we're on our way.
Yep.
We're on our way. You'll see.
What percentage do you think you'd have to get to make a difference? You know,
Wow.
like
Good question. God, I mean, you know, well, you know, when you consider how many scientists have actually debunked Einstein over the years,
You're so right.
you know, and we're still talking about Einstein, and there's been 5 or 6 major scientists that were, you know, so much more intelligent than he was.
Of course.
And they're not even famous yet.
Mhm.
And you know who you are out there, and I apologize. So you know, this could take many years, and let's hope it doesn't, because of the age of the internet, or that blue shaft lighting.
Yeah, hopefully it comes out like this as it should.
I would love it if we go. I mean, even
on,
just
you know,
the Texas Cube and Longbox Cube are circling around planets that are right in front of our faces, and whether they get the names or not is not the issue.
Right.
You know, of course, Nibiru would be nice if everybody knew what Nibiru was. Wow.
should.
I mean, there's so much. Where do we start?
Yeah.
Other than
There's
one day at a time and talk about it as a group, and you know, try and share it with as many people as it can grab hold of this passing bus, or you know, the train car. You know, grab the handle on the train car as it's flying past you. And you know, it's kind of difficult. It's insane. I mean, we say this every week. It is batshit crazy that this is happening, but guess what? It's real and it's happening. And these guys are not anything we've ever seen before in our entire lives.
I mean, look at it. You can't.
Too many people.
Why would you want to argue with this? This is what I don't understand. The people that just don't want to see it, they don't want to look at the information.
They're just indoctrinated,
I
Chris.
argue with that sky. Look at that. Why
They're-
would
And then, you know,
go
and then
out
there's the
and
people that fear it, and they're
marvel at that
immediately
guy?
ready to jump and say, "Well, this guy's full of shit." That's the bottom
They're
of the step of the
indoctrinated.
yellow moon right there.
Yes, they are absolutely.
They're indoctrinated, and
Mm-hmm.
most of the generation that are on this planet today, Chris, they did not see these guys the way we did. So
Right,
they grew up seeing these guys. So
Nor
they're
did
not
they
going
have the science education that I grew up
exactly. They're not going to know anything different than us. So we are a special generation that, and those who are younger that are coming, they're awake. They're waking up to it. But we got to hit those guys, the younger generation.
Yeah, definitely. And it's hard. It's hard to get through to them. You know.
Yeah. Optic blast just meant after 2011. I know I started having ear issues again. Rebecca, can you pull your Sky Sounds video
yeah.
up again?
You guys will meet my
yes. Let me get
you
that.
guys will meet my son one day.
They allowed you to have offspring?
Where does he live? Okay,
I'm teasing. I'm joking.
He's in
Oh, no.
Jackson,
Oh, no.
He's in Jacksonville, Florida.
Oh, getting a tan and chasing the surfboard.
Okay.
Mhm.
Of course, I don't know how the waves are on the. Which side is Jacksonville on? Is that on the west coast of Florida?
It's on the East Coast.
Oh, okay. I'm so full of shit. Yeah. Okay. So then he is getting waves, and then you'll have the
Yeah.
Atlantic waves.
Yeah. He's
Yeah, this
uh,
Optic blast. This started in 2011.
he's 29.
This is in Australia, and it started in 2011. And this is what I hear now here.
I guess it's my internet that's lagging,
Yeah,
which is strange.
Work. I magically order you
Which
to
of
work.
them? I don't know, guys.
Yeah, we might want to get used to this for the next week after this X flare goes, the double X flare goes by.
Yes, it's
It was like an X.6 or something, which was really high.
Is that coming from the clouds?
I don't know, it's somewhere up there.
God. It's the ships. The long box, I bet you.
Yeah, we have no way of definitively saying it's either tectonic plates, it's either that or the sound of the planets, or it is a lot of those have sounded like star destroyers going whoop,
Yeah.
whoop in the sky.
Yeah, I
and,
bet you.
Sighted around the world. And all you have to do is type in Strange Sky Sounds 2012, Strange Sky Sounds 2013, 14, 16, 18,
Listen to
20.
that. That is so
And they've come in a couple year groupings. And of course, it's also been talked about for many, many years in the 30 to 83 hertz zone as a planetary sound that's been going on for many years. So there's lots of other reasons and sightings been going on.
You know,
of course, that doesn't make mainstream news or science.
I know who it is. It's Bigfoot.
Oh,
just kidding.
That movie.
Bunch of gnomes underground humming, waiting for the beer to get ready.
The Slee
Right
Stack.
to my tongue. I'll think of it. But there's a movie where the ships are making these noises. Slee Stacks. No.
The Slee Stacks is from Land of the Lost.
Close Encounters.
My ears are
Yes,
I constantly
I
hear it.
know
And
who Slee Stacks
my
are.
ear bulb tips, my eardrums are sore all the time,
Hmm.
and I feel it in my feet, and I feel it in my butt, and all of that.
And your teeth?
Yeah, that, and sometimes my hands. you
Yeah,
know,
my
I-
teeth hurt.
Yeah.
My teeth hurt.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
when your inner ear is affected, your jaw
Yeah,
can go on that.
yeah.
Yep, it's happening, folks. It's going on right now. It's quite real. Everybody needs to get on board with this. We're not guessing. And I sure wish everybody who was out there would, come to center of the science rather than doing their own little thing and misinforming large numbers of people, which is where my stress level is coming from too. I don't want to misinform anyone, and I'm constantly trying to stay up on top of things and do my best possible science and be informed and have material ready to share with everybody a couple of times a week. And then I worry about other people I haven't spoken to. So it's been a little bit more pressure than usual.
Yeah, that's got to be cracking to have, to be talking to somebody, especially somebody that's on the other side of the world. And because you mentioned that before, that a lot of people that you talk to just stop talking, you don't know what's happened to them. That's unfortunate.
That is 2 planets over the top of us.
This is from Andy.
That's incredible.
And he said he's going to try to come on
There,
the show
and then that is
in
Atu's
a week or
moon.
so.
Do it.
So we'll
And
have
there
you-
is the red
Yes, I know, it's been
asteroid
a little bit.
and Uri to the left.
Oh, what was
Atu's
that? Let's
moon,
go back.
Nibiru behind,
Look at that.
red asteroid with little sister.
Wow.
Uri is to the upper left. Atu's moon is middle right in this shot. Atu is above and behind in front of Uri. And to the far right, to the far upper left of this is where the skull asteroid is. And we might be looking at one of its eyes poking out of the far corner at the upper left. And then Nepesity is behind Atu's moon in this shot. You can sort of see the core is orange and yellow, whereas the bubbly white, purple, blue in front of this is Atu's moon. Red asteroid, little sister on the far left, and then we go into the Saturn's yellow moon area in front of Saturn, and in the background is Nibiru all the way at the bottom horizon.
Man, he couldn't have asked for a better sunset.
Yeah, we're underneath multiple planets right here in the
Look at
outview.
that.
And the
That is
only
so
real sky is at the horizon line, and the rest is all planets.
Okay. And then Robbie in Australia sent me a video clip. So let's pull that up real quick. Yeah.
That is cut in from Atu. You can see the darker area in the upper left is Atu. You can see the definite line, dividing line of the planet right there. And it's cutting in, which is why it's making this weird flaring. And he's of course removed the light, but then you saw it as he removed it. That edge right
See,
there, the upper
my
edge,
video-
right there, that whole straight line is the edge of Atu.
Oh wow!
Recently, my video had that orange ring around it,
Yep.
that kind of a coral, peachy color. Yeah.
Yeah, and that shows you when
I
you start to
noticed that
see that,
too.
it shows you its refraction of land masses and that sort of thing.
Wow.
Even though, Atu purple, but you're actually seeing it in orange because it's going through the minor atmosphere of it, which is why it's breaking into the orange spectrum.
Wow. back up real fast and go back to that section.
Partially, half of that sun is gone from that.
Right.
If I can find it. Bear with me. But look at all these asteroids. Those are asteroids.
Yep, they're those moving little wispy old clouds.
That right there. See?
Look at that.
See that?
Wispy.
Yeah, and the shaft light shows you it's being cut off.
Yeah. Wow.
Asteroids.
That was the day I was going to go live, and I sat out in my car, I don't know, 30, 40 minutes.
That's all and then you spin back,
Taking
and then you're coming into the other
pictures,
side, and you're looking at Saturn's yellow moon on the right.
It was so hot, though, on my face. It was just, ouch. It's not worth a burn over.
Yeah, most of those blotchies right there with the wispy clouds are asteroids. That's the bottom of Saru. I mean, excuse me, is Saturn where I came up with Saru out of my mouth? I don't know.
Yeah.
Hello, wake up.
It happens. It happens, people. It can happen.
That would be my other left, yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Blue.
Now, I just love how, we're looking at the same thing every day, but there's always something different happening. It's so cool.
Wow.
Flame-like clouds on the right-hand side.
Yes, it is.
Wow.
That was that. Yeah, it was a good week for me where I live, for viewing pleasure. So
Well, I hope everybody's starting to get a handle on this. It would be very nice. Be very, very nice.
And then Robert sent me some pictures. So let's pull up Robert's.
Okay.
It's been a full show.
I'm already starting to wind down. Get a little pooped here. I'm barely sipping in my third Coca-Cola, Maybe I'll do a cough drop 2.
How many? I was going to say, what's the cough?
Number 2. I had one at the beginning of the show right away within the first 5 minutes, and then now I'll go for cough drop number 2, Ricola.
How many subscribers do you have watching, Rebecca, on Facebook?
40, 50.
Wow.
50 on Facebook?
52.
52 on Facebook, and how many?
Climbing.
Oh, on Facebook. It does not. Oh,
Does
wait.
it tell you?
32.
Wow, that's cool.
So you got like 80 something people watching right now from between Facebook and YouTube?
Right. And TikTok.
Oh, and TikTok too.
Uh-huh. Yeah. See,
all of you 80 people
TikTok
share
is in their own
this with at least
window.
one person.
I could use your help on how to get them joined over one day.
Can you send me an invite to your TikTok channel? I've never used TikTok before. Sorry.
It's okay. I'll forgive you.
If you could email it to me, please.
For sure. Okay.
Because I'm going to go ahead and get that hooked up into Streamlabs as well as Trovo. And
yeah, because TikTok, it gives me the stream key, and there's 2 codes. I've not been able to get it to work on Streamlabs.
Oh,
yeah, Nicole, those X-Class players are what's hitting us right now.
I'll get it to work on Streamlabs.
And then the two major ones that went off yesterday and the day before won't hit for like 2 days.
And this is from Robert in New Zealand.
Yeah, you'll have everybody on Streamlabs from TikTok. You'll be able to see them all there.
Everybody should expect that their phone and their cell service and other things are not going to be working so well in the next 2 days. You're going to see, and we could even this X-Class was high enough. It is going to actually create some aurora borealis, and actually possibly a small amount is going to break through our magnetosphere and actually cause some actual electrical damage, which we've also been seeing evidence of, where they're talking about all the television, radio, and cell phones and stuff being disrupted, because there is probably more going on than just what we are talking about from our sun alone.
Wow. Now, how long does it take usually for a solar flare to?
It depends on the direction and if it's a spiral flaring or if it's a direct toward Earth blow. A direct toward Earth blow can take a day and a half or a day. And if it's a spiraling rotational burst, because the sun it bursts and it has this, like, it's like an octopus arm, and then it turns, and then it goes over, wakes over the top of Earth. And then our magnetosphere, for the most part, repels it, as it goes past us. The more directional toward us, the stronger impact it can have. And if you're in the X-class flare zone, M-class is one thing, but when you hit X-class, then you're talking significant possibility of actually breaking through Earth's personal magnetosphere and actually causing damage to our electrical systems, computers, you name it, traffic lights, you name it, cell phones, all systems.
That's, jeez. Be careful, everybody. Be careful out there.
We had Daniel on the phone, and he's a welder, and he was talking how electricity and even his welding, and I've noticed this too, in like my electric stove burning out and all these changes, and I'm noticing like my microwave is not working the same. What normally you'd put my coffee in for 2 minutes, when I reheat, I'll make a pot of coffee and I'll drink 1 cup. So rather than pour it down the drain, I'll drink it over time. And then I microwave it and reheat it, which is not necessarily healthy, but anyway. And I've noticed that what used to heat up my cup of coffee to very hot is not currently doing it on the 2-minute setting. And it's oddly changed. Now, it could be because of the aging of my microwave, perhaps, but I'm noticing there's a different electrical behavior from normal. And even Daniel was talking about how his arc welding is not like it used to be. It's like the rods are burning off oddly.
Yep.
In arc welding. And so that could be, we could be seeing brownout scenarios from magnetosphere intrusion inside our atmosphere, which will affect our use and transuse of electrical systems, including water heaters burning out, or stoves, or other heat elements like dryers burning out, or all of this. Electrical grids dimming, which affects like electric water heaters and things like that. They call that brownout.
Brownout. This isn't good.
Because it doesn't get quite the energy it needs, and those elements will burn out because of that.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I love that. Go back to that one picture.
Okay.
Just one. That is not our sun.
Nope.
That is illuminated Saturn's yellow moon, dead center in front of us.
What a great picture. Look at that.
And you can see it on the water wave.
Yep.
It's showing you that there's this illuminated thing right there in front of our faces. And everybody's brain goes, oh, it's the sun, but there's clouds in front of it. No. The sun is just below and slightly cut off to the left of this big white blurb in the middle. And that white blurb is the Saturn's yellow moon cutting off the top of the sun. And they can see it. And this is, of course, in New Zealand. Look how gray everything is. Robbed to color. And we've been talking about that for a couple of months worth of shows now.
I've been noticing how, like, the sky is like tan color, kind of like this, kind of a gray tan.
Yeah, there's not
I guess it's dust or what, but it's very dirty looking. And my car is like encased in dust. I don't know. It's just very dusty here.
Well, there are lots of volcanoes burping up ash everywhere as well. So, and I do worry about nuclear winter type scenarios where, the earth suddenly cools, but we sort of kind of need it.
Yeah.
We could use any kind of regulating factor that actually cools us down this year. We'll see what happens. Very rare, very round object. Gotta tip my head to see it. Boy, that looks like it's on the right-hand side of the sun, and I would probably say that would be lead asteroid.
Wow.
On the size, it's directly above the tree.
Yeah. There it is again. Wow.
There it is again. Yeah, just to the right of the sun.
Definitely. Yeah. Goodness.
We know that the lead asteroid is that big. There's the stripes again in the on the right side face.
Like, right overhead. Like I said earlier, I saw it like kind of at the horizon, like almost like the size of a dime maybe, and after about 2 hours it was already, heading southeast, and it just got so big. Pictures. It's hard. It's hard to tell the size of what we're looking at in these pictures. That's why we stress to you guys to go outside and look and see for yourself just how big all of these objects are. It's incredible.
Well, it's part of how we document current drawings, and we know what is what because we watch it over time and we see the transition over again over time, and then they get bigger and smaller, bigger and smaller.
Dennis mentioned the reflection. Did I miss a reflection?
Water.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Again, everything on the right-hand side is in dark. And that's because literally everything blue that you see in this picture on the right-hand side is part of Isatim and Nibiru, because they are on the left, making everything a dark gray. And if you look all the way at the horizon line at the water, between the sky and the ocean, it's literally dark there. And yet the rest of the light is going to the left.
Yeah.
And illuminating off the face of very large Isatim's yellow moon. And you can see the big full circle.
Wow. Thanks, Nicole. I didn't know all that. All the flare rundown.
Yeah, and this is Nicole. This is part of what we believe that because it was an uptick in transition in the behavior of the sun that was previously not occurring, going back even a few years, and then it started getting building, and then we saw more and more activity, which is what has led us to believe that this was the startup. And we saw some backflow CMEs to the left, and that's what led me to believe that we were seeing a transition of the separation. And it had been like 7 or 8 years. So we figured, well, it's got, how many years? We don't know. For all we know, these planets could be doing this until 100 years from now. We don't have any knowledge of when they're going to leave. We're just making a supposition by what we've seen that has occurred. And we're creating a hypothesis that believes that we're just past halfway. And this would be conclusively showing if we are actually seeing the sun separate. Oh, wow. I don't know about this. Wish I knew which direction I was looking. So hard to tell where this actual sunlight is coming from.
Yeah,
we know there's stuff up there. Yeah. I'm getting silly.
I don't know. I feel like it's Atu's moon and Atu, but
probably
only because the clouds above the trees, those particular clouds, are what I see when Atu's moon.
Reminiscent of that. If you can pass the sun, if the sun is behind us, then yeah. And that would mean we would be early part of the day. Okay, let's look at the clock. 1340, that would be 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So we're probably looking northwest.
Okay, right.
My best guess,
Oh, that was the last one then of the current ones, because we've seen this one before. Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you, Robert. So cool. Close that down. Neat. All righty. And I'm getting your link to you, Rocket Man.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
I'm just over here eating dinner.
Cool. I know. I told Sam when we
gotta go cook
started the show, I'm like, I haven't even had anything to eat today. Like when we started the show, so I have not eaten today.
Yeah, I am.
I was too busy to eat, people.
I don't know how you do it.
I don't know either, but coffee. I guess I'm on a coffee diet. But anyway, I'm thinking a grilled cheese sandwich sounds nice.
Nice.
Oh, that sounds really
Tried
good.
Sam's grilled cheese sandwich yet?
I'm gonna try it. Yeah, I'm gonna try it. Butter and mustard, I think he said.
Yeah, yellow mustard, paprika, cheese.
Yeah, I got
butter
it.
nice and slow.
Mustard, like New York deli mustard.
Don't burn your butter.
I have both. I have a lot of mustards actually. I like mustard.
I do too.
So I had
when I was a kid, I like it a lot.
Yeah, but for the best flavor, just stick with standard yellow American mustard.
I love honey mustard.
I love
me too, but that's a completely different flavor for this sandwich.
Oh.
Okay. Maybe
Yeah,
some-
you want it to be a tangy cheese grilled cheese sandwich. It's a really good.
Okay,
It's an
yes.
unbelievably good recipe.
I'm gonna try it.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
Yeah,
I don't
both-
have American.
You evenly distribute mustard on both slices. You put the cheese
Yeah.
down, then you throw the pepper. A heavy, a red covering for the over the top of the cheese. Put the sandwich together, and then you cook it in butter.
Okay. Cool. I will do that. I'll
There's
let
a
you know.
difference between cooking in margarine and butter, and I don't even use
I
margarine.
don't buy margarine. I don't even buy it.
Yuck. Ugh. I
don't
use
buy
a lot of olive oil
I
and,
used to
and
buy
butter.
it,
And
but
that's
I
it.
don't anymore.
I have vegetable
Right.
oil, but I never use it.
Same.
Oh, God, that's the worst.
Yeah,
Talking
I'm hearing some
inflammation.
bad things about how toxic vegetable oil actually.
Oh, they're
is.
all bad for you. Those
Yep.
vegetable oils
Yeah.
and the canola oil, forget it. It'll
All
kill
of
you.
it.
Yeah, I hear bad things about them, and they don't taste good either. So unless you're making French fries in a big deep fat fryer.
They probably get it from China in the gutter oil.
Yeah, and then they recycle and sell it back to us. Yeah.
Yeah.
You American buy anything. That's racist, and I apologize.
It's true, but they all do that.
Well, we know there's an entire industry. It's called sewer oil.
They all do that in China. In China, everywhere you're going to be getting
Oh, it's
gutter
still
oil.
good. You just
Give
filter
me a
out
break.
bugs.
Come on. Tofu dredge and gutter oil.
Don't mind rat particle, extra protein.
Sorry, the
Grapeseed
truth
oil.
hurts. Sorry, the truth hurts. I'm sorry,
Okay,
the
we're gonna
truth
get a bunch
hurts.
of bad letters now. I have to behave myself.
Optic blast. You're saying it's bad for you? Grapeseed oil? Yeah. Right. All
Yeah.
seed oils are just terrible.
Yeah. Well, you start pulling things apart, and
Yep.
especially it come in a plastic container.
Oh, everything's in
Yeah,
plastic.
yeah.
You can't get it from it. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Well, I get my olive oil in glass. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of
Me too.
particular. I like cooking and all. I cook a lot of Italian, so there's no way I'm going to use anything else but
There you
olive
go.
oil.
There you go, Rocket Man.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. Right.
said
Yeah, I even
Italian.
like
You
the
said
cool green
Italian.
bottle.
You said Italian.
They're hard to throw away. It's like, that's a good bottle. Why? I'd have an entire house full if I could, but
Right.
Yeah,
I mean,
I've got
So
like
tons of
offer
this
some
stuff.
kind of refilling
Tons
service
of
or
it.
something too. I don't know.
Yeah, we could
Hey,
go back to the
Kaylee.
days where we had our own natural clay pots that we would bring down
Yep.
to the river as well. But yeah, I like learning about clay and how to make all the new archaeological, technological advances that we've come since the Bronze Age.
Yep.
I've studied all of that and how to tell what pot is what when you dig it up. It's the Bronze Age or the Iron Age or medieval or
Incredible.
Edwardian or whatever. But anyway.
Oh, and by the way, it's truffle infused. Truffle.
Oh, yeah, more money.
Okay.
Yeah, I've never been a fan of truffles. Thank you.
I've never had a truffle before.
I've never had a truffle
Either,
either.
Christopher.
They're a little too earthy for me to actually plop in my mouth and
I am
consume.
curious.
Yeah. They're
I
expensive.
think.
They're
I don't
expensive.
know.
Oh, they're expensive.
Yeah, I know
Very
that
expensive
much.
doesn't mean I want
You
to eat
know.
it. But,
Well, because dogs are the ones that find them,
I thought it was pigs.
right, or pigs.
or pigs. Pigs and dogs.
I have been watching that show we talked about on Tuesday's show.
Pigs.
Now We Feast, which is like Hot Ones, where these people from
MC.
Ireland are eating all of these foods, and I loved every second of it.
Mm.
Watching them, I was watching them eat all these jalapenos and all of these super hot, spicy nuts and the nut challenge and everything, and I'm sitting there sweating watching them eat
right?
this stuff, and I'm having a brain reaction, actually sweating watching them eat it, and yeah, cool stuff. And of course, Beard Meets Food and all of that, man versus food and all of those shows. Anyhow, I digress out of science into
So it's like a mushroom, right?
No, I
Yeah,
no,
it's
I
a
don't
mushroom.
think it's like a mushroom. I think it's more like
That's
a
an
root.
underground mushroom.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Kind
It
of
says
like a root.
yeah.
Fungus.
Okay.
Is it a root or a mushroom? What? Yeah, what is
Fungus.
It's fungus. Yeah.
it? It's
It
a
is
fungus.
fungus.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
so it is a fungus among us.
Yeah, truffles.
Interesting. See, I don't eat mushrooms, so I don't know if I'd be
Oh,
into
I
that.
mean, if you did truffles for a living and you're actually successful at it in a good area in your land, you can make
could
a
be a
lot of
millionaire.
money.
Really?
A lot of money.
yeah, a millionaire.
Probably
Then
a
you
couple.
gotta, then you got to find a rich chef in California that wants to buy them from you regularly. Yeah,
nice.
Part of his marketing.
I understand why they're so expensive, but I mean, I don't think you're paying the price for the taste.
No, you're paying the price for
idea.
truffle oil for my outrageous French cooking. Yeah.
Wow.
And they use a lot of truffle oil in French cooking.
Okay. Put a little bit on your escargot, maybe.
Yeah.
Yuck! I can't eat snails.
I actually have eaten them many times. Escargot.
Grilled cheese sounds good to me too.
Right.
I especially like it from the garlic and the butter part of it, rather than the
fungus
snail
and snails and.
Yeah, all you got to do is go to Oregon. Go to Astoria, Oregon, and walk around for a while, and you'll have your fill of escargot. They're everywhere. I mean, these things are big and huge, and they're sliding across the ground everywhere, and you don't want to step on them. There's a big loogie slime trail behind them. Yeah.
My dad took me to Portland, Oregon a few years ago, and we were going to go to Astoria, but I got so sick. Oh, man. Yeah, we didn't end up going.
And don't drink the water.
Don't drink the water. Okay.
Yeah. Portland water. Yeah.
Oh, my God. I couldn't believe the homeless population. It was just so incredible. And this was before Vegas got really, I mean, we have a homeless population here too, but it's gotten really bad since the pandemic.
Yeah. Pacific Northwest is really in trouble.
Yeah. It's, I was shocked. I wasn't ready for that.
You might as well drink toilet water if you drink Portland's water.
Oh man.
I had one of the worst migraines I've ever had in my life the last time I was in Portland.
You're going to get sick. It's worse than Mexico water.
I had a bowl of, we ate it at this, I believe it was a Laotian restaurant. And I had pho, big bowl of vegetable soup. And I had the worst, from the MSG, it was one of the worst migraines I've ever had in my life.
Yeah.
And that was when I, absolutely went on my diet and said, I'm never going to consume very much MSG as long as I live. Now, Nova, for her birthday, wanted Kentucky Fried Chicken, and that's full of MSG. And I did try to eat one chicken breast, but I was not thrilled with it afterwards.
Right.
Even though I know how to make the, secret 11. I signed a 30-year non-disclosure agreement for that one, too. I'm not kidding. I did. I actually did. I made the spice for the state of Montana.
Yeah. When you guys were talking about it the other day, Jesus was like,
I got to get me some.
Upset when you guys started talking about KFC. Yeah. Like, I can't do chicken. I don't blame him.
Well, after you cut up enough chickens in your life, you don't want to eat them anymore.
Right? Oh, God. I know.
Yeah, it's like, anything. If you make chocolate for a living, you lose your taste for chocolate. I worked at McDonald's when I was like 18 and 19 years old. To this day, I cannot eat McDonald's.
Yeah, I don't
at all.
Yeah.
I worked at Wendy's for a period of time. I helped open the Missoula Wendy's store here in the 80s.
Okay.
That's when the job market fell through, and I literally ended up taking whatever fast food job I could get.
Right.
Yeah. Don't eat McDonald's unless you want to eat. Unless you're a cannibal.
Man, oh God, I don't even want to go there. Okay.
Kangaroo and worm and you name it. We don't even want to know what's in them.
No, we don't.
There was a lawsuit.
Have you seen that video where they dump molten copper on
baby fetuses.
Oh, okay, well, let's not go there. I don't even want to think about it.
They literally dump molten copper on a Big Mac. It's 1,400 degrees and nothing happens to the Big Mac. It's intact. It's the weirdest video.
Can't penetrate it.
No, it's gross. They
don't stay down if I ever.
You can leave the food outside for 2 months and it'll still look the same.
Oh,
it's true.
Go get your Big Macs right now.
Go eat your.
Hey, let's not get sued by McDonald's, okay?
Right.
McDonald's again. You're afraid of corporations now.
No, hey,
we don't want to spend all our hard-earned money paying off corporations by
me up, Rick.
Having them lock us in discovery for the next 5 years.
Oh man,
it's the truth. It's the truth, and it can be proven.
Yeah, it has been proven that it's not edible. Anyway, let's get back to something, or we can wind it up if anybody's comfortable with that. We are at 6 hours, 28 minutes.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think I'm caught up on my end.
Cool. Does anybody in the comments have any more questions? Or?
Well, Rocket Man is making me hungry. I want to go make a sandwich.
I know.
I'm sorry.
I'm
hungry too.
It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, I want to cook. I'm hungry.
To go eat too. So maybe we should wrap it up here.
Okay.
Again, guys.
Good idea. good
What
idea.
do you think?
Well,
Yeah?
I'm glad everybody's listening. Please donate, please like, please subscribe, all the above. Tell your friends, send somebody a copy of this once it hits YouTube, which is usually immediately right after the moment we close the show. It's available on YouTube.
Right.
Yeah, please comment in the YouTube videos if you after the fact if you liked the show, or whatever you want to talk to us about, and we'd love to hear from you. Think about joining a sister site scenario, starting your own Facebook Skywatching page from where you live, and get a few members of your friends together or whatever. And then we are going to keep doing our jobs, and we hope you do your job by being part of the Citizen Science project.
Yep.
For sure. I'm excited. I know Rocket Man said we're about a month or two away from our new home. So
We're on two
cannot
now.
wait.
I laughed.
Yeah,
at that.
yeah. You were right, Sam, in the beginning.
I'm teasing you. I'm not going to be impatient, and I'm not going to be over anticipating this, because when it comes out, we'll see what happens, and I'm sure it's going to be wonderful.
It's going to
be. I have good feelings about it, although I am a little bit hesitant because everybody who knows me, I don't do money well. I'd rather not have it, but I do need it, and we all need it.
Right.
And we have to pay for things here, and so
Yeah.
hopefully you folks will help us get
We'll
on board
take care
with
of
that.
all. We'll take care of all the money.
And the
bringing in
more
all
that
the
you
money.
help us, the more that we can continue these shows. Because if we don't have funding, then we can't continue doing this.
Right. I mean, we're going to have the funding to be able to share this message, just get it out to more and more.
Yep.
So it's just going to
And
keep growing.
Carol Ann, once again, thank you for being here, and everybody. So we're going to wind it up,
Yes, Carol Ann.
and then I can go make a
And
sandwich
Brenda.
and then go play Star Wars.
Oh, yeah, Star Wars time,
Great starting.
guys.
I'll
Okay.
close it out first. Start the thing. Okay.
We-
Good night,
we-
everybody.
We've got free movies on our site.
Yeah, go check out the free movies. Yeah, on our new
got
site,
free movies.
Science project.muvi.com.
Yep.
And yeah, right now there's free movies there for y'all. So perfect. Thank you,
HTTPS.
Rocket Man.
Excellent,
problem.
excellent.
Okay, and thank you,
Okay,
Sam.
well, I'll be second to go. So good night, everybody.
Okay,
Bye, guys.
bye, guys. See you Tuesday. Bye, Rocket.